Chapter 983. When Yun Nuashing looked at the two halves of the gigantic ball of light, a large amount of meaningless information surged into her mind like a tidal wave. It contained the information of the world within the ball of light that had yet to dissipate. This was a shattered world. It had already been destroyed, but the life forms within it were unaware of it. Perhaps some of the more powerful life forms could discover it and escape, but the ordinary life forms at the bottom could only unknowingly sleep forever. Most of the information in that shattered world was meaningless. The positions of the stars, the birth and death of the stars, the number of living stars, how many lands of life there were, and how many lives there were. Before this, all of these had their own meaning. However, when the world barrier shattered and the world began to fall apart, all of these became meaningless data. Trillions of people, trillions of lives, they were all just cold and emotionless numbers that had no meaning at all. This destroyed world did not stop all activities in an instant. The stars were still rotating, and the people within were still moving about ignorantly. Those who woke up early and worked until late were still working, those who returned at night had just fallen asleep, and those who were similar to cultivators were still fighting for some unknown goal. Those who were powerful enough to sense the existence and definition of a world began to flee with the people around them. They either took the initiative to escape from this destroyed world, or forcibly resisted the process of the world's melting, resisting the devouring of the void. The only thing that separated order and chaos was the inch of land at the edge of the cliff. Any random action would cause it to fall to either side. However, order could not bring about life, and chaos would not cause instant death. It was just a small condition that was not worth mentioning in this huge event. It could be ignored without much thought. A star exploded in front of her eyes. It was the star of the shattered world. It should have still had a long way to go, but it ended its long life prematurely. The energy torrent that erupted blew itself into pieces, and its three companion stars were burned into charcoal, becoming three burning fireballs in the starry sky. The traces of life left on them were instantly reduced to ashes. However, even if their sun did not explode prematurely, the pervasive power of the void would have devoured them in the next minute. It was the same ending. No matter which one it was, it all happened in an instant. No one could sense the arrival of death. It was silent, and there was no fluctuation. Tens of billions of people disappeared without a trace. Buzz! The power of the void caused the two luminous spheres to dim slightly. At the edge of the broken world barrier, purple-black energy could be seen clinging to it, incessantly nibbling away at the thin layer of milky white barrier. Everything within was also disintegrating inch by inch, returning to the nothingness of the void. Life was born from nothingness, and now it was merely returning to its initial state. Not a single trace could be left in this world, and few could observe the scene. Without paying attention to the void's movements, none would know that there was a world here that was walking towards its destined destruction. I can't tell which unlucky world it is anymore. The light from the Book of Epochs was connected to his mind, allowing him to see everything in an instant. However, that world had already been destroyed, so there was not much information left. If one saw each world for the first time, they would not even be able to recognize the characteristics of each world. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly as he carefully observed that world-luminous sphere. The Book of Epochs glowed. This world was destroyed by an external force. What kind of force is this? I don't think I've seen it before. There were countless worlds in the void, and the life in each world was like the sand in the sea of stars. It was impossible to recognize all of them, even if he was once a celestial god. Celestial gods would need a period of time to travel across the celestial realm. Oh, this was because the celestial realm was special. However, to thoroughly explore an entire world, one only needed a strand of divine thought. However, with so much information, it would take a period of time to sort it out bit by bit. Not to mention that there were countless worlds in the void, so it was impossible to know everything. After carefully analyzing for a while, Yun Nuoxing found that he could not identify what kind of force it was. He shook his head helplessly and did not bother with such meaningless research. Anyway, this force would dissolve in the void. Even if it was about to collide with the world luminous sphere behind him, it would not affect it. No, the world barrier is dissolving too slowly. Large fragments will rush in, and that force will probably spread into the celestial realm. After a while, Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and found a problem. Then, he shook his head. He thought it was not a big deal, but then his expression froze. This force is not strong? Not only was it not strong, it was a little weak to him. However, it was this force that destroyed a world. No way, this is the force of the middle plane of the 8 elements realm. How far has this world floated in the void? It actually floated to the upper plane, the important gathering point of the void of the 8 elements realm. Yun Nuoxing was really shocked this time. This world was really powerful. It could actually struggle at death's door for such a long time. The Book of Epics told him that this world had been destroyed for at least 1,000 years, but it had not been completely dissolved by the void. Moreover, it had crossed over to the upper plane. Book of Epics, reverse deduction. Yun Nuoxing shouted in his mind. The scene in his vision began to change. The huge luminous sphere retreated along its original path in the void, and then entered a world that it had pierced. The luminous sphere of this world did not cause any obstruction to it. However, the luminous sphere of the world, which was originally a whole, split into 2 after passing through this world. It continued to retreat until it reached the depths of the void, until nothing could be seen. The reverse deduction had reached its end. There was a very powerful interference that prevented him from continuing to read. Although the Book of Epics could trace back dozens of epochs, once it encountered interference, it would be easily cut off. He could only see the moment when the interference began, and nothing else could be seen. It destroyed at least one world along the way, and now, Yun Nuoxing frowned. It was now rushing straight towards the world where the realm of the gods was. He turned his gaze back to the luminous sphere of the world that had been pierced by the world fragment. He looked inside and frowned again. The world fragment did not pass through in an illusory manner when it entered the luminous sphere of the world. Instead, it directly affected the reality realm. He saw that the world fragment had directly crashed into a star and shattered a planet with life. The edge of the world barrier pushed the world fragment across the star field, leaving behind fragments all over the ground as if it was pushing garbage. Strange, the world barrier's isolation is gone, and it directly penetrated into the world. Originally, it should have been a shadow that would at most cause a large-scale illusion. Now, it directly caused physical contact and affected each other. No, the destroyed world was not affected. Instead, it was the world that was pushed by the world fragment that was wantonly destroyed by the world fragment. Yun Nuoxing was a little shocked. This kind of situation was really rare. It should be that the world barrier of the destroyed world had mutated. Originally, even if there was a rare collision between worlds, they would just pass through each other without affecting each other. Some people who had strong senses and were born with strange eyes might see a huge shadow passing through their world, but it would disappear very quickly and not last for long. It was like a shadow, causing people to suspect that it was an illusion. But now, the destroyed world had become a physical existence and crashed into another world like a bull charging into a porcelain shop. It was simply a disaster. Based on the oval shape of this world fragment, I'm afraid it will. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. If this path continued, it would definitely collide with the realm of the god. No wonder the pillar of creation moved on its own. Even though it had not arrived yet, it had already sensed the danger in advance and activated its own defense. That was a defense that was equivalent to the laws and concepts of the world. Other than not being able to ensure the survival of life in the great reincarnation, this kind of danger could be easily blocked. He was only worried that the world fragment would be blocked after colliding with the realm of the god. Looking at the speed at which the world barrier was melting, he did not know how long it would take for it to disappear. If it was really blocked here, then for a very long time, the residents of the realm of the gods would be able to see another world blocking their doorstep. Although looking at it from the void, the world fragment was only a few thousand feet in size, one would only be able to sense it when one was really integrated into it. The size of a human was not even comparable to that of a microorganism. Therefore, when the time came, what they would see would not be a few thousand feet of world fragment playing with balls of light. Instead, it would be an entire world crashing down on their head. That kind of size, just looking at it would cause one to have a mental breakdown. For ordinary people, even for gods, standing on a planet and watching a planet collide with another planet was probably a very rare thing. The former would be scared out of their wits or scream. As for the latter, high-level gods would probably be more indifferent. This was because high-level gods were very clear that a planet colliding with a planet would not be able to kill them. The degree of the collision would not be more painful than a punch from someone of the same level. However, the size of the world fragment was still quite shocking. Looking at a piece of land slowly approaching in one's line of sight, then accelerating, and finally colliding with it at the last moment, that would be a scene of destruction. It was breathtaking and incomparably terrifying. Of course, other than the Emperor God, probably no high-level gods would dare to watch a star explode in front of them. This was because if they were not careful they would also explode. As for the collision of two worlds, this was a rare occurrence that happened once in 100 billion years. Even if it happened, one might not be able to see it or feel it. However, in the current situation, that world fragment was no longer entering as a shadow, but as a real brick. Not only did it have to enter the clear water of another world, but it also had to leave behind a pile of residue. If there were still things in the clear water, they could also smash the things in the clear water. Anyway, it was not a good thing. At that time, no matter which corner of the world fragment one was in, one would be able to see a milky white wall pushing horizontally from the end of one's vision, smashing everything in sight into smithereens. Its speed would not be very slow. Even though the size of the world fragment was very large, in the void, the light ball that represented the world fragment was only 1,000 feet in size. The speed of the light ball of the world fragment's movement depended on how this 1,000 feet moved. A distance of 10 feet per second was equivalent to crushing 1,000th of the world fragment's length. It would only take about an hour to break through the world fragment. Fortunately, the world fragment's movement speed was not considered fast. It was still some distance away from the world fragment of the god. In the vision of the Book of Epics that he was using now, the flow of time in his senses was slightly faster. Therefore, he could see the momentum of that huge object smashing towards him. Idiot! Hey, idiot! Yun Nuoshing was startled when he heard someone calling his ears and his body being shaken. He hurriedly retreated from the Book of Epic. He lowered his head and was stunned for a while before opening his eyes. He was startled when he saw Mei Mao's bright obsidian-like eyes in front of him. Seeing that he had come to life, Chu Yingzhan took a step back and waved her hand in front of him. "You're awake. Hurry up and tell me what you saw. You were so engrossed that you didn't move for 2 hours." "Has it been 2 hours?" Yun Nuoshing was slightly startled. His senses were at the edge of the world fragment and he was in the void. It was very easy for him to lose track of time. Although he used the Book of Epics to speed up the flow of time in his senses, he felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect that it had already been 2 hours. As expected, no matter how many years had passed, he was still not used to this feeling. After a moment of silence and everyone's nervous gazes, Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. "Nothing." "Huh!" Everyone's jaws dropped. What did he mean by nothing? "Even if you're joking, you should pick another time." Chu Yingzhan exploded again. "What you said just now caused panic and you were in a daze for 2 hours. What do you mean by nothing? Xian and the others nodded and looked at him worriedly. Nothing means nothing. Something did happen. Well, it's fine if you don't know. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and leave. Chu Yingzhan took a deep breath and rolled up her sleeves. She said darkly, Are you going to tell us or not? Looking at her, she would probably pounce on Yun Nuoxing and give him a beating the moment he shook his head. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. It's useless even if I tell you. You can't help. Ha, you're an idiot again, aren't you? Chu Yingzhan was slightly angry. He said in a low voice, How do you know we can't help if you don't tell us? Girl, don't say stupid things. Yun Nuoxing suddenly said in an extremely serious tone. In the realm of the gods, there are only a handful of people who have the ability to solve this problem. However, I might as well find a way myself to ask for help from those who can't even be seen. Xian and the others trembled. A handful of people? Was he referring to those dormant gods? The situation was so serious that the gods had to step in to solve it? Tell me. Chu Yingzhan was furious. I won't tell you. Yun Nuoxing was angry. Chu Yaoang was a little speechless when he saw the two of them arguing. He glanced at Chu Zhangping, who also looked at him speechlessly. Then, the two of them looked at Xian and the others and said helplessly, Are these two usually like this? Everyone nodded helplessly. They're noisy. Chu Yaoang and Chu Yingzhan were speechless. Chu Chen and Chu Xianling were also puzzled in the end. Ming couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand. She shook it gently and said in a soft voice, Big brother, tell us. It's okay to listen. I promise you, if we can't help, we won't do anything. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He smiled bitterly and looked at Xian. The latter smiled at him and nodded. He was at his wits' end. He sighed and ruffled his hair. So troublesome. Chu Yingzhan muttered in her heart. Mei Mao was a little resentful, but she hid it well and no one saw it. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while and organized his words a little. Then, he briefly mentioned what he had just seen. After that, there was no more after that. They were all dumbfounded. They had never heard of these things before. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Yun Nuoxing couldn't calm down for a long time. He sighed. That's why I said not to tell you. It'll only add to the shock. Everyone laughed dryly. They didn't expect it to be so serious. But thinking about it, the level of the Pillar of Creation's full defense was equivalent to a world-ending crisis. It was just that this crisis was a little serious and exceeded their imagination. Has something similar happened before? Yuan Shi asked. Yes, very rarely, very rarely. Yun Nuoxing nodded. This wasn't a special case. He had seen similar cases before. The world barrier had mutated and shattered into other worlds. This wasn't the only case in the void, but the frequency was very low. Most of the time, it was because the mutation in the world had spread to the world barrier. It was just that he didn't see a mutation of the same degree in the shattered world. The shattering of that world had started from the world barrier, and the mutation had also started from the world barrier. I don't intend to interfere. Let's see who wants to help. We still have to pass through many inhabited star zones. There are quite a number of strong people in those worlds. Let's see who can solve this problem. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and sighed. Are you going to stand by and do nothing? Chu Yingzhan glanced at him. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, I'm not a saint. Whoever wants to do that can do it. I will only help when necessary. In the end, that world fragment will crash into the realm of the god. However, it won't be able to break through the barrier of the realm of the gods, and the realm of the gods won't move. So, the world fragment will probably stay here. When that happens, we can look up and see a white wall in the sky outside the realm of the gods, rubbing against the eternal barrier until the fragment disappears. Even if that world barrier becomes solid, it won't cause any damage to this world's barrier. It can be said that other than destroying a star system or a space on the way here, there won't be any losses. Then, 2 seconds later, he added, when that happens, I'll consider whether or not to help. That world fragment's melting speed is abnormally slow. It will take tens of thousands of years for it to disappear outside the realm of the gods. If I help, it will cause a huge commotion. So, I'd better pray that some powerful deity will volunteer to push the fragment back into the void or directly blow it up. There's still one more fragment? Didn't you say there were 2 fragments? One is coming toward the realm of the gods, then the other. The other one is passing by this world's barrier. You don't have to worry about it. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the sky. This time, he didn't use the Book of Epic. He just raised his head and felt a little puzzled. He couldn't find the source of the world fragment, and the strange energy that distorted the world's barrier only affected the world's barrier. In addition, this path was just right and it was heading straight for the realm of the gods. Why did he smell the scent of a conspiracy? Hearing his muttering, everyone's expression changed slightly. Chu Yingzhan's brain spasmed, and her expression became gloomy. She continued to ramble. The grudge from the primordial era caused the people of that race to use the power of several eras to take revenge. They have been accumulating power all this time, and finally, they plan to make a move at the end of this era. They will first destroy a world and twist it into a weapon against the world. They will use it as the vanguard to smash it into the realm of the god. First, it will be a test. Second, it will be a declaration of war. Yun Nuoshing hit the crazy girl with a knife to wake her up. He sighed and said, "Can't you think of something normal?" "Whoa!" Chu Yingzhan held her head in pain and jumped up. "You said you think there's a conspiracy. Is there a problem with me guessing?" "There's a big problem. Even if you're guessing, you should be closer to the edge. You're going astray." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and flicked his finger in front of her forehead. He said, "In this era, only the people of the gods would know where the realm of the gods is. Only people from the realm of the gods know where the realm of the gods is, and conveniently find the location of the realm of the gods." At this point, he stopped talking. Xian and the others also understood. Their eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that the people of the realm of the gods had made a move? But why? The reason and so on, I don't want to ask a ghost about the reason. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said, "Anyway, I don't want to get involved in this mess. I don't know which god has nothing better to do than to throw such a big thing here, but I'm not going to do anything. If I do, the entire realm of the gods will be able to sense it. Let's see which god has the leisure to deal with it. The power of a post-god tier is enough to deal with a mere fragment of a world. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't take any action." After saying that, he turned his head and flipped his long hair. He smiled at the others. "So that's the situation. Even if that world comes crashing down, it will be a year later. During this year, it will enter the world we're in and wreak havoc in the other galaxies like a bulldozer. But none of this has anything to do with us. We'll just do what we need to do. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. It's not our turn yet." Chapter 984. Where are we going now? Yun Nuoshing and the others sat on the netherworld ruins, soared amidst the light. Blurry images flashed past them like streams of light. It was difficult for ordinary people to see anything clearly at this speed, but with their level of vision, they could still see some things. Yuanshi looked down absent-mindedly, then raised his head to look at the sky from time to time. It was obvious that he was still concerned about the world fragment that Yun Nuoshing mentioned. Although there was still more than a year before they would encounter the realm of the gods, he felt as if a knife was hanging on the top of his head when he heard about it. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. There are 3 origin pillars in the land of Kunming. They are located in the south and the north. Oh no, one is in the 2nd prefecture, one is in the 16th prefecture, and the last one is in the 33rd prefecture, which is close to the Ganyuan region. Yun Nuoshing said as she took out the treasure map. Xian looked at it and pointed at a few places with her slender fingers. She said, after we left Lingwu City, we circled around the Kuan Yuan region for a long time, but we didn't go to this place. She pointed at the lower left corner of the Kuan Yuan region. There was also a pillar of creation there, but there didn't seem to be any origin pillars. The 12 origin pillars of Kuan Yuan region were in 3 other places. Their first stop was the Spirit State City, which was in the upper left corner of the Kuan Yuan region called the Great Kuan Land. It was close to the center. After that, they continued to head east until they reached the Earth Cloud Land. However, in Yun Nuoshing's opinion, no matter how detailed the division was, they would be flying around the Kuan Yuan region anyway. There was no need to look for any special places in detail. From this point of view, it was convenient for many people to divide the entire origin region into 4 pieces of land, and each piece of land was divided into 36 prefectures. At least they could know where they were. Sometimes, it was impossible to find a place with just a big map of the origin region. They had to zoom in countless times to find the place clearly. It was a good idea to have a different map for each prefecture. After all, the distance across a prefecture was not small. Where is the specific location of the origin pillar? Yuan Shi tilted his head and asked. In the 3 states that Yun Nuoshing mentioned, there was more than one pillar of creation that they could not recognize. Yun Nuoshing reached out and pointed at a few places. She also marked those 3 places and the other origin pillars so that everyone could see them clearly. If we go to the second state from here, there's a city next to the origin pillar. It's a little far away. Nightmare drew a circle on a place in Kunming Land's second prefecture and said, with Boss's speed, he'll be able to get there in 3 to 4 days if he goes all out. That's assuming that there aren't any accidents along the way. Ming thought of something and raised his head. Mei Mao looked at the horizon. At the edge of the horizon, she could see huge pillars floating in the air like illusions. They were like the moon in the daytime, and it was hard to tell if they were real or not. At this moment, they were heading towards a pillar of creation. If there were no other pillars of creation along the way, then this should be their destination, right? Someone noticed her gaze and raised his head to look at the place she was looking at. They saw the pillar of creation floating in the air, which brought endless shock to everyone. Everyone sighed in their hearts. This thing looked even more spectacular from the outside. You don't have to worry about speed. With my current speed, I can surpass the speed of light and tear apart space along the way. If I'm in a hurry, I can just travel through the void. It won't be a problem for me to get there in a day. However, this will neglect the things that we might encounter along the way, so maintaining this speed is enough. It can also squeeze some unimportant time for you guys to cultivate. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and said casually. At night, Yun Nuoshing and the others had long gotten used to the long journey and would rest regularly at night. However, the newly joined Chu Chen and Chu Yingzhan were still not used to it, so they were urged by Chu Yingzhan to cultivate as soon as they arrived. Yun Nuoshing even made them dance a mystic technique of the divine level or above. When the 2 of them found out about the level of the mystic technique, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. However, Yun Nuoshing didn't think much of it. That crazy girl's younger brother and sister seemed to be quite interesting, so it didn't matter. Anyway, those things weren't very precious to her. A leisurely melody drifted out from the netherworld ruin's sword, reflecting the scarlet moonlight. The person playing the zither had long colorful hair that swayed with the wind and fluttered behind him. The moonlight fell behind him, condensing a thin layer of red light. The substantial melody circled around him, and faint ripples appeared in the air like water. He was like a banished immortal who had fallen to the mortal world. A faint smile appeared on his beautiful face, and waves of fairy aura surrounded his body. His 10 fingers had a gentle glow, and he danced nimbly on the zither like an elf, bringing forth waves of heart-stirring music. After a long time, when the music ended, Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes. In her colorful eyes, the two diamond-shaped pupils turned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed across her eyes. Then, she sighed and gently stroked the azure zither with her palm. It seemed that she wasn't very satisfied with her performance. "It's quite nice. Is there anything you're not satisfied with?" Gentle laughter came from beside her, and Yun Nuoxing turned her head. As expected, she saw Chu Yingzhan bending her body and looking at her with her head tilted. The obsidian Meimao also emitted a moving glow with the moonlight behind her, and there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. "The charm is not right. The immortal song of the great Tao. The 4 songs of heaven and earth all have their own ways of understanding, and the way to play them is also different. I thought that learning the other 3 songs would be easier, but I was wrong." Looking at him scratching his head in confusion, anyone would probably think that he was a little guy who had hit a wall in his studies. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but smile. This guy was a god. She didn't expect that a god would also have times when he had trouble learning things. Straightening her body, she turned around to look at everyone. After a moment, Chu Yingzhan turned around and saw that his expression was a little sluggish. His fingers were unconsciously plucking the zither strings, and his other hand was pressing down on the zither strings to prevent them from making any sound. After muttering to herself for a while, she said, "Is it okay for you to give those 2 to little Chun and little Ling?" Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses and raised his head. He knew that she was referring to the 2 divine level and above profound art. He smiled slightly. "They're your younger sister and brother. What's the matter? These 2 little guys are also quite interesting." Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "Thank you." And Yun Nuoxing turned his head in confusion. "Why so sudden?" "Well, there are all kinds of things." Chu Yingzhan lowered her head, her jade finger drawing circles on the sword beside her. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "My family's matter is also Aunt, little Churn and the others. In short, there are many things. And Yuan Shi and the others all said that you're an idiot, so there's no need to thank me or anything. But I still feel that. I still want to say it. That's all." Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. Seeing that she was a little uneasy, he smiled and reached out his hand, pressed on her head and rubbed it gently. He said, "All right, with a word of thanks from you, I feel that my efforts were not in vain." He didn't have any special requests. Saving the music world was just a matter of convenience. It was just that when he saw this crazy girl's dejected look, he couldn't help but want to sell it. He didn't want anything from the music world. Getting a word of thanks might be enough. Well, this was also for them. If it was someone else who asked him to do it, he would probably have to think about it for a long time. "That's not what you said last time." Chu Yingzhan lowered her head and muttered. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. There was a helpless smile on his face. "There are also many reasons. I can't possibly take care of all the matters of your family by myself. Not to mention whether you will feel guilty or not, some people with ulterior motives will probably think in the direction of whether or not I have any ulterior motives. The ways of the world are always things that can't be explained clearly." Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. "I hate those things, so I simply don't interact with so many people. Even if I don't communicate with people, I won't feel lonely. I've long been used to it. Now I also feel that, and it's pretty good to have you all by my side." That's so mushy." When Chu Yingzhan heard this, she shivered and rubbed her jade-like arms in an exaggerated manner. She felt goosebumps appear all over her body. It was truly a pity that this fellow could say this with such a deadpan expression. Yun Nuoxing laughed silently. After being interrupted by Chu Yingzhan like this, Yun Nuoxing no longer had the heart to play the zither. He had never delved into this area before, but seeing that he had obtained more than half of the immortal Emperor's 9 melodies, he had no choice but to start learning music. At the same time, he also deliberately learned a peerless level music mystic art. Why didn't he directly learn the divine level and above? This is a new area of study. The concepts above the divine level and below are two completely different concepts. There is a huge difference. Although I have music mystic arts that are above the divine level, I can only start with the peerless level for the time being. There's no rush to learn higher level ones after I've mastered them. Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. Yun Nuoshing turned his head. Chu Yingzhan was sitting next to him. She raised her head slightly and looked at the twinkling starlight in the night sky. She was slightly entranced. The sea of stars was reflected in her beautiful eyes, gathering the beautiful starlight in the night sky. This girl, look at her when she's quiet. She's quite beautiful. Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. This girl was usually crazy and crazy. She was even more energetic than you were. It was rare to see her calm down and look at her carefully. How should he put it? She was also a devastatingly beautiful woman. He had already said this when he first met her. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh. However, he glanced down and then rolled his eyes. This girl was always wearing men's clothes, so he couldn't tell anything about her. I didn't expect anything. I didn't expect anything at all. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes fiercely. He felt that his thoughts weren't normal. He didn't know if it was because he had talked about some strange topics with Xian and Ming. He, who rarely paid attention to this area, was actually thinking about that kind of thing. In the spiritual world, Ziyi, who was lying on the bed reading a book, felt a faint restlessness in the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but tease, could it be that you've been holding it in for 70 eras? Yun Nuoshing almost couldn't catch his breath. An old virgin for 70 eras. Kai Xia couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that you have that kind of, like a small problem? Do you want me to treat it? Not at all. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Thinking back to his 70 eras, he didn't have memories of most of the time in the middle, so he didn't mention it for now. Just take Quarter Moon's era. From the beginning of the 62nd era until she died at the beginning of the 70th era, he didn't think about women many times in those 9 eras. His desire in that kind of thing was probably sealed along with the chains of his heart. Could it be that you have a homosexual fetish? Ziyi was extremely shocked. Do you believe that I won't seal you if you say that again? Yun Nuoshing's face couldn't be any darker. He definitely didn't have a homosexual fetish. It was just that he didn't think about that kind of thing. Besides, when did I have so many opportunities and so much time to think about that kind of thing? I didn't have much stable time. At the beginning of the 62nd era, the war between the God world and the demon world had already begun. I've been wandering from place to place since the beginning, and the time after that was also. Anyway, in the long 9 eras, I estimate that the time I spent thinking about that kind of thing didn't even exceed an hour. Ziyi and the others were speechless. This guy could really endure it. No one would believe him if he said that his sexual function was normal. It's not my fault. It's this world. Yun Nuoshing was so angry that he laughed. Many gods and deities were virgins until they died. They don't need me. What's wrong with that? The problem is that those gods and deities probably couldn't find a partner, but you always had a girl by your side, and you still say that you have no problem? Ziyi said in annoyance. She didn't want to talk about this at first, but since he brought it up himself, she couldn't help but say, "You're a happy guy who's surrounded by flowers every day." Yun Nuoshing. He always felt that he had brought up the unopened pot of water. He opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't think of a reason to refute. After a long time, he was so depressed that he didn't say anything and ran away in a sorry state. Seeing this guy run out of the spiritual world with his tail between his legs, Ziyi closed the book in annoyance and casually threw it aside. She said, "When will we urge little Xian to push this awkward guy away?" "I agree." Kai Xia, Yi Shi, and Little White nodded expressionlessly. That. I don't agree. All right. I agree too. Lan Xen shrunk her neck, and her face was incomparably red. Everyone was stunned, and they slapped their foreheads speechlessly. So there was an infatuated little sister here. What a pity, that 10,000-year-old Siscon was a real Siscon. He never had any gentlemanly thoughts about his little sisters. He only cared about them one-sidedly. Didn't he say this morning that they were works of art? Oh right, he admired them as works of art, and he didn't have any dirty thoughts. But he can't stand the fact that his younger sister has designs on him. Unfortunately, these powerful girls don't care about him. He doesn't care about this either. He doesn't want to care about it unless he's pushed to the brink. Ziyi and Yi she looked at each other, and then looked at Mei Mao and Lan Xian with watery eyes. They couldn't help but sigh. They suddenly felt that Yun Nuoxing was a little pitiful. She was missed by her own family every day, but she didn't know it. Deling Domain, a large city on the northern edge of Kunming Land's second province. This place was only half a province away from Lingwu City in the center of Kunming Land. It was still within the influence of Lingwu City. Because of its influence, there were still quite a lot of people here. Many people were from other large regions, and they were constantly wandering around the central area. When the number of people coming and going reached a certain extent, the exchange of information would also be very fast. At least, all kinds of strange information were flying around here. A new piece of news that reached Deling Domain would spread throughout the entire city in less than 3 minutes. It was noisy and lively. For Yun Nuoxing, it was like another world. She was still used to the quiet and uninhabited world. When she entered here and heard the noise, she felt dizzy. However, after a long journey of 4 days, she still needed to take a proper rest. She didn't like crowds, but she didn't want to be completely isolated from the world. They were just travelers, not ascetics. In the restaurant, she was used to sitting by the window on the 4th floor. This restaurant was not square and hollow, so she couldn't see what was going on the lower floor. The first floor after entering the door was a rather large platform. Only those who were close to the inside could see the lower floor and the edge of the other floors. Yun Nuoxing and the others were sitting by the window, so they naturally couldn't see what was going on inside. However, there was never a lack of loud voices in this kind of place. They just needed to listen. During this period of time, there are people of the younger generation who have gone to the small divine land one after another. I've been away from there for 1,000 years, so I don't know what the situation is like now. The journey to the secret realm is over. Only a few families brought back sacred items. Apparently, the Far Light Institute was the biggest winner. They got quite a few sacred items. Didn't something happen last month? Apparently, they were jointly oppressed by a few divine institute. Celestial Godly Institute was very active. Their saint died in the secret realm. Later, they joined forces with a few divine institutes to oppress the Far Light Institute. In the end, they were slapped in the face. The strongest disciples of those divine institutes were defeated by the Far Light Institute's disciples. At least the sacred items were kept. Although they can't be traded, there's no saying that they can't be stolen. The best realm to enter the small divine land is demigod to divine king. It's said that those with 3,000 stars will have unexpected gains. What's 3,000 stars? I don't know. I heard it from the older generation, but they don't know much about it themselves. It's just a rumor passed down from generation to generation. Many people on the sovereign ranking are still in God's realm. They're not in a hurry to enter the small divine land. Some of the divine sons and daughters of the major factions have already entered. I wonder where that person who was so powerful in Kunyuan region is now. You mean Naling Godly Body? Oh, that monster. Who knows where he went? The Pavilion of Divination announced that they would no longer accept any requests related to him. Those factions who have been eyeing him are probably at their wits' end. Na Ling Godly Body has many divine weapons on him. If the Pavilion of Divination doesn't act, who can find him if he doesn't come out? But is that rumor true? More than 20,000 young experts with many divine weapons were all killed? It's true. Someone came back alive to testify. They were almost successful. When Na Ling godly body was exhausted, his companions saved him. That's why they failed. Kuan Yun's yin-yang sky collapsed and sank more than 100 meters. You can go see for yourself. The factions behind those young experts have a lot of resentment against Na Ling godly body. They painstakingly cultivated the beginner god-level experts, but they were killed like grass. However, they can't do anything about Na Ling godly body. A few years ago, several giants in God's realm joined forces and failed to take him down. I guess Na Ling godly body is still alive and well this time. Once Na Ling godly body reaches the beginner god level, then… let's not talk about this. Forget it. It's not worth talking about. Yun Nuoshing looked calm. Xian and the others looked at him strangely. They looked at each other and then at him. Seeing that he didn't have any reaction, they looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't want to talk about it. Idiot, something's wrong. A hurried voice sounded in everyone's souls, startling them. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the stairs. Then, they saw Chu Yingzhan with little purple soul on her head, pulling Little Moon and Yer over. She sat down calmly and took a sip of tea. This movement attracted some people's attention, but they just took a glance and looked away. What's wrong? What happened? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and took Little Purple Soul off Chu Yingzhan's shoulder. She held it in her arms and whispered, "Don't go out with this weird sister in the future. Be careful that she doesn't sell you." Little Purple Soul laughed and nodded, which made Chu Yingzhan short of breath. After organizing her thoughts, Chu Yingzhan quickly shared the information she had gathered outside. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They had all heard what she had just said. It was about the forces behind the group of young experts who had been slaughtered. However, her information was more accurate. Thanks to her, everyone understood that there were several thousand forces behind the group of young experts who had been slaughtered. They could only be considered as quasi-first-rate forces in the myriad god world. Some of them were first-rate forces. If these forces were to unite, even the major forces would have to raise their guard. However, the 9 shrines, which were 2 levels above them, wouldn't even bother to look at them. It was already good enough that they didn't come looking for revenge. This wasn't the end of it. Some of these people had the support of major forces. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. In summary, there's no need to care about them. In this world, only a divine-level seer can accurately find my location despite the interference of 2 divine weapons and dozens of eternal divine weapons. Yun Nuoshing didn't care. She couldn't be bothered with other things as long as they didn't get in her way. Those who dared to get in her way and cause trouble for her would end up in the giant pits in the realm of the gods. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes and waved her hand. She said, "Other than that, I've also heard other news. I can guarantee that even a fool would be interested in this news." "What news? Someone big?" The first to react was not Yun Nuoshing, but Yuan Shi and the others. They threw themselves on the table and stared at her with bright eyes. Chu Yingzhan licked her red lips and grinned. However, she didn't speak immediately. She looked at Yun Nuoshing with Mei Mao. He couldn't help but sigh. He slowly sat up straight and crossed his hands on the table. He glanced at her and said, "Speak." Chu Yingzhan smiled with satisfaction. Then, she said mysteriously, "It's about the fate of the 3,000 stars." Chapter 985. 3,000 Stars Providence. At the mention of these words, everyone, to be more precise, Yun Nuoshing, Xian, Qin Yen, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Little Moon, and Yer immediately thought of the star trial in the north of the Sourcepeak region, near the Arctic ice realm. Until now, no one had completed it, but there was no time limit for it, so there was no rush. Little star, does this 3,000 stars providence have anything to do with the star trial we took that day? Yuan Shi asked. A little. Yun Nuoshing nodded, her fingers stroking the table as she said, "After every trial in the star trial is completed, you will obtain some 3,000 stars providence, or star providence for short. This thing is different from star power, so don't confuse it. This thing is related to the laws of heaven and earth of the ancient era. In other words, the little divine land that still has the laws of that era. That special space can activate this star providence. As for its uses, it will be confusing if you know too much about it, but it is very useful." What the hell? Everyone's face darkened, but it made sense when they thought about it. They had just entered initial God tier, and they already knew a lot of things. This 3,000 stars providence was obviously related to the ancient era, and it was another part of complicated knowledge that needed to be stuffed into their heads. I will explain it to you on the way, and it will be easier to explain if there is a real example. So, crazy girl, what are you trying to say by bringing this up? Yun Nuoshing said calmly. Yes, yes. Chu Yingzhan nodded excitedly. She couldn't get a word in on what they were talking about because she had never experienced it before. Now that it was her turn to speak, she was excited for a second, and then she calmed down and said softly, "There is a place at the border between the 16th and 22nd prefectures. That place seems to contain this 3,000 stars providence. It is said to be very mysterious, and many people are gathering there. For example, some young master of some family, some genius disciple of some big faction, and so on. No wonder I saw so many people heading in that direction." Yuan Shi came to a sudden realization. They were looking down from high up in the sky and could see many things. There were especially many people who were traveling. At that time, he thought something big had happened. He didn't expect it to be this. "So, what's the name of that place?" Yun Nuoshing looked up. "Don't tell me it's some kind of historical remains again. I've heard so much about it that I've grown calluses on my ears." "Oh, it doesn't seem to be called a ruin this time." Chu Yingzhen grinned and poked her forehead with her jade-like finger. "It seems to be called the Holy Spirit Miracle." "Oh, what?" Yun Nuoshing nodded casually. Then, she froze for a moment, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Holy Spirit Miracle? Who would dare to use the two words Holy Spirit as the name of a faction in the God realm? "Oh, in any case, that place is ownerless, so it's none of our business." "What's wrong with the two words Holy Spirit?" Ming tilted his head in confusion. At the beginning of the 68th era, when hundreds of thousands of worlds attacked the God realm, the Holy Spirit realm contributed the most. The Changyuan realm was a bit better, but they also participated. Yun Nuoshing said indifferently, "Since then, even if I don't say the two words Holy Spirit, you should know what kind of influence it has." After saying that, she remembered that so many years had passed since the incident. She couldn't help but sigh softly. "Well, it's been 70 years. It's probably very difficult to find people in the God realm who still remember what happened back then. I guess there's no need to hide it anymore." Everyone suddenly understood. One of the main forces that attacked the God realm in the past? That name didn't have a good reputation here. Right. Chu Yingzhan tapped her jade-like hand lightly on the palm of her hand. She quickly took a pen and paper from Xian and bent over the table to draw something. "I also saw someone take out something and wave it around. It's said that it has something to do with the Holy Spirit miracle." Everyone craned their necks to take a look. They saw her drawing a few circles. They couldn't understand it for the time being, so they pulled their necks back. They drank 2 cups of tea and waited quietly for a while. After about 3 minutes, Chu Yingzhan threw the pen back to Xian. Then, she pushed the paper forward and said, "It's something like this." Everyone craned their necks and listened to her continue. "It's an 8-pointed star that looks like a cross, and outside it are circles that look like chrysanthemums, lotus flowers, or something else. Oh, it's an emblem. It's about this big." Chu Yingzhan opened her hand and let everyone look at it. "It's probably about the size of a palm." However, no one felt anything when they saw the emblem. They scratched their heads and tacitly looked at Yun Nuoshing. This was the time for that omniscient big boss to come out. But the big boss's expression seemed a little strange. Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened. His multicolored pupils were trembling slightly. His two diamond-shaped pupils could not help but turn in circles. It was as if they were telling the fear in his heart. His face was filled with disbelief and fear. And in those eyes, everyone seemed to have seen something. It seemed to be the scene he was reminiscing about. The stars were flickering and extinguishing, and the flames that destroyed the world descended from the sky, burning the entire galaxy. Let this world-destroying fire become the light that burns your sinful bones. The voice that echoed in his mind seemed to have been spoken yesterday. It was clear, and incomparably accurate. His memory of that day had never faded. He could never forget that scene, that day. Little star, what's wrong? Xian hurriedly pulled his arm and softly called out. Yun Nuoshing's eyes trembled slightly and returned to normal. However, he was still a little absent-minded. He reached out and touched the emblem on the paper. There was an indescribable bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. After hundreds of millions of years, spanning dozens of eras, now you're telling me that it appeared here? After crossing 3 reincarnations it appeared here? Is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That thing that couldn't be found for 16 trillion years has now appeared here? What kind of intergalactic joke is this? Seeing his abnormal expression, everyone looked at each other. Then, they looked at Chu Yingzhan and communicated with their eyes. What news did you bring back? Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. How would I know? I just saw that person holding this. It wasn't easy for me to draw it. There's definitely not much deviation. Girl, you said that place has something to do with the 3,000 stars providence? Yun Nuoshing suddenly looked at her and asked with a serious expression. Chu Yingzhan was shocked by his serious expression. After a while, she calmed down and nodded. If what I heard is true, then it should be true. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing leaned back in his chair and touched his forehead with one hand. He seemed to be a little depressed. If that's the case, then it should be true. But why? This time span is a little too illogical. Nightmare couldn't help but ask, Boss, what are you mumbling about? Yun Nuoshing was stunned and looked up. Only then did he realize that more than 10 people were looking at him with blank eyes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He quickly sat up and said, I accidentally thought of something in the past. When I saw this thing. He reached out and knocked on the 8-pointed star that Chu Yingzhan had drawn. It was unknown whether it was a lotus or a chrysanthemum. He said, during the 68th era, in a distant world away from the world of the gods, there was an ancient life form. It was known as the absolute ruler of thousands of galaxies. It had the most unique understanding of the power of the stars. Even my use of the power of the stars back then couldn't compare to it. Perhaps the current me would only be able to compete with it in terms of the power of the stars after I become a heavenly god. We speculate that its realm might be above that of a heavenly god. Everyone was stunned. This was probably the highest evaluation he had ever given to that ancient life form. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. That ancient life form left behind a 3,000-star ruins in that world. It was speculated that he had fallen, but the specifics aren't too clear. No one really witnessed his fall. Let's not talk about that for now. In short, there is a clue left behind in the 3,000-star ruins. It is the most precious thing in the entire star ruins. It has the power to change the situation of the world. That clue ultimately points to the realm of the gods. You seem to have mentioned this before? Chu Yingzhan felt that it sounded familiar. That's right. I mentioned it once in the Jiesu secret realm. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Everyone thought for a moment and realized that they had indeed heard him mention it once. No wonder they felt that it was a little familiar. Then, they realized it and their expressions changed slightly. If that was the case, wouldn't it be, this thing is related to that thing? Yuan Shi looked at the pattern and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his face. In the ancient times, it was because of this thing that at least 1,020 trillion lives were lost. Moreover, he was the one who executed it. Yun Nuoxing grabbed the piece of paper and looked at it for a while. Then, he said, "This is the symbol of the ruins, which is also the symbol of that ancient life form. I can recognize it at a glance because I have played with this thing a lot in the past. So many people from all over the universe have come to the realm of the gods and disturbed many ancient things. We have been running all over the place to appease those ancient things. At the same time, we have also been looking for the things left behind by that ancient life form. But in the end, we have not found anything." Everyone was enlightened. Yuan Shi sighed softly. "So, that means we have to make a trip to that place." Everyone nodded and looked at Yun Nuoxing. At this time, his head was still lowered and his hands were resting on his forehead. Feeling everyone's gaze, he could not help but look up and smile. "Of course, we have to make a trip. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go now." Nightmare waved his hand and jumped up from his seat. He was about to walk towards the door. "There is still the matter of the Pillar of the Origin, you idiot." Yuan Shi slapped him back and shook his head helplessly. After resting for less than an hour in the inn, the group left in a hurry. The main reason was that they had received some incredible news in Daling City. They had no choice but to leave early. However, before they left the second province, there was still one more important thing to do. That was their original purpose, so they were delayed for another half an hour. "This thing isn't really going to break, is it?" In front of the Pillar of Creation, everyone raised their heads and looked at the clanking black pillar. They were wondering if it was going to fall to the ground in the next second. Judging from the noise, some people would even believe that it was repairing an ancient artifact. A while later, Yun Nuoxing ran back with his face covered in dust. His miserable appearance gave everyone a fright. Was it really going to break down? Yun Nuoxing patted the dust off his colorful hair and said calmly, "It's past the maintenance period." Everyone was shocked. "Oh, what I mean is, it's past the maintenance period that is unshakable. Normally, it would be checked at least once every era, but it hasn't been checked for 70 years. The runes and formations at the bottom are twisted and tangled together," Yun Nuoxing explained calmly when he saw everyone's terrified expression. Everyone let out sighs of relief. They thought it was really going to break down. "I didn't hear you mention this before. Are they not broken?" Xian asked, puzzled. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while and pointed at the sky. "The ones at the front aren't that bad. I guess something that could disrupt the laws of heaven and earth happened in this world, within a radius of a few 100 billion to a few trillion miles. If it accidentally affects the Pillar of Creation, it will automatically repair the distorted laws of heaven and earth." After saying that, Yun Nuoxing sighed again. "Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You're already an old, broken machine. The laws of heaven and earth don't matter if it's repaired or not. The laws of heaven and earth will automatically repair themselves. At most, it will take a little longer. Do you think you need to do it yourself? If you break it, I have to fix it. The runes and formations are all twisted. Have you ever seen runes and formations entangled like a dead knot?" His words sounded like he was blaming the Pillar of Creation. Everyone was speechless. Thinking about it, someone who could distort the laws of heaven and earth in the divine realm was probably a powerhouse of that level. It's really not peaceful. Everyone who thought of this at the same time sighed speechlessly. As for runes and formations that turned into twisted sticks, they really hadn't seen them before. They were beyond the scope of formations and runes. Thousands of miles up in the sky. Everyone was very suspicious about this. In their memories, Yun Nuoxing always liked to fly at this altitude. Others flew at about 100 miles up in the sky, but he flew at thousands of miles up in the sky. Yun Nuoxing, the higher you fly, the farther you can see. Then, everyone stopped talking. This reason made them speechless. From their current position, they had to fly straight to the divine miracle through the 9th region. There was a distance in between, but no one was in a hurry. When they occasionally saw a city, they would go down to rest for 2 to 4 hours. At the same time, they would ask about the divine miracle. The more information they got, the more they felt that they were somewhat ill-informed. The news about the divine miracle had been spreading for a full month. The entire Kuan-Yuan region knew about it, but it didn't seem to spread to other regions. Perhaps they felt that this matter wasn't that big of a deal and didn't need to be known by everyone. Among them, the most popular news was about the fate of the 3,000 stars. As for the rest, it didn't seem to be related to other things. Just as Yun Nuoshing said, no one should know that this was related to the primordial era. Spirit Marshal City's young sect leader of the 10,000 Flames sect, Earth Cloudland's young sect leader of a powerful force that controls as many as 16 regions, Kuan Mingland's Qian family's woman. The competition is fierce. The divine miracle has existed for many years. I heard that all the families and forces have long cultivated their gods' favored ones for this place, just so that they can gain something from the divine miracle. So much talking, but what exactly is the fate of the stars? Who knows? Our elders hemmed and hawed. They just said that it can change the trajectory of one's life, and then they left. Countless people's faces darkened. Change the trajectory of one's life? What kind of change was that? Meteoric rise? Smooth sailing from then on? Or falling to the bottom was also a kind of change? When the divine miracle opened a few times before, some people went in and obtained the fate of the stars. Their strength soared by several small realms. Some even broke the seal and forcibly raised their strength by a large realm. Then, they cut the seal's duration in half before stopping. In short, such a mysterious thing spread throughout the Kuan-Yuan region in a mysterious way. Countless big shots in the Kuan-Yuan region expressed that they would wait and see. However, you can only go to the divine miracle once. You can't go in a second time. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Young people, seize the opportunity. This is your unique opportunity. But looking at your delicate appearance, it's not bad that you didn't die in there. As for breaking through, you can talk about it after you survive, little brat. The group of young people stared at the old man speechlessly. If it were not for the fact that they could not defeat him, they would have rushed up to beat him up. Along the way, many people were heading in this direction, but their speed was obviously much slower than Yun Nuoshing's group. They disappeared into the horizon in a flash. This was under the condition that Yun Nuoshing reserved a little strength. If she really hurried, she would have reached the divine miracle in an instant by entering the hollow. If the fate of the stars only has such a little use, then what's the difference between it and a fairy's item? A fairy's item can be eaten repeatedly, but there is no such thing as reusing fate. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Yun Nuoshing could not help but roll her eyes. Fate is to use the time of the heavens to nourish oneself, to follow the heavens, and to go against the heavens. This is ordinary fate. The fate of the stars is always a little unique. It's not like ordinary fate. It has nothing to do with the addition of 2 words. Everyone had a headache. She had said so much, but what exactly was the fate of the stars? Every time this question was raised, Yun Nuoshing would pretend to be very mysterious. She shook her head and smiled like a flower. You'll know when you go to the little divine land. If you don't know by then, I'll tell you. Every time this happened, everyone wanted to roll up their sleeves and beat her up. But after calculating their fighting strength, they silently put down their hands. They couldn't beat this guy. Even if their fighting strength increased tenfold, they still couldn't beat her. The 4-day journey passed very quickly. Yun Nuoshing and the others smoothly arrived at the junction of the 16th and 22nd prefectures. But before coming here, they also went to deal with the origin pillar of the 16th prefecture. That place was a little far from here. They even took a detour midway, so they didn't have to go through the Saint Spirit miracle to return. They were still thousands of miles high in the sky. In the sky, white clouds were floating at an even higher place. Their backs were facing the scorching sun, and pairs of shining eyes were looking down. Below them there was a majestic city. It looked even more magnificent under the scorching sun, emitting a scarlet light. Above the city there was a huge energy boundary. The energy boundary was a huge energy wall that surrounded the city. At the top of the wall there were waves that rose and fell. It was only tens of thousands of feet high. The energy barrier used by ordinary cities was an inverted bowl that occupied most of the sky. The energy barrier was smaller, but the energy coming from the barrier in front of them was not small at all. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood thousands of miles high in the sky. They could hear the sound of wind breaking between heaven and earth. Figures were approaching from afar. Some were flying on swords, some were riding strange beasts, and some were controlling the wind element. They whistled from all directions, landed at the edge of the barrier, and then walked into the city. The Saint Spirit City, the city closest to the Saint Spirit miracle. Yuanshi looked around, then raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Where is the Saint Spirit miracle? Nightmare tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing writing and drawing on the treasure map. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what are you doing?" "I'm marking it. At first, there was nothing on this map, so you have to mark it yourself," Yun Nuoshing said without raising his head. "What you see is what I marked myself." Everyone! How bored must he be to do such a thing? Wow, there are so many strong masters. I really want to go down and fight. Brother, let's go down and fight, shall we? Yu was so excited that her eyes lit up, making everyone feel even more ashamed. The Saint Spirit City, the place where the geniuses of the entire Kuan-Yuan region gather? Chu Yingzhan squinted at Mei Mao with a smile in her eyes. We missed it last time in the Yinyang world. This time, Yun Nuoshing silently tilted his head and looked at Chu Yingzhan and Yu, who were excited even before they went down. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes these two can be regarded as the same kind of people. Hey, Dumbo, can you go down in a cool way? Chu Yingzhan jumped over excitedly and shook his arm. Little star flashed in her eyes, making him speechless. Chapter 986. The Holy Spirit City was located at the center of the intersection of the 16th and 22nd prefectures in the Kunming land. It was quite famous and was second only to the Lingwu city in the Kunming land. The name of this city could also be heard in other large regions, but it was not as famous. Even though it was close to the miracle of the Holy Spirit and was related to the fate of the 3,000 stars, it was still the same. There were similar places in other large regions, and Yun Nuoshing knew a few of them. However, this was the first time he had heard of the miracle of the Holy Spirit. Moreover, it seemed to be related to a secret story from the Archean Age, which aroused his great interest. Unlike other cities, there was only one power in the Holy Spirit City. In other words, the city itself was a power and could be regarded as a first-class power in the Kuan-Yuan region. Other large cities were divided into 2 or 3 powers. Except for some special powers, most of them should be like this. When a god's strength reached the middle or high level, he could open up an inexhaustible space by himself. Land was absolutely not a problem, unless a large number of outsiders were needed to support the operation of the power. For example, the great power of the Kuan-Yun land, which occupied 16 states, each had its own characteristic. The reputation and power of the Holy Spirit City were first class in the Kuan-Yuan region, and with the help of the miracle of the Holy Spirit, it was constantly growing. In terms of scale, it was almost catching up with the Lingwu city. Every time the miracle of the Holy Spirit was about to open, the liveliness of the city would multiply several times. People from all over the Kuan-Yuan region and even some other large regions would come because of its reputation. I don't know if it's because I've seen too many other cities, but I always feel that there's nothing different. Yun Nuoshing and the others stepped into the Holy Spirit City and looked at the luxurious buildings that were similar in size. Yuanshi held the back of his head with his hands and said lazily. They had seen many big cities, but after seeing so many of them, they realized that the templates seemed to be the same, and the styles were different. Almost all of them are like this. I once managed 3,000 big cities on behalf of my family. I ran around and saw that the layout of those cities was the same. Nightmare waved his hand and grinned. However, every big city will have a symbolic building. If there isn't one, it will be a joke. It only has the name big, but it doesn't even have a soul. Spirit Marshal City's Light Spirit Cloud Tower, Holy Sky City's Holy Sky Pavilion, Sea God Domain's 6 Shore Docks, Sunglow City's High Light Academy. These are all places where the souls of those large cities reside. Divine Sky Pavilion? Isn't that place for drinking tea? Yuanshi was surprised. Before he met Yun Nuoshing, he had stayed in Divine Sky City for a long time and often went to the Divine Sky Pavilion. He had even treated that place as a teahouse. Nightmare looked at him speechlessly and coughed lightly. Young master of the Yuan family, it's normal for those who know you to invite you in. Cough cough, that place can't be entered if you don't have a certain status. Occasionally there will be a large divine feast, and it has once hosted divine spirits and heavenly gods. Even now, if you don't have a certain status, even if you have the strength of divine underworld or above, you can't enter if you don't have a certain reputation. That place can be said to have the highest hospitality in the divine realm. Nightmare talked nonstop. As a member of the Nightwalker Alliance, he knew more about these things than Yun Nuoshing. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao spun around. Then what is the soul building of this Holy Spirit City? That. Nightmare shook his head and pointed at a tall pavilion in the city. At first glance, one could tell that its style was very different from the surrounding buildings. Everyone looked into the distance and saw the extremely eye-catching building at a glance. They muttered to themselves. As expected, when they entered the city, they saw the unusually tall building and felt that it must be a little different. They didn't expect it to be the soul building that Nightmare was talking about. It was a pavilion with a green main body. Along the golden line, there were 4 tall towers surrounding the pavilion in a circle. On the top of each of the 4 tall towers, there was a different exotic beast carved on each of them. They looked like dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants, exuding an indescribable aura. The Heavenly Beast Pavilion. Before the opening of the divine miracle of the Divine Spirit City, all the geniuses and experts of the younger generation will choose to stay there. The 4 heavenly beast statues also symbolize that the young people who can enter this place are all dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants, Nightmare said. You don't dare to put the 4 heavenly beasts up there? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask. Nightmare rolled his eyes and said, In the realm of the gods, I don't think anyone would dare to use the 4 heavenly beasts as statues. Even if it's a totem, they would only dare to carve it vaguely. As he said that, he was stunned. He scratched his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Everyone else also looked at Yun Nuoshing thoughtfully. It seemed like this big shot didn't count? Seeing everyone looking at her, Yun Nuoshing shrugged helplessly and said, There is a statue of Feng Er in the Dark God Temple. It was carved by Feng Er and Feng Er when they were bored during the quarter moon. The charm of the statue is 100% restored. Those with weak souls would go blind just by looking at it. Everyone smiled bitterly. As expected, this guy was unusual. If that's the case, why don't we go take a look at that place? We might be able to obtain some useful information from that place. We haven't heard much about the divine miracle, and the information we gathered along the way doesn't seem to be enough, Chu Chen said as he scratched his head. You want to go in and have some fun, right? Chu Yingzhan said faintly as she looked at her younger brother with narrowed eyes. Chu Chen chuckled and didn't object. The Heavenly Beast Pavilion sounds very grand, doesn't it? It gathers the young experts from all over the Kuan-Yuan region. Those on the legendary leaderboard might even be there. Big Brother Yun, with your strength, why don't you go in and have a seat? The last sentence was said by Yun Nuoxing. He sighed helplessly and said, "Why does it sound like a place for birds and beasts to nest in?" Everyone! That one sentence extinguished their last bit of hope of going in. Furthermore, I don't really like the atmosphere inside. It's a gathering of a bunch of kids. If I had the time, I would have been able to find the location of the divine miracle and go in myself. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and sighed. Everyone! There were still many things in this world that kids like them couldn't do. You shouldn't get involved in our field in the end. He was still dragged by a group of enthusiastic companions toward that place. Seeing the curious gazes of the people around him, Yun Nuoxing felt that he couldn't take it anymore. He was dragged forward like a puppet, and he cried in his heart. Actually, in my heart, I don't want to go in. The group of more than 10 people chatted and laughed along the way, causing many people to stop and watch. After walking for 2 hours, they finally arrived at a place near the center of the Divine Miracle City. It was mainly because the group of girls were walking and stopping on the streets, as if they were shopping. Furthermore, this city wasn't small. Rather than saying that they were walking, it would be more accurate to say that they were flying along the ground. Every step they took covered 100 or 1,000 meters. When they arrived in front of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, the group raised their heads and looked at the place that was surrounded by a circle of courtyards. The 4 towers that were carved with statues couldn't be climbed up. The main body of the courtyard was the greenish-gold pavilion in the middle, and there was a huge signboard hanging at the top of the door. 4 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Heavenly Beast Pavilion. These 4 words carried an invisible arrogance and an oppressive aura. It was as if it was testing whether the people standing in front of the door were qualified to enter. It implied that those who could enter were all giants among men, and they were rare talents that only appeared once in 100 or 1,000 years. Ordinary people would probably go weak in the knees when they saw the signboard. It should have been like this, but when they thought of what Yun Nuoxing had just said, and then saw the people gathered inside, chattering and talking like a nest of birds and beasts gathered in a wet market, everyone felt helpless. Were they really going to go in? Why did they suddenly not want to go in? There were countless people gathered outside the walls, and they were all young people. Their eyes were sparkling as they looked at the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. There was a hint of longing in their eyes, and when they saw the people in the main pavilion, there was even a hint of admiration in their eyes. Then, when they thought of themselves, they couldn't help but sigh. However, they didn't want to leave and only wanted to take a few more glances. In the end, it was Nightmare who roared and then pushed Yun Nuoxing forward. The people behind him came back to their senses and hurriedly followed. They threw away the inexplicable feelings of powerlessness in their hearts and walked through the crowd toward the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. There were many guards standing beside the wall of the courtyard. More than a meter in front of the wall was an empty area. It seemed that the guards had restricted the view of the area. "Please stop and report your names." Yun Nuoxing's group walked to the entrance of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion under the gazes of the crowd. A guard stepped out and cupped his hands at them. He said in a deep voice, "Only those who can be considered famous among the younger generation are allowed to enter. The rest of you, please stop." His voice was dull and stiff, and no other emotions could be heard. Yun Nuoxing turned around and rolled her eyes at the crowd. "It's so troublesome. There are so many rules. It's just a small place to drink tea and there are so many rules. The place where the little brats gather has especially many rules. It's smelly and troublesome. Just like the people inside, it's easy to put on airs but easy to lose it." Chu Yingzhan wanted to cry but had no tears. "Idiot, can you save some face for the young experts of the Kuan-Yuan region?" Nightmare raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to say something. Yuan Shi pulled him back and cupped his hands at the guard. He smiled and said, "Brother, we are cultivating in seclusion, so we can't mention our names. It's said that only the favored ones are allowed to enter the heavenly beast pavilion, but it shouldn't be a problem if we are strong enough. Is there any other way for us to verify it? When the guard heard this, he frowned and sneered in his heart. Just this sentence alone was enough to treat Yuan Shi and the others as a group of people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. There were a group of divine sons and a few demigods in the group. How strong could such people be? The guard smiled and shook his head. He said, "Please tell us your names. It'll be easier to arrange things inside." The group of people gathered here easily attracted the attention of others. It was easy to overlook this place from the top of the main pavilion. Some people also looked down. When they saw a group of people with low strength, they couldn't help but sneer. Then, more people looked down with mocking eyes. Some people even called their friends to watch the show. A group of divine sons and demigods want to come in? Hey, don't say that. There's still a divine king. I heard that they want to test their strength on the spot. Do they think this is a stage? Is this an opera troupe? Presumptuous laughter came from upstairs. Everyone who heard it turned their eyes. Then, they couldn't help but turn around to watch the show. It was good to see something fun to pass the time. Yun Nuoxing's helpless smile gradually disappeared as he was stared at by so many people like they were watching a zoo. He tilted his head and shook his head at Yuan Shi and the others. He said, "Forget it. I'm not going." Seeing that his expression had changed, Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and didn't insist. It was better to leave now. If they waited a little longer, his patience would be worn out. There would be trouble to deal with again. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, not only the people in the pavilion, but even the group of people behind him who were looking forward to the heavenly beast pavilion couldn't help but laugh. Some of the guards couldn't help but stiffen their faces and smile with difficulty. In their eyes, this group of people was too funny. Could it be a group of opera troupes? Were they here to perform today? The presumptuous laughter made Yuan Shi and Xian cover their eyes. These laughs were really unpleasant. They probably didn't want to watch the next scene. Presumptuous. You should feel honored that we are willing to enter this small place. How dare you look down on us in this insignificant place in the Kuan-Yuan region? Nightmare shouted coldly and made a final struggle. He was about to announce his identity when someone patted his shoulder. His heart thumped. He turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing's face darkening. However, it was obvious that he was still restraining himself. "That's why I said that I don't like these places. I like to judge people by their appearance and use their background as a pass," Yun Nuoxing said helplessly as he shrugged at Yuan Shi and the others. Everyone spread their hands helplessly. It couldn't be helped that he didn't like to announce his background. However, if he had announced his name, it wouldn't be so lively today. Why didn't he think about how many people with high status were gathered in this group? The spiritual divine physique, the young master of the Yuan family, the young master of the Nightwalker Alliance, the divine lady of the Qin family, the son of Chu Shin's daughter, and so on. Chu Shin's name was still very useful in the Kuan-Yuan region. Yun Nuoxing walked forward and said to the guard, "What do you think is? Well, what's that? Is there a bottom line for entering this heavenly beast pavilion?" Hearing this, the guard sneered. The first generation of the younger generation has to be at least an ultimate god. The second generation of the divine son has to be at least a third transformation rank. Demigods are not allowed to enter. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly when he heard this. "You are only a fourth transformation divine son." After saying that, he raised his chin toward the back. A shadow suddenly rushed out from the group of people. Chi! That figure was extremely fast, so fast that not everyone in the pavilion could catch sight of it. Immediately, some people's expressions changed. That guard was also startled. He only felt a strong pressure coming from in front of him. When he saw it clearly, he saw a fist with a huge force pressing down on the air, causing his armor to make clanging sounds. "You're courting death." The guard's expression changed as he shouted coldly. divine essence suddenly burst out from his body. With a low shout from his throat, his divine essence condensed in a unique form. Then, he threw out a punch. His divine essence burst out like a volcanic eruption and collided head-on with the fist. Bang! The two fists with huge energy collided in the most direct way. A burst of energy exploded, and a wave of air burst out, causing many people behind to tremble. Some people hurriedly retreated, but when they touched the people behind them, they immediately fell like dominoes. The guard's eyes widened. The fist that was blasted out with a mystic skill trembled slightly. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. He only felt that the end of his fist seemed to have touched a sleeping giant beast. A sleeping but incomparably violent power was brewing. A moment later, it surged out violently. Boom! After a loud collision sound, the wave of air weakened. The guard's wrist was bent into a strange arc. That huge fist with almost all of its strength brushed past his arm and directly smashed into his chest. Instantly, his blood and chi were in turmoil. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his body flew backward in a sorry state. His entire body crashed into the wall and was embedded in it. His eyes rolled back, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became much quieter. Many people's eyes were filled with surprise. Some of their gazes were filled with ridicule, but they immediately became interested. They didn't expect that a fourth revolution divine sun guard couldn't even take a punch from a demigod realm brat. In any case, there was a difference of 1 or 2 realms between them. Chu Chun clapped his hands and yawned lazily. He looked at the others and said, "I am the weakest in this team. You guys should be glad that Big Sister didn't make a move. Otherwise, there would be another hole in the Holy Spirit City. Those who are deeply grateful can kneel at the side." Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with black lines. She raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head. "Why are you talking so much? Moreover, why did this brat also call her Big Sister? He was a guy, okay?" The surrounding people and the pavilion looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others in a different light. They didn't know how much they believed Chu Chen's words, but they looked at Chu Chen with some interest. Indeed, the people who came here weren't simple. A demigod also had such strength. Just as they were about to walk to the back, Chu Chen paused and revealed a clean and sunny smile. "Oh, I forgot to mention. We are the 3rd generation." Once this was said, many people narrowed their eyes. The 3rd generation? The 3rd generation had already entered the initial demigod realm? The timeline now should still be struggling at the demigod realm. Even the people from the major forces didn't have the power to force the 3rd generation of the younger generation to enter the initial demigod realm. The gap between the demigod realm and the initial demigod realm required the accumulation of time. They all came from that realm and knew how exaggerated the gap was. "Now, can we go in?" Yun Nuoshing looked at the other guards indifferently and said, "If you still can't, it's not impossible for the few of us, who are merely demigods, to take action. Bear the consequences." Once this was said, the faces of the guards stiffened. Other than someone pulling out the captain, who was embedded in the wall, no one else said anything. Those who were standing by the door didn't block them in the first place. At that moment, they even moved their bodies to make way for them. Yun Nuoshing and the others smiled faintly before stepping into the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. This time, no one dared to stop them. Chu Chen lowered his head and looked at his fist. Although his expression didn't change, he was shouting excitedly in his soul. "Big Brother Yun! Big Brother Yun! This god art is so powerful. I can't even use 1/10,000th of its power. In the end, I killed a divine son with one punch. This is the first time I've killed a divine son." Seeing that he was about to turn into a nightmare, Chu Yingzhen glared at him fiercely and said in his soul, "You can't even use 1/10,000th of its power, yet you're still so arrogant." Yuanshi laughed loudly in his soul and gave Chu Chen a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Little Chen, you still have a lot to learn. However, you did well this time. You've gained face. Chu Chen chuckled and scratched his head. He heard Ming say, "This time, I have to specially mention a certain hot-blooded fellow. He actually didn't impulsively open a hole here. He restrained himself very well." Yun Nuoshing shrunk her neck. Everyone laughed dryly. They didn't need to mention the name to know who he was referring to. Just as they were about to walk to the front of the pavilion, the atmosphere suddenly changed. It was very sudden. It was an oppressive force that directly descended on everyone. Ming and the others' expressions changed. Someone was actually using his aura to oppress them. Was he trying to intimidate them? Xian and the others were shocked. This was the oppressive force of a divine king. However, before they could react, the flammable and explosive object beside them went berserk. "Brother! Wait!" Ming was so anxious that she directly shouted. However, just as the oppressive force appeared and her voice sounded, Yun Nuoshing's eyes were already burning with anger. His perception was sharper than theirs. Before they could sense it, he had already sensed something in advance. At this time, the power of the stars in his body was boiling. Boom! A huge starlight pillar that was thousands of feet tall descended, reflecting countless sparks. The oppressive force of a divine king was defeated by the most tyrannical force. Everyone inside and outside the heavenly beast pavilion was shocked. An earth-shattering force descended from the starlight pillar, causing everyone to be short of breath. Their eyes reflected the dazzling starlight pillar and were filled with shock. Coming here today was the wrong choice. If there is a next time, I will definitely not choose to walk into this *T place again. F*CKU* and %at. I should have flattened this building with a slap just now. Yun Nuoshing's expression was cold. A mere divine king dared to use his aura to oppress him. Originally, he should have maintained a calm state of mind and ignored this. A giant dragon did not need to talk to ant. However, he felt inexplicably unhappy and irritable. Then, he exploded. "Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This is what you want. Endless ants." Rumble! Energy that was enough to shake the entire world gathered in midair. The aura made everyone who sensed it turn pale. Was he killing the chicken to warn the monkey? With this energy, even the monkey would be killed by him. Who was he trying to show off to? Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. This was really... Why did he provoke this flammable and explosive object for no reason? Wasn't the words spoken at the door enough? What was the point of showing off? What was the point of saying that the strongest of a generation would not bicker with the third generation? Although no one had said this before, this did not seem to be the time to say this. This flammable and explosive object included the entire heavenly beast pavilion in its attack range. If this starfall were to hit, who would be able to block it without a high-level god? Just as Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly and were about to persuade him, Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly relaxed. The starlight pillar and the violent star force trembled slightly and then disappeared. Everyone was stunned. When they turned their heads and saw his calm expression, they scratched their heads in confusion. Did this explosive object calm down on its own? Although the star arts had stopped circulating, the thick star chi that permeated the surroundings still made it difficult for many people to breathe. It would probably take a while for the star chi to dissipate. Moreover, the atmosphere here had become as quiet as death. There wasn't even a single sound. Let's go. Seeing that the surroundings had quietened down, Yun Nuoshing smiled at everyone. He waved his hand and walked into the heavenly beast pavilion. Everyone was confused and felt that this scene was weird. However, it was a good thing that the attack did not hit, although they did not understand what had happened. Chapter 987. Ignoring everyone's strange gazes, Yun Nuoshing led the group into the heavenly beast pavilion. This time, no one tried to play any tricks. Many people were shocked by what had happened just now. Their hands were trembling non-stop, let alone playing any trick. "Heroes, please follow me." After entering the heavenly beast pavilion, a maid led them to their accommodations. Yuan Shi and the others were even more confused. However, this was not important. They saw that the maid's legs were trembling as she walked, and her expression was also unnatural. They could not help but shake their heads. Little Star's deterrence was too frightening. This maid was obviously not very strong. At this moment, her aura was chaotic, and she could not control her body well. After arranging a very good room for everyone, the maid bowed and left as if she was running away. It was as if her life would be in danger if she stayed even a second longer. "You've scared everyone." Ziyan patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder in annoyance and said. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. A bunch of brats. They didn't learn anything else well. Putting on airs, looking down on others, and using power to suppress others is something they are very familiar with. When I was young, when I was a beginner celestial, I had never been so impudent. It's really annoying. Yuan Shi thought for a moment. He felt that Yun Nuoxing was trying to say that he had never tried to use power to suppress others for no reason. He shook his head and sat down on the soft sofa. He looked around the luxurious room and looked at Yun Nuoxing. "Then why did you stop at the end? I felt that you were really going to blow me up at that moment." Yun Nuoxing tilted his head. "Oh, someone just called out to me." "Someone?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. After confirming that it was not one of their own, they became even more confused. They did not know who had stopped this flammable and explosive object. Yes, some people said that they needed help. It seems like they know something. Yun Nuoxing smiled mysteriously. Everyone was speechless. This guy was keeping them in suspense again. Or did he actually not know so much? In a dimly lit room that was filled with the faint smell of books, several people were sitting at a table. The aura that rippled around them would occasionally cause the space to tremble faintly. Strands of divine thoughts were intertwined here. The Saint Spirit miracle will open in 2 days. Will it be the same this year? The energy defenses of the final destination never showed any signs of weakening. However, the 7 guides responsible for handling the barrier are ready, and I wonder if they could lead everyone to open the barrier. That's a powerful defense formed by the thickest aura of the stars. It needs to be broken by the power of the stars. Other than that, even high-level gods can't do anything about it. I think this kind of pointless attempt should be abandoned. Speaking of the power of stars, isn't the little girl we saw just now a power of stars? Didn't you touch it? We don't know her background, so I don't recommend pulling her in. But she might be able to find the final destination by herself. The power of the stars in her body is too strong. What if she opens it with her power? In the past, the younger generation who could go to the final destination were all heroes. She's just a demigod. How can she go there? Oh, old man, don't be so stubborn. If you can't open it, it's a wasted trip. Every time, you bring less than 100 people to the final destination. I think that's why you can't break the barrier. Also, how can you be so old and muddle-headed? That little girl's power level, you dare to treat her as a demigod? Just based on what she showed just now, you don't dare to treat her as a demigod, do you? Everyone was silent. Indeed, the intensity of that pillar of starlight and its attack power were enough to deal with some weaker high-tier god. How could a mere demigod attack? Maybe they have some kind of background, that brat said. One of them gently stroked the table and said in a soft voice. Devil Nightmare's words were still echoing in their ears. In the myriad god world, there were people who dared to call the Holy Spirit city a fart. However, those people were people from the true hegemons of the myriad god world. As far as they knew, there didn't seem to be any descendant of a hegemon in the myriad god world who would come to this place. Training in seclusion? That person shook his head doubtfully and reached out to knock on the table. No matter what, let's check it out. This matter concerns the final destination. I don't want to let a demigod in without knowing anything, even if she can help. Someone nodded. That person thought for a while and said, "Oh, be careful when you check it out. It's best to look at those giants and see if there are any secluded disciples who have yet to be discovered. It's best to get in touch with them. Hearing this, the others nodded without any objections. They looked at each other, and with a sway of their bodies, they silently disappeared from their chairs. In the room, Yun Nuoshing sat quietly on the sofa with her eyes closed. She held a ball of golden light in her right hand. Circles of invisible energy waves were emitted from the Book of Epic. Then, they entered the void and quickly spread out in all directions at an indescribable speed. They rushed out of the pavilion, out of the courtyard, and out of the Holy Spirit City. Xian and the others held their chins and looked at her quietly. They yawned and stretched from time to time, looked around, and waited for a while. Devil Nightmare dozed off for the umpteenth time. After smashing his head on the table, he raised his head blankly and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Everyone looked at him with a puzzled expression. They were about to fall asleep when this guy knocked his head on the table and woke them up. Nightmare laughed dryly and scratched his head. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoshing and couldn't help but mutter, "Boss, you still haven't found where the Holy Spirit miracle is?" No one knew if this urging worked or if the detection had reached its limit, but the invisible waves disappeared with a whoosh. The ball of golden light also disappeared. Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes and looked at everyone. She tilted her head and said, "I can't find it." Everyone was stunned. "Huh!" Yun Nuoshing shook her head. "I used my soul detection in the void and searched 100 million miles around the Holy Spirit City. I even extended it to 1 billion miles to take a look, but I didn't find anything." "It's hidden?" Xian asked. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoshing rubbed her fingers on her thighs. After a while, she nodded and said, "That's the only way. Even I can't find it. There's an 80% chance that it was left behind by that ancient life. However, the Holy Spirit miracle seems to have opened many times. Could it have left behind some special methods? For example, the space in the pillar of creation. Could the two be of the same nature?" Little Purple Soul shook her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing in deep thought. After a while, she suddenly jumped up and grabbed Yun Nuoshing's hair. She giggled and said, Brother, I want to eat something delicious." Yun Nuoshing cried out in pain. She quickly held her in her arms and waved her hand as she walked toward the door. "Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Let's go eat. Girl, don't pull me." If she didn't serve this little girl well, she wouldn't have peace in the future. When everyone saw Yun Nuoshing being chased out to eat by a little girl, they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They quickly followed. Nightmare hurriedly followed Yun Nuoshing and said, "Although the level of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion isn't as exaggerated as the Holy Heaven Pavilion, it's still used to entertain the younger generation of the Kuan Yuan region. There's a lot of good stuff there." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He didn't really care, but Little Purple Soul's eyes lit up when she heard that there would be delicious food. She became even more excited. Yun Nuoshing comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. She sat on his shoulder and shook her head. Then, she hugged Little Magic, who was sleeping soundly on his head. She rubbed Little Magic's round body with her two small hands as if she was kneading dough. She pinched his face into a funny shape. "Woo woo!" Little Magic resisted twice and cried out. Suddenly, he felt that the little girl was rubbing him quite comfortably. He wagged his tail and stopped struggling. Xiao Xian, who was curled up on Yun Nuoshing's neck, glanced at him with disdain when she saw this. She rubbed her face against Yun Nuoshing's cheek twice before retreating back into Yun Nuoshing's collar. The group listened to Nightmare's skillful introduction as they walked toward the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. He had only arrived today, but for some reason, he knew more than the others. It could only be said that as the young master of the Nightwalker Alliance, he must have many methods of gathering information that they didn't know about, even if it was just some trivial information. Nightmare led the group to the top floor. That was the best spot. With their status, they naturally wouldn't stay at the bottom floor. However, just as they reached the top floor, Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. However, she didn't say anything. The guards on the top floor seemed to have been notified beforehand. They carefully observed the group for a while and didn't stop them. A portion of the people in the Heavenly Beast Pavilion noticed this large group of people. When they saw them walk up to the top floor, their faces trembled slightly. However, when they thought of what had happened not long ago, no one said anything. They knew that this group of people who looked weak had flammable and explosive items. The group found a good spot to sit down. Nightmare called a maid over and gave her some instructions. Then, he stretched lazily, ignoring the gazes of all the god kings on this floor. After he finished stretching, he saw that Yun Nuoshing had only helped Little Purple Soul settle down. She didn't sit down. She still had little magic on her head, and her expression was extremely calm. Little Star. Xian sharply sensed that something was wrong. She pulled his hand and asked gently. Yun Nuoshing replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I'm going to take a walk. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble." Everyone smiled bitterly. If you put it this way, you would be even more worried. However, looking at his calm expression, they did not say anything. Yun Nuoshing nodded and carried little Huan in his arms, then walked to the side. The interior of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion was much bigger than it looked from the outside. The top floor was even more spacious. There weren't many tables and chairs, and there were fewer than the tables and chairs downstairs. After all, only the most outstanding people of the younger generation were allowed to come here. When Yun Nuoshing walked around half a circle and passed by some seats, those people raised their heads and glanced at him. When they saw that it was him, the perverted person who had caused such a huge commotion and scared a group of people to death, their cheeks twitched. They looked away unnaturally and pretended that he didn't exist. "Little sister Yu Xian." A melodious voice rang out, causing Yun Nuoshing to be stunned. He turned his head and looked to the side. Then, he saw a lady in green at a table looking at him with a smile. Her face was beautiful, her cheeks were white, and her smile was very sweet. Her voice had some rhythm to it. Obviously, she was a sound lawyer. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a few seconds. After looking at her carefully, he realized that he had seen this woman once in the Joha Galaxy in Spirit State City. She was Qing Yu from the pavilion. She was waving at him and inviting him to a gathering. There were a few people beside Qing Yu. One of them was a man with his eyes narrowed as he tasted wine. He looked amiable. His long brown hair was loose, and there was a hint of fighting spirit between his eyebrows. There was another woman with fair skin. She looked ethereal. Her pretty face was calm, but her expression was slightly cold. Yun Nuoshing had seen these two people once. He seemed to be the Emperor of War on the Kuan-Yuan region's supreme list. That person and the Emperor Might Emozihan seemed to have some grudges against each other. He didn't expect them to be able to sit at the same table calmly at this time. The other two people seemed to be quite extraordinary as well. There was divine light flowing around their bodies, and there was a transparent airflow flowing between their eyebrows. This was the leaked soul power which was almost crystallized. It was the symbol of a god-level soul. Not all souls could advance to god level at the same time. These two people were obviously not simple to be able to cultivate at the same time. In the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, it seemed that not many people had noticed how powerful a group of people was sitting at this table. Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment. Seeing this, the Emperor of War opened his eyes and smiled at him. He nodded and said with a smile, "Fairy Yu knows the past and the present. Although you are only at the demigod level, the strength you revealed made us feel ashamed of our inferiority. It is admirable. I seem to have seen the rise of a god." Emperor Might Emozihan rolled her eyes and nodded at Yun Nuoshing. Her pretty face stiffened into a smile, as if she had not smiled for a long time. "Hello." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly, shook his head, and walked over. He nodded at the few people. Qing Yu introduced the other man and woman. They were the Wind Emperor and the Array Emperor. One was proficient in the wind element, while the other seemed to have high attainments in magic arrays. The Array Emperor was the Array Emperor. The Array Emperor was that woman. She was thin and small, and when she curled up, she might only be a small ball. Her face had an unhealthy paleness, and her eyes were very weak. Yun Nuoshing observed that her aura was very weak. Although she was still in the Divine King realm, he felt that she was weaker than other Divine Venerable Expert. She was very weak. However, her soul was very strong, much higher than her own realm. From what he could sense, it was about the 5th grade of the divine rank. The Wind Emperor was a somewhat thin and weak man. He had a delicate face, a skinny figure, and a head of long blue hair. According to Qin Yu, his hair was because he had gone in the wrong direction while cultivating the divine technique. From then on, he could only find a new path by himself. After cultivating the wind and lightning divine origin, his hair had changed from black to this color. He had a perseverance that ordinary people would not be able to achieve. Yun Nuoshing also nodded, agreeing with this statement. He was only in the Divine King realm, but he had the courage to find a new path by himself when cultivating the divine technique went wrong instead of giving up and cultivating another divine technique. The sovereign ranking is nothing. It's not hard to admit that others are strong. But Fairy Yu's move really made me feel ashamed. If she attacked, even if I defended with all my strength, I wouldn't be able to last more than a second. The Emperor of War waved his hand nonchalantly when he talked about what he just said. The other 3 on the sovereign ranking were silent for a while. They nodded. It was true. Don't make fun of me. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Being blocked in front of everyone and being forced to fight just like a monkey in a circus. What's there to mention? Anyone with a bit of pride wouldn't be able to stand it. Fairy Yu's intimidation method is understandable. The Wind Emperor laughed. If it were me, I would do the same. That guard looked down on people too much. That guard deserved to be hit. That aura was too oppressive. Emperor Might Mo Zihan expressed her opinion concisely. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. This girl was also fierce. Qin Yu pulled Yun Nuoshing to sit down. He didn't come here to sit, but he didn't expect to see them. He wasn't good at refusing, so he sat down and waited for a while. You came here as a group? Yun Nuoshing asked curiously. He didn't expect these people on the sovereign ranking to be together. The Emperor of War nodded and said, "The Saint Spirit's miracle can only be visited once in a lifetime. However, it seems that there aren't more benefits if one's strength is too high. Instead, it will be limited. According to the people who have entered the Saint Spirit's miracle in the past, the Divine King or Divine Emperor realm is probably the best. Of course, it doesn't mean that there aren't any benefits if one's realm is lower. I can't tell you the specifics. In the Saint Spirit's miracle, there is a final place. Every year, the Saint Spirit City will send a few powerful divine kings and divine emperors to bring the strongest 100 or 200 people of the younger generation to the final place." The Array Emperor's voice was very soft and soft. It was as if speaking a little louder would make her feel uncomfortable. But there is a very strong barrier outside the final destination. It is said that it is condensed by the power of the stars and is very strong. It can only be broken by condensing the power of a high-level god. Over the years, no one has ever entered the final destination. What's there? Yun Nuoshing's heart moved slightly as she asked. I'm not too sure. Maybe there is a scroll of divine-grade divine secret art, or maybe there are many divine-grade mystic techniques and mystic skills. Maybe there is a formation that surpasses the divine-grade divine restriction. Some people also say that there is the ultimate fate of the stars inside. It is incomparably mysterious. These are all just speculations. No one knows what is inside. Qin Yu shook her head. They also didn't know. Her goal was very clear. She said bluntly that she had taken a fancy to his strange and powerful strength. She wanted to form an alliance with them. If the final place really opened, they would naturally be able to get the most out of it. Moreover, it was a rather special year now. In the past, there would always be people from the demon clan inside. This time, there might be more experts from the demon clan. As they were all from the human clan, they naturally had to gather together. My big family is a little too big. Aren't you worried that the rewards won't be evenly distributed? Yun Nuoshing said with a smile. When Qing Yu heard this, she shook her head with a smile. Since you bring about the same number of the strongest Yus every time, it is possible that the rewards are enough to be distributed. Moreover, little sister Yusin's group doesn't seem to be that simple. Walking in a formless aura that is emitted, a sea of blood overflows the sky, corpses of gods and demons lie on the ground, and galaxies collapse. It is just like a group of gods from the end of the world, walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, bringing with them a rain of blood. That Wind Emperor smacked his lips. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. There was no compliment in his words. He truly felt that the aura of Yun Nuoshing's group was extraordinary. It was very terrifying. Their brains must have short-circuited to use their aura to oppress this group of people. Emo Zihan opened her eyes. She glanced at Yun Nuoshing with lingering fear. Then, she looked at Xian and Yuan Shi's group, who were stretching their necks to look at them from afar. After a moment, she turned her gaze away and said. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Qing Yu looked at them reproachfully and said, "Don't make little sister Yusin's group sound so scary." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. After a moment, she said suspiciously, "Oh, by the way, isn't there another spirit emperor on the sovereign list? Why didn't you call him? That kid is dead. In the Yin-Yang world, he was killed by the most terrifying existence of absolute violence among the younger generation." At the mention of him, Emperor of War's cheeks twitched. He waved his hand and said, "We don't get along with him. That guy can do anything in order to become stronger. He has no bottom line to speak of. I don't like to associate with him. Even though we are both sovereigns of Kuan Yuan, we don't have much interaction. We even fought before, but we couldn't completely determine the winner, but it is widely acknowledged that he is stronger. Bat Demon Cultivator, who specializes in sucking human blood at night." Emperor might used a very simple sentence to describe Spirit Emperor, and then sighed. Spirit Emperor was the #1 person, and it was also because of his ruthlessness that he was able to reach the #1 position. Now that he is dead, the forces behind him probably won't agree, but no one can say anything. That battle was too tragic, the Formation Emperor said with an unnatural expression. They had all heard about the battle in the Yin-Yang world. More than 20,000 people of the younger generation died in that battle, including the experts of the demon race. Moreover, there were even more mid-grade and even high-grade divine tools that were destroyed. At the beginning, they were all shocked and panicked for the divine body, but after hearing about it, especially after knowing the final result, their mood suddenly became inexplicable. They didn't know what to say. It seemed that apart from being powerful, it could only be described as abnormal. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and kept laughing. It seemed that no one recognized him. That would be for the best. There were too many people who died that day, and probably not many people knew what the divine body looked like. This matter would be hidden until the day it couldn't be hidden anymore. Let's wait until that day. Chapter 988. After bumping into Qing Yu's group by chance, Yun Nuoshing sat down and chatted for a while. He drank 2 cups of tea in place of wine before taking his leave. He didn't forget his objective. He stood up and looked at a certain table of people. When he saw that they hadn't left, his gaze suddenly became profound. He turned around and greeted them with a smile. After that, he carried little magic and walked towards that table of people. His body began to emit an aura that wasn't obvious but was extremely frightening. That aura! The Wind Emperor's face twitched. This was an aura that originated from the soul. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, stars falling and galaxies shattering. It was as if he had seen the end of the world. This aura was engraved in the soul and had nothing to do with one's realm. With Yun Nuoxing's previous identity, he could casually pick one or two of the scenes he had seen in his life. When he stood in front of anyone with this aura, it would make their soul tremble. Does little sister Yusin have some grudges with that table of people? Qing Yu looked at the place where Yun Nuoxing walked towards. Mei Mao blinked and asked in confusion. He's oppressing that person with his aura. Mo Zihan glanced at that table of people and closed her eyes. An eye for an eye. The few of them let out a long "oh" to show that they understood. After that, they looked over as if they were watching a show. Yun Nuoxing was emitting a frightening aura from head to toe. His eyes flickered with a colorful light. He was like a demon god. However, he was currently hugging a pet with an expressionless face. He looked like an ignorant little girl hugging a pet. However, the aura he was emitting was extremely frightening, causing everyone to keep quiet out of fear. This contrast was enough to scare people to death. Standing in front of that table of people, Yun Nuoxing didn't say anything. He only used his colorful eyes to stare at the person who dared to oppress him with his aura. There were 4 Divine King experts at this table of people. However, no one dared to say anything. The hands that were holding the tea were still trembling slightly. No one dared to look at him. One of them couldn't stand the pressure. His face was covered in sweat. He turned around and wanted to say something, but Yun Nuoxing glanced at him indifferently. He immediately swallowed his words and shrunk his neck, unable to say anything. A demigod was able to make 4 god kings bear an indescribable pressure just by standing there. Their bodies were trembling and they couldn't even speak. Nobody would believe this scene if they heard about it. They would laugh their heads off. However, it was happening right in front of them. Many people were trying their best to hold back their laughter. Their faces were distorted from holding back their laughter. Strong. Emperor of War could not help but exclaim. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled and she couldn't help but say, "I want to bring her home. She's so cute when she's angry." Qing Yu and the others felt their hair stand on end. This guy Yun Nuoxing and the other 4 did not say anything. He just looked at that person quietly for 10 minutes. The 4 of them were sweating profusely. They couldn't even lift their heads. The aura on his body was getting heavier and more terrifying. Even the people sitting around couldn't help but move away a little. That aura was about to spread over, causing the space to solidify. It was exceptionally terrifying. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing blinked and the aura on his body disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared. He then turned around and walked back to his table. Behind him, the 4 people looked at each other. They were drenched as if they had been fished out of the water. There were even a few puddles of water on the ground. That person's eyes flashed with coldness. However, when he looked at Yun Nuoxing, he restrained himself very well. When he passed by Qing Yu and the others' table, Yun Nuoxing stopped and chatted with them for a while. Then, he returned to sit beside Xian and the others. "Boss, that kid doesn't seem to be convinced. Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" They had all seen what had just happened. Nightmare glanced at that person and felt the resentment in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Yun Nuoxing and ask, "Ignore him. If he wants to cause trouble in the divine miracle, there will naturally be a chance." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He was stunned for a moment. "You can fight a divine king now?" Nightmare laughed embarrassedly. He rubbed his nose and said, "Barely. I have a 70% chance of winning. If the Yama divine technique reaches a small level, I can definitely kill a divine king. It won't be a problem even if it's a 9th revolution divine king." Yun Nuoxing looked at him thoughtfully. He was very confident in his words. It was confidence that came from his strength. He wasn't just boasting. He sat down and took a sip of tea. Then, he saw that the table that was empty when he left was now filled with a lot of dishes. His eyebrows twitched when he saw the dishes that were full of energy. He took the menu and glanced at it. Then, he calmly took a sip of tea. These 20 dishes cost at least 50 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. Little purple soul was busy eating. Her face was dirty from eating. Xian kept putting food in her bowl. She even stopped to wipe the oil stains on her face with a silk handkerchief after 2 bites. She looked like a mother taking care of her daughter. And everyone felt it, and Yun Nuoxing was no exception, causing him to stare blankly. The gazes of Yuan Shi and the others immediately became mischievous, and there was a faintly discernible smirk on their faces. At this moment, they were huddled together with Mo Yin and Chu Chen, whispering something. "Calm down." Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched. After they were full, they returned to the luxurious room. Yun Nuoxing slipped out alone. Ming wanted to follow her, but she disappeared when she turned around. She couldn't help but grumble. She had no choice but to sit back down. There was a tall tower in the Holy Spirit City. From the top of the tower, one could see more than half of the Holy Spirit City and enjoy the beautiful scenery. The people on the streets below were only the size of sesame seed. This tower was also in the central area of the Holy Spirit City. It didn't take much effort to see the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. The tower where the 4 statues of dragons and phoenixes were located was about the same height as this tower. Yun Nuoxing stood at the edge of the tower. He leaned his elbow against the low wall and rested his chin on his palm. He looked lazy. His slender body extended into an enchanting curve. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a small beard. He hid his powerful aura very well. It was completely hidden inside his body. Looking down at the scenery of the human world from a high place was a way of resting that Yun Nuoxing liked very much in the past. He could watch without moving for more than 10 days, if there was no one by his side. Even in this life, this hobby did not disappear. Looking down at the scenery below had already become an instinctive action, just like how he was looking down at the Holy Spirit City below with lifeless eyes and watching the 100 families busy themselves. After about 5 minutes, Yun Nuoxing stretched. When he saw that the middle-aged man beside him still didn't say anything, he couldn't help but frown. "I'm already here. Why are you looking for me? You just met and you're already asking for help. If you don't tell me more clearly, I won't understand." The middle-aged man glanced at Yun Nuoxing. He was one of the few decision-makers in the Holy Spirit City. Many people would treat him with respect when they saw him. Even if they didn't recognize him, those who could see through his strength would more or less respect him. He didn't expect to see someone who didn't have any feelings for him today. This made him a little surprised. "I do have something that I need your help with. However, this is related to the Holy Spirit miracle. Although the Holy Spirit miracle is open to the younger generation and there are no requirements, there are some secrets that can't be told to anyone. Therefore, before we talk, can you tell me who you are?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said softly. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and rubbed her hair with her slender fingers. This scene was somewhat confusing. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. However, after looking at her for a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed in his heart. The taste of youth. This little girl is already so charming when she's only a demigod. When she becomes a god one day, tsk, will there be a few beauties in this world who will disturb the world? Tisk, it's a pity that I'm already old. If only I were a few 100,000 years younger. Yun Nuoxing didn't know what he was thinking about. At this moment, her mind was spinning for a while. Suddenly, she said with a faint smile, "It's related to the so-called final destination?" The middle-aged man's hand trembled slightly. He wasn't too surprised. Anyone with a higher status who could come into contact with the past of the Holy Spirit miracle, such as someone in a force who had been to the final destination, would know about the existence of this place. In other words, someone in this little girl's background had been there before? Yun Nuoxing flicked her long hair and said with a faint smile, "I know why you came to me." The barrier of the final destination is related to the power of the stars. Moreover, it requires the power of a high-level god to open it. My master mentioned it to me before. He seemed to be a little interested. After all, several generations of disciples have been there. However, he didn't know what it was like inside. He was a little concerned. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, she could be chosen to go to the final destination every time. In addition, this girl was terrifyingly strong. There must be a strong person behind her who cultivated her wholeheartedly. The force behind this girl might have some background, since it's easier to say. He nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yun Nuoshing raise her hand to stop him. He couldn't help but be stunned. Yun Nuoshing continued, "But I alone can launch an attack comparable to a high-level god. Even I can find that place. I can wait for all of you to fail and then... Well, as long as you understand what I mean, it's fine." The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became fierce. He had sensed the power of the star-light beam. It had indeed reached the level of a high-level god. He knew what she said was true. However, in this case, they wouldn't allow the final destination to be occupied by anyone other than them. If this girl was willing to cooperate, it would be fine. However, since she had said so, it was obvious that she had the intention to monopolize the final destination. The Holy Spirit miracle couldn't be closed just like that. Many forces were paying attention to this place. If they closed it hastily, it would arouse suspicion. Thus, they had no other choice. "Oh, you don't have to think about threatening me to make me stay. Didn't my companions say that this small place... Well, it's not right to say that. You can't make us stay in this small place." As if she had guessed what he was thinking, Yun Nuoshing grinned. In the Holy Spirit City, the strongest forces are 1 late-stage Great God, 3 middle-stage Great God, 4 early-stage Great God, and those below the Emperor of the Underworld. This might seem frightening, but it's not enough. Even if you seal the space, I can still call for my master's help. Moreover, he can arrive instantly. Oh, by the way, my companions and I don't belong to the same force. The forces they can call for are enough to do many things here. Do you understand? The middle-aged man's expression trembled slightly. Some hidden forces weren't revealed in the Holy Spirit City. How did he know? Even if I'm standing in front of you, you won't be able to make me stay. Yun Nuoshing slowly took out a huge hammer from her body and casually placed it on the ground. She was already very light, but the huge weight still made the entire tower shake. From afar, it looked like the tower was swaying. A 12th rank eternal divine weapon. The terrifying aura emitted by the huge black hammer made the middle-aged man's breathing stagnate. He immediately recognized the weapon's grade. His face couldn't help but twitch. Now, he was completely sure that this little girl came from some great force. Perhaps she was one of the big shots in the realm of the gods. Not every force had the courage to let their disciple run out with a 12th rank eternal divine weapon. This disciple's status was definitely not low. Yun Nuoshing leaned back against the hammer's handle and crossed her arms. She looked at the middle-aged man with a faint smile. The latter looked at her silently. He felt that it was a wrong choice to come out and meet her today. He had dug his own grave and jumped into it himself. Originally, he wanted her to go through the back door and enter the final destination so that she could help break the barrier. Who would have thought that she would be led by the nose? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man shook his head helplessly and sighed. All right. In that case, what are you here to discuss? With your conditions, it seems that you don't have to come here to talk about anything. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. Weren't you the one who asked me to come? The middle-aged man, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yun Nuoshing let out a dry cough and said, Then let me ask you something. When did the divine miracle exist here? When? The middle-aged man was stunned. This question was really strange. Wasn't this something that everyone knew? If we trace back to history, it should be about 4 or 5 years ago. But at the beginning, Even if someone knew about this place, they just treated it as a strange secret realm and couldn't open it. It wasn't until about 1,000 years ago that we found a way to enter the divine miracle. You found a way to open it? Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. It took a long time to open it. It is filled with the power of the stars and the fate of the stars. It is very attractive, especially for the strong of the younger generation. With the force behind you, you should know that the divine miracle doesn't allow people with high realms to enter. The main thing is that the strong rules that come with the beginner god will cause the order inside to collapse, causing the space to collapse. Yun Nuoshing nodded and pretended to know, but he was clear about the latter part. Initial god-ranked people would begin to condense the laws and causality on their bodies. This would not be manifested normally, it was just a formless influence that could not be detected in the gods' world, but if one went to the middle plane or the lower plane, it would be easily manifested. The laws possessed by people from the higher plane were not something that people from the lower plane could compare with. It would be very easy to erase them, as effortless as blowing off dust. When he thought of this, he was even more certain that the ancient life was not originally from the upper plane, nor was it a life form that lived in the center of the void of the eight elements realm. Some people had deduced that it was a life form from the lower plane, but it had relied on its own strength to step into the upper plane. Its rule principle had gradually strengthened, and in the end, it was equivalent to a life form from the upper plane and could not be restrained. Now, there was a saint spirit miracle, and a person with a strong rule principle could not appear. Was this some kind of hint? High-level gods will be suppressed to the realm of God Emperor when they enter. And with the richness of the star's fate, it won't be too attractive to middle-level gods. It is more suitable for beginner gods and demigod. Because of the rules, magic weapons are not allowed to appear in it. Even if they appear, their power will be suppressed. Otherwise, the space will collapse. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "We once sent people in with eternal weapons, but they were still suppressed. The person who created this secret realm might be a person of that realm. It's not surprising that he can suppress eternal weapons and high-level god." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Was the middle-aged man trying to remind him that he couldn't use eternal weapons in there? In this way, if you want to break the barrier, you can only test those who are strong enough, those who can challenge people of a higher level. I know it's very difficult. There is a limit to how much a person can challenge people of a higher level. But if a group of people who can challenge people of a higher level gather together, they might be able to reach the level of a high-level god, right? "Sorry, I can do it alone," Yun Nuoshing said lightly. The middle-aged man was speechless. This little guy is just here to hurt people. Ahem, back to the topic. Yun Nuoshing coughed and smiled faintly. It's not impossible for me to help. You know, I may be able to solve it alone. Of course, I may not be able to solve it. Things are still unknown, aren't they? But if I can solve it alone, wouldn't it be a loss if I bring a group of people I don't know? Such an algorithm, well, that's what I mean. The middle-aged man's cheeks twitched. This little guy is asking for a reward or compensation. What do you want? The middle-aged man said weakly. I don't know. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. The middle-aged man was speechless. Was this girl playing with him like a monkey? Yeah, I really don't know what to ask from you. I don't like to help for free. I won't be able to live with myself if you ask for anything. But I don't know what to ask for. What you have, my family might have as well. Yun Nuoshing spread her hands helplessly. The middle-aged man was speechless. It was reasonable, but why did he feel uncomfortable when he heard it? He couldn't help it. After all, it sounded like his faction was more powerful. They dared to let their disciple carry a rank 12 eternal divine weapon outside. Anyway, his faction couldn't do that. It wasn't that the Holy Spirit City didn't have eternal divine weapons, but they didn't have a rank 12 eternal divine weapon. That was something that only gods could forge. It was an existence that could be placed anywhere. And in short, please do me a favor first. I will ask the guide to bring you and your companions to the final destination. Once it's done, we can talk about the reward when we come back. The middle-aged man was mentally and physically exhausted. Why was it so difficult to talk to this little guy? He felt that it wasn't even that tiring to fight 30,000 rounds with people of the same realm. What if there's nothing in the final destination? Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. What if it's just a bluff? What if there's something inside that can't be taken? In the end, we've come here for nothing. What if you're exasperated and want to go back on your word? The middle-aged man's face was haggard. As long as you can help to open the barrier, it doesn't matter what's inside. After that, whatever you want, as long as it's within my power, I'll satisfy it. Is that okay? Looking at his slightly frantic look, Yun Nuoshing snickered in her heart. She stuck out her tongue and said, "Then it's settled. I've recorded everything you said just now in a jade slip. If you go back on your word, I'll ask my master to beat you." The middle-aged man staggered and almost fell from the tower. He glared at her. Wasn't this little guy too well prepared? "Don't worry." The middle-aged man squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If they hadn't coveted the final destination for a long time, they wouldn't be in such a passive position, led by a little girl. As an Emperor God expert, he had never been in such a difficult situation. The middle-aged man sent Yun Nuoshing away with a conflicted look. He had some doubts about life. He thought that he had invited a little guy and told him some things, and the little guy would help him eagerly. After all, there were many people who wanted to enter the final destination. It had an inexplicable charm. He didn't expect to invite an ancestor. She was so cunning. Even if she couldn't get any benefits, she still had to put up a condition. This was a loss. Rank 12 Eternal Divine Weapon. When he saw the hammer just now, he knew that there was nothing to talk about. As for blocking them from entering, they couldn't afford to offend a force that could take out a rank 12 Eternal Divine Weapon. In the end, there would be a lot of trouble. Moreover, there was a high chance that the Holy Spirit City would compromise. Those little guys could still enter. They might even incur the wrath of several giants. Sigh. Faint sadness. If I had known, I wouldn't have called this little girl. Perhaps there wouldn't be so much trouble. The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and said, "Even if we didn't negotiate and just let someone bring her in, that little girl is very cunning. She might have understood the moment she saw it. In the end, she went in without us knowing." Thinking of this, his smile became even more bitter. In the end, the little girl was the one in charge. She had always been the one in charge. Talking about the conditions now was just to fight for the qualification to let the people of the Holy Spirit City and the other young experts enter. After all, if Yun Nuoshing didn't say anything, even if the final destination was explored by others, they wouldn't know. The possibility of this was very high. Headache, headache, headache. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. He walked into the tower and sighed 3 times with each step. He felt that he had to rest for a while. His head hurt as if he was pregnant. Chapter 989. The night was dark, and the scarlet moonlight came in through the window. The Holy Spirit City was dyed a seductive crimson red, giving it a unique feeling. In an extremely luxurious room in the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, Yun Nuoshing and the others were sitting on the sofa. There was originally a large table in the middle, but it had now been moved to the side, leaving a relatively large empty space. On the ground, there was an azure array formation that was about 10 feet in size. The core of the array was a brilliant golden color, and there were many patterns that were connected to the core of the array. Although it looked very powerful, it was not a special array formation. It was just a special array formation that was used to bear weight. Seeing Chu Yingzhan's sparkling eyes, Yun Nuoshing could not help but say, "Don't be so excited. It's just an ordinary load-bearing array formation." After saying that, He searched in the pendant for a while. After about 10 seconds, he took out a huge object and placed it in the center of the array formation with a boom. He did not let the slightest sound out. Originally, if this kind of huge object was smashed down, it would be able to smash through the floor. With the array formation, this kind of trouble was avoided. Don't tell me this is another fairy's item. Yuanshi rolled his eyes and looked at the object that Yun Nuoxing took out. It was an irregular stone. The lower end was wide, and the higher it went, the smaller it became. This stone was extremely bright, and there was a bright area in the center. It was as dazzling as the sun, and the surroundings were a mixture of purple and black. There were twinkling stars, and it looked like a star field. Oh, it's not a fairy's item this time. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the 3-meter-tall stone. He said, "The melted star stone is a very special material. Although it can be used for forging, its exact purpose is not to forge weapons, nor is it used to arrange arrays or alchemy." "What's that for?" Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "It's used to carry the 3,000 celestial luck. When we enter the Saint Spirit miracle, we don't know what form we will obtain the celestial luck. This melting star stone can collect the celestial luck that you obtain. Take a piece with you. When the time comes, don't fuse the celestial luck that you obtain. Store it in the melting star stone, and I will tell you how to use it. If you hastily fuse it with your body, it will dissipate easily and cause unnecessary waste." Everyone tilted their heads and nodded after a moment. Since he had said so, they would do as he said. After all, what he said would not be wrong. Go and break off 2 pieces. After breaking off 1 piece, break off another piece. Don't break them all at once. This is the mother stone of the melted star stone. It can detect the maximum capacity of the celestial luck that you can hold at this time, Yun Nuoxing said. Yuanshi responded with a no. He walked forward and stretched out his right hand. Just as his palm touched the melting star stone and was about to ask how to break it off, a piece of the stone silently fell off. Yuanshi was stunned. The piece that he broke off was about the size of a head. It did not have a regular shape. There was a bright ball of light in the center, and it was surrounded by purple and black starlight that blended together to form the color of the star field. When he turned back to look at the melting star stone's mother stone, he saw that the mother stone did not change in size at all. He was very sure that he had just broken off a piece, but he did not see any changes in its size. He stretched out his hand again suspiciously. Since he had to break off another piece anyway, he stretched out his hand and gently grabbed it. Another piece fell off. It was exactly the same as the piece that he had just obtained. There was no difference at all. As for the mother stone, there was still no change. The melting star stone's mother stone's body is not just a small piece. The 2 pieces that you broke off are not even considered as a dandruff, Yun Nuoxing said with a smile when she saw his doubts. Then how big is the mother stone? As Chu Yingzhan spoke, she also walked forward and grabbed a piece. It was also about the size of a head. It was slightly bigger than Yuanshi's melting star stone by half a size. About. Yun Nuoxing pinched her fingers and pointed to the sky. About the size of a moon. Everyone. Then it really can't even be considered as a dandruff. This size was a little too exaggerated. No wonder they had to set up a load-bearing array. If something as big as a moon was placed here, it would probably flatten the heavenly beast pavilion. Xian, Ming, and the others also walked forward and dug out a piece. They could obtain it without any effort at all. This was the choice of the melting star stone's mother stone. How much it could contain depended on its own capacity. Among them, the melting star stone that Bing Er dug out was the largest. It was a perfectly round sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter. Seeing her holding the ball with both hands and covering half of her body behind it, everyone wanted to laugh out loud. Ming looked at the melting star stone that was the size of a washbasin in her hands. She was a little puzzled. Brother, is there anything particular about the capacity of the celestial fate? It depends on the degree of compatibility between oneself and the celestial fate. If one's realm is still low, it has nothing to do with one's realm. Only when one becomes a high-level god will it have something to do with one's realm. At that time, one's rules and causality will continue to strengthen, enough to cause a qualitative change. Naturally, it will also affect these, Yun Nuoshing said. Oh. Xian lowered her head and played with a melting star stone that was about the same size as Ming's melting star stone. Then, she glanced at Bing Er, who was holding a ball in a flurry. She smiled and said, "It seems that Bing Er is quite compatible with the celestial fate." Yun Nuoshing thought for a while. "It seems that because of the soul contract, it has been affected by me, so its capacity is larger." As soon as she said this, everyone's cheeks twitched. This was blatant cheating. Keep one. After entering the divine miracle, try to fill up the other one as much as possible. Yun Nuoshing said. She thought for a while and said, "Along the way, you may feel that the celestial fate that you collect feels a little different. But it's not a problem. Just take it back together. Oh, by the way, use more of the mysterious Yin Qi and mysterious Yang Qi that you have now. Those can better capture the celestial fate. With the means that you have now, it's too easy for the celestial fate to dissipate. The celestial fate is very fragile. Be careful when you collect it. Oh, by the way, make do with these weapons for a while." Yun Nuoshing seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, he threw down a large pile of high-grade weapons. When everyone saw this, their cheeks twitched. These were all level 8 and 9 high-grade divine weapons. There's a suppression in the divine miracle. These weapons can at most unleash the power of divine level 5, which is around the divine emperor level. They're just for emergencies, Yun Nuoshing said. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. Even so, we can't unleash too much power from divine level 5 divine weapons. Speaking of which, I don't quite understand how the divine spirit body can use the power of divine weapons. Me? Yun Nuoshing pointed at herself and thought for a while. Then she said, "I don't think I've said it before. Let me put it simply. We have an energy carrier, and divine weapons are the same. Any weapon that can be forged has its own energy carrier. That's the power of the weapon itself. When ordinary people use divine weapons, they need to use their own power to activate the weapon's power. At this time, they will borrow a small part of the weapon's power, but they will also unleash the power of the weapon's corresponding realm. The closer their power is, the more power they can borrow. And if the weapon recognizes its master as a natal weapon, no matter the difference in realm, they will be able to use 50% of the weapon's power. Although the difference in realm is too great, they will be able to unleash 100% of the weapon's power. And I, the divine spirit body, can unleash all the power of the divine weapon without limit. I can unleash 2 or even 4 times the power of the divine weapon itself. As for the latter, I have to unleash the power of the divine mark. Oh, by the way, even if I don't use the divine weapon, I can still use the energy carried by the divine weapon. It's equivalent to a backup energy source. Anyway, I can replenish it." Hearing this, everyone's cheeks trembled. This guy was the freak of the freaks. There was no explanation for this. His physique was too heaven-defying. No wonder he was targeted. Feeling that he had explained enough, Yun Nuoshing put away the melted star stone, stretched and yawned. "That's it. Wash up and go to bed. We can go to the divine miracle the day after tomorrow. We'll talk about the rest there." Everyone looked at his lazy appearance and looked at each other. They shrugged helplessly and said goodbye to each other. Then, they walked towards their rooms. The next morning, when the sky had just turned bright, Yun Nuoshing woke up. He felt an unusual aura lingering between heaven and earth. He was so startled that he used the Thousand Dreams mantra to interrupt his light sleep. He jumped up immediately and woke up the 2 people who were sleeping beside him. Ming was still a little confused. However, he took out the angelic sacred sword in an instant. Golden flames whistled around his body. Xian also instantly pinched the 5 elements heavenly formation that she had created. The two women faced each other and entered a state of alert. Yun Nuoxing looked at the two women's reflexes in a daze. He was dumbfounded. You? What are you doing? Hearing this, the two women were also startled. They carefully sensed for a moment, but didn't feel anything wrong. They smiled embarrassedly, knowing that they were being overly sensitive. Their beautiful faces blushed slightly. Didn't we see you suddenly jump up and thought something unexpected happened? Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Then, he said seriously, it can't be considered an unexpected thing, but, as he spoke, his expression became a little strange. He looked outside with a strange smile. This aura, how nostalgic! It's been a long time. I didn't expect it to be something that it left behind. I can't forget this aura. How could he forget? A single clue had turned the entire deity realm upside down. He felt that, in a certain sense, that ancient life form was also considerably powerful. The person wasn't here, but he had left behind a clue that might be true or false, and it had caused the entire deity realm to be in a state of turmoil and bloodshed. It hadn't been peaceful for 16 trillion years. Is this divine miracle really left behind by that ancient life form? Dozens of eras ago? Xian immediately understood. She looked a little surprised. Dong, dong, dong. The sudden sound of the large bell and large drum was accompanied by the momentum of wind and thunder. It spread throughout the entire holy spiritual city, causing the expressions of countless people to tremble as they hurriedly raised their heads. Those who were still sleeping were also woken up as they extended their heads out of the window in confusion. In the Holy Spirit City's City Lord Mansion, a dozen lights suddenly appeared. They stood in the air of the Holy Spirit City. The middle-aged man who talked with Yun Nuoxing the day before opened his mouth and shouted, "The divine miracle is opening today." Countless people's expressions changed. The divine miracle, which was supposed to open tomorrow, had opened earlier today. However, some of the people who knew about the divine miracle weren't too surprised. They already knew that there would be fluctuations in the timing. It could open earlier or later. As far as they were concerned, the limit was no more than 5 days. It was only 1 day earlier. Therefore, after the voice sounded, countless figures in the Holy Spirit City rushed into the sky. The middle-aged man and his group left a mark in the sky. Everyone quickly followed the mark and chased into the distance. "Let's go too," Yun Nuoxing said to the two girls. Then, a surge of star power brewed in her throat. She shouted at the top of her voice, "Yuan Shi! Nightmare! Crazy girl! Lazy bums! Wake up! It's time to go!" The roar shook the earth and the mountains. It startled everyone who was sleeping soundly in their beds. It seemed that the formation he set up here had made everyone sleep too soundly. They didn't even hear the middle-aged man's roar and only woke up now. The group quickly tidied up and rushed out of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. They followed the large group and rushed out of the city. However, they didn't fly very far out of the city. After about 1,000 miles, they saw a group of people landing on a huge formation on the ground. They rushed into it and disappeared. The divine miracle is hidden in there? No wonder I couldn't find it. Yun Nuoxing looked at the formation, and a look of realization flashed across her eyes. She waved her hand and the group quickly rushed into the formation. After rushing into the formation, everyone felt the ripples of teleportation. Their vision blurred and their bodies trembled. When they came back to their senses, they saw a light purple sky. It was as if the sky was filled with poisonous fog. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, causing everyone to frown. However, there was nothing wrong with the smell. It was just unpleasant. The people who had just rushed into the formation gathered here. Yun Nuoxing and her group were considered the slowest group. By the time they arrived, Many people had already gathered here. There were a few people beside the middle-aged man. Their auras were similar to his. In addition, there were a few young men standing there. Their strength was around the Divine King level. These young men were probably the guides that the middle-aged man mentioned. Yun Nuoxing and her group calmed down and looked around. Only then did they see that there was a huge barrier enveloping them. There was an inexplicable aura drifting between heaven and earth. Moreover, it was constantly changing. Thousands of auras could be felt in this place. 72 layers of overlapping space. Yun Nuoxing recognized the layers of space in this place with a single glance. Even he couldn't help but twitch and roll his eyes. Just how afraid was that ancient life form that someone would find this place? What do you mean by space? What do you mean? Make it simple. Chu Yingzhan didn't understand. She hurriedly pulled on his colorful hair. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. She said to everyone through their souls, in other words, there are 72 layers of space surrounding this place. It's to conceal this space. Its concealment is enough to trap a heavenly god to death. This is because the 72 layers of space are constantly changing. They are like layers upon layers of sturdy boxes, hiding this space at the bottom. The only difference is that the boxes can be opened one layer at a time. However, you can't tell if you've searched this space or not. In short, even a heavenly god can be exhausted to death. Everyone suddenly understood. It was another torturous trick that the heavenly gods had come up with. That's not right. Yuan Shi came to a realization. Since it can toy a heavenly god to death, how did it get exposed? Time, of course. Moreover, this space obviously focuses on concealment. Its defense isn't strong. It's already reached its limit after blocking 3 great reincarnation cycles. People who came later took advantage of it. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. After a while, no one else came in from outside the teleportation formation. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked in front of her. There were so many people that she couldn't see the end of them. She didn't know how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands there were. At the very front, there were 5 stone towers that were more than 100 meters tall. At this moment, there were 5 figures standing on top of those stone towers. Yun Nuoxing recognized one of them. It was that middle-aged man. The 5 divine emperors of the Holy Spirit City. They were the ones who opened the passageway to the Holy Spirit miracle every year, Nightmare said. Yun Nuoxing nodded. It seems that even if they know how to open the Holy Spirit miracle, they still have to put in a lot of effort. I wonder what the countless heavenly gods would think if they knew that the thing they had painstakingly searched for 16 trillion years had been picked up by a group of people. Everyone thought for a moment. They felt that they should be so angry that they would sit up from their coffins. The concealment of the 72 levels of space is at its weakest today. No wonder I could feel this aura. It's probably the best time to open the Holy Spirit miracle now, Yun Nuoxing said. Fairy Yu. A voice came from beside Yun Nuoxing, causing the group to turn their heads in unison. They saw the Emperor of War approaching with Qing Yu and the others. Qing Yu smiled sweetly at Yun Nuoxing and said, Little sister Yun Nuoxing, please take care of us after we go in. If we can't see each other, we'll meet again at the final destination. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Yuan Shi and the others had their backs to him, and were muttering something. Yesterday, they saw the former talking to Qing Yu and the others in the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. They didn't expect that he would be able to recognize them after only meeting them once in the 9 Milky Way. Should they say that he was indeed a little star? Yun Nuoxing looked back maliciously at Yuan Shi and the others, who had a solemn expression before he looked over. He was suspicious and felt that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back just now. While they were talking, on the 5 stone towers, the 5 middle-aged men's hand seals changed at the same time. 5 pillars of energy burst out from their bodies. Then, the 5 stone towers became brighter. The ground between the empty stone towers suddenly lit up. Lines of patterns emerged from the ground. Blue light constantly appeared, drawing and weaving on the ground. Gradually, the embryonic form of an array appeared. Yun Nuashing opened his eye of the ocean to take a look. When he saw that it was another transmission array, his forehead darkened. How prepared was that old bastard? Consecutive transmissions. The 5 of them did not erupt with extremely strong power. They only used a very special method to guide the formation to appear. The light purple sky changed a little because of the surging energy here. The sky darkened a little, and some people seemed to see another world appear in the sky in a daze. Everyone noticed it too. Instinctively, they felt that it wasn't an illusion. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the other sky that was flickering in the sky like an illusion. He said, "Those are the other 72 hidden spaces." The surging of the 5 pillars of energy became more intense. The array on the ground also quickly took shape. Yun Nuashing's aura kept increasing in his senses, causing his expression to become slightly more serious. It's finally here. This secret that is 70 years late. Let me solve it. The array has been activated. It can only last for 3 minutes. Everyone enter quickly. While he was in a daze, the middle-aged man's shout rang out like thunder. Everyone was shocked. Only 3 minutes? Suddenly, everyone shouted and squeezed forward with all their might. Those who rushed to the front rushed into the array and disappeared. Countless people behind rushed forward, but they also disappeared instantly when they came into contact with the array. They weren't obstructed at all. Let's go too. Yun Nuashing turned to look at everyone and said. Xian and the others nodded. The Emperor of War and the others also laughed. Then, a group of people rushed out in the next second. They bypassed the huge crowd and rushed into the array from the side. Buzz! The teleportation experience this time wasn't as smooth as before. It was like hitting a wall made of sponge. There was a mass impact, but there wasn't any pain. However, his head felt dizzy, and he felt his whole body being thrown out. Obviously, this teleportation array wasn't stable. The middle-aged man and the others were already at their limit. They couldn't guarantee that the teleportation process would be completely stable. Yun Nuashing was swayed until a bunch of stars appeared in front of his eyes. He didn't know how many times he spun, as if he was being swept around in a whirlpool. A few minutes later, the whirlpool slapped him and sent him flying. A centrifugal force surged into his body. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the ground was rapidly approaching him at an angle. Yun Nuashing quickly adjusted his landing position. He turned around and landed safely on the ground. Before he could stand firm, he felt a soft body on his back, causing him to stagger. Then, he was hit again, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He bit the ground, and the smell of the earth entered his mouth. Who's the unlucky one? Yun Nuashing propped himself up angrily. When he turned his head, he saw Little Moon lying on his back. Mei Mao's eyes were like mosquito coils and she was dizzy. And on her back was an equally dizzy Yu. His temper instantly disappeared. The sound of wind breaking was getting closer and closer to him. Yun Nuashing hurriedly stood up and saw Chu Xianling and Chu Chen drawing a strange arc in the air and smashing towards him. Looking at their dizzy looks, it was obvious that they didn't have time to react. Seeing that they were about to hit the ground, he hurriedly rushed over and waved his hands to create 2 gusts of wind, which slowed down the speed of the 2. Then, he stretched out his hands to catch one of them and gently placed them on the ground. Yun Nuashing shook his head, which was still a little dizzy from the spinning. He looked around and muttered to himself for a while. This aura was really familiar. The rules here, the aura here, and the heaven and earth here were exactly the same as that world. They also contained the aura of the 8 elements realm in the primordial age. It was primitive and ancient, and there were traces of the passage of time everywhere. The 3,000-star ruins. It's the smell of that place again, Yun Nuashing murmured. The corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable arc. He was a little emotional. This was a secret that spanned 70 eras. Originally, he didn't care much about it. He didn't expect that he would become the only remaining witness of that era. Chapter 990. What kind of land was this? Yun Nuoxing couldn't tell. This wasn't a normal space. Well, it wasn't a space that had evolved normally. Many places had signs of being broken. Within a radius of 100 meters, there were almost 1,000 turbulent points of rules. However, this wouldn't have any effect on the primary level gods because they couldn't feel it. Only Yun Nuoxing could see it. Those turbulent rules acted on the space itself and wouldn't have any negative effects on them. The sky, if it could be called a sky, it was a chaotic and broken starry sky. It was a splendid star region with endless starlight hanging in the sky. It didn't look like the star region at night at all. It was more like being in the star region with starlight everywhere. It was dark everywhere. A broken and dim sun could be seen hanging by the side. Some kind of power had completely cut it into two halves. The cross-section healed by itself and became two hemispheres facing each other. There was no dazzling light or the scorching feeling of the sun. It was like a decoration. The surface of the sun was like a magma ocean that was undulating. This space is really terrible. Yun Nuoxing frowned. There were broken rules everywhere. His senses were too sensitive. Even if they couldn't affect him, he could still sense them. Among the primary level gods, only he could feel the fluctuations of rules so clearly. It was very uncomfortable. The book of the era appeared in his hand. Yun Nuoxing checked it slightly and understood what was going on with this space. This space was created by a kind of power that was full of creativity. It evolved on its own. No one controlled or interfered with it. As a result, it formed such a terrible space. This power was the power of that ancient life. It permeated every inch of the space. It was a very special power of stars. Astral energy that can evolve on its own. Interesting. Back then, I didn't sense it so clearly. Yun Nuoxing gave an inexplicable smile. It might be the first person in the history of the universe to possess the power of the stars. Of course, excluding the mythological era, there were very few people who possessed the power of the stars. Be it in the primordial era or this era, it had not seen many people who possessed the power of the stars. In the primordial era or this era, it had seen one or two people who possessed the power of the stars, but in this era, there was no one who possessed the power of the stars. The experts of the 12 star palaces only used ordinary god yuan. Although they did have a way to borrow the power of the stars, using the power of the stars like this did not have a soul. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Alright, it was already good enough for an ordinary person to be able to borrow the power of the stars. As for condensing the power of the stars, many methods had probably been lost in the passing of those eras. Well, now is not the time to talk about this. Yun Nuoxing was helpless. It patted Little Moon, who was subconsciously hugging it and still feeling dizzy, and said, Are you feeling better? Oh. Little Moon tilted her head in a daze and nodded to the side. Yun Nuoxing blushed with shame. There was nothing in that direction. Spiritual power gushed out from between its eyebrows and entered the minds of Little Moon, Chu Chen, and the others, gradually calming the dizziness in their minds. Yun Nuoxing straightened up and looked around. This space should be quite large. It had been 10 minutes since tens of thousands of people had rushed in, but they had not seen a single person. Xian, can you hear me? A soul voice sounded in its mind, hoping for some kind of echo. In the end, there was only some meaningless noise, which made Yun Nuoxing frown. Unwilling to give up, it used the soul seed to look for others, but the result was the same. Tisk, is the law turbulence so severe that it obstructs soul communication? Yun Nuoxing smacked its lips and looked at the book of the era in its hand. It stuffed it into its mind and enveloped the soul seed. It called out again, Girl? Can anyone hear me? Yuan Shi. Crazy girl. Ming. If you can hear me, squeak. There was no sound for a long time, which made Yun Nuoxing's expression turn serious. Is it really impossible to connect? Just as it was about to give up helplessly and was about to pray, a voice suddenly sounded in its soul. "Little star, I can hear you. Oh, I'm a little dizzy. Where are you? I think I've lost you." Yun Nuoshing was slightly delighted. It was Xian's voice, and it sounded like he was in a good condition. "I don't know where we are. It seems that we've been teleported away. Listen, the law of this space is very broken. No matter what happens, don't use the law power in your divine arts. Just use pure energy to attack." There was an exclamation in its mind, followed by a cold snort. Then, a series of strange voices sounded, which made Yun Nuoshing stunned. "What's going on over there?" "Little star, it's me. Ming, your daughter, your 2 younger sisters, and your 2 fans are not here. Percent. At Yen and situation. Is it okay?" It was Yuan Shi's voice, and he continued Xian's words. "There are people around us. They're all children of God. I think, Yer and Little Moon are here with me, and the crazy girl's younger brother and sister are here as well. Tell her not to worry. I'm guessing that they've separated into different regions. The teleportation has been separated, but I don't know if it's an overlapping region or a large region," Yun Nuoshing said. "To put it simply, we're in the same space, but we can't see each other or affect each other. I'm not sure yet. What's going on over there?" Yun Nuoshing frowned. There was suddenly no sound again, which made Yun Nuoshing puzzled. But after a while, Yuan Shi's voice sounded again. "It's okay. There was a little trouble when we landed. Well, it's a little trouble. It's fine now." "What trouble?" Yuan Shi was silent for a while. "When your first wife fell, she tore half of her clothes. Although it was quickly covered. Let me put it bluntly. Hundreds of your first wife's men rushed at her as if they were in heat. But we've just finished dealing with them. Everything went smoothly and there were no losses. Those people seemed to have lost their minds, and there were traces of their minds being controlled by something. Oh, by the way, your first wife killed half of them alone. Was she so cruel before?" Yun Nuoshing's brain stopped for a while. It took her a while to realize that the first wife he was talking about was probably Xian. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was too lazy to complain. As for Xian's combat power, her 5 elements body was not weak at all, even without the 5 elements origin. With the divine art he gave her, her combat power was even more exaggerated. In short, you should all be careful. If you can't meet up, we'll meet again at the final destination. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. "Oh, damn, your first wife is chasing after them. She's chasing after them. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's follow her first. Otherwise, we'll get lost." Yuan Shi shouted, and then there was no sound in his soul. Yun Nuoshing was silent. He wasn't worried about Xian and the others. He was only worried that Xian would destroy this space when he wasn't around. That girl seemed to hide her violent side very well in front of him. "Brother, I'm with Bing Air. The King of Gods and King of Gods seem to be in the same area." Ming's voice came just as they fell silent. Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. It seemed that everyone was safe. "Okay. You should be careful. Stupid angel, don't dry up this space. This space is as fragile as paper." Yun Nuoshing responded and couldn't help but remind her. That stupid angel was also explosive. Usually, she could still control them when he was around. Now that he wasn't around, she would probably. Ming smiled and responded before ending the soul transmission. Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked at Little Moon and the others. "In summary, I'll be responsible for looking after the 4 of you. Okay, behave yourselves. Don't run around." After you were recovered, she bounced and jumped into Yun Nuoshing's embrace. Her jade-like arms wrapped around his neck, and she said with a tender smile, "Looks like our luck is a little better. We can follow Big Brother Yun." Little Moon walked over expressionlessly and dragged Yu away from Yun Nuoshing. He smashed her head with a knife and lectured her. "Don't worry, Brother Yun. We'll go wherever you say." Chu Chen grinned and waved his arm to cheer them on. Chu Xianling also smiled and nodded. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and shook his head. He saw a brown tail drooping down from the top of his head and couldn't help but look up. Little Magic was still lying comfortably on his head. He hadn't been teleported away. At this moment, he stood up on his head and stretched like a cat. Then, he changed directions and lay down again. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he poked the ball of meat. He felt like he was carrying a bun on his head. Then let's explore this space first and look for the celestial fate. Yun Nuoxing looked around. Just as he was about to walk in a random direction, his gaze suddenly paused. Then, he grinned. But before that, we need to move around a little. Little Moon and the rest followed his gaze. They were in an empty field. They were standing on an empty ground. There were many black weeds that were 1/2 meter tall around them. There were also a few trees not far away. At this moment, a huge black beast suddenly appeared in the dense weeds. It was a magical beast that was about 20 feet tall. It looked like an ant and had 2 sharp claws like a praying mantis. There were even scale-like things on its back that reflected the light in the star domain. It's equivalent to a human demigod 9th transformation stage magical beast. Yun Nuoxing looked at it and his eyes lit up. He was slightly surprised. This strange space could actually give birth to life? Brother Yun, it's delicious. Yu suddenly laughed excitedly. Her smile was a little crazy. Mei Mao stared straight at the huge magical beast that looked like a praying mantis. It was not like she was looking at a magical beast, but more like she was looking at an ingredient. Grilled praying mantis. It's delicious. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Oh my god, how strong is this girl's taste? Hiss. The magical beast of unknown species stared at Yun Nuoxing and the rest with its 2 big black eyes. It suddenly raised its head and let out a hiss. Then, dozens of huge magical beasts suddenly appeared on the surrounding grass. They were exactly the same as it. One of them was even red and had flames all over its body. It seemed that the praying mantis fellow had sensed that these people were not to be trifled with and had directly called for reinforcements. Seeing the dozens of magical beasts that suddenly appeared, Yun Nuoxing and the rest were expressionless. They did not feel that there was any danger at all. They turned to Little Moon and the rest and said, "Do you want me to attack or do you want me to give you some practice?" Swish. Just as he finished speaking, Yu directly rushed out. Seeing this, Little Moon sighed in annoyance and followed closely behind. Chu Xianling shouted softly, grabbed Chu Chen, and threw him out. "Go, Little Chen!" Hiss. The group of magical beasts suddenly roared, and dozens of huge figures rushed out. The crimson flame mantis seemed to be the leader. It stood in place without moving, and its limbs drew a strange arc. In the next moment, a starlight suddenly fell from the sky, and then evenly fell on the bodies of the other black mantises. Suddenly, the aura of the black mantises became fierce. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. Was this borrowing the power of the stars? In the realm of the gods, only a few extremely special magical beasts and demonic beasts could borrow the power of the stars. This fire-praying mantis was obviously not one of them. He could not even tell what kind of magical beast it was. He had never seen it before. I've strengthened the thread, but there's no change at all. Yu laughed loudly. Thick black demonic aura burst out from her body, and it also carried an extremely cold aura. The surrounding black weeds were instantly frozen into ice. However, even with the support of the power of the stars, the group of magical beasts was still no match for Little Moon and the others. As the demonic aura and moonlight surged, the ground trembled. Hundreds of earth spikes shot out, and the dozens of magical beasts were instantly beheaded. Their huge bodies crashed to the ground. Yun Nuoxing's body flashed, and he appeared behind the fire-praying mantis. With a flick of his finger, the latter's body instantly lost all signs of life, and it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The group of magical beasts fell to the ground, but no blood flowed out. After pausing for a few seconds, their bodies suddenly began to dissipate from head to toe, turning into specks of light that dissipated in the air. Within those transparent specks of light, there was a purplish-black stream of air. It was surrounded by the specks of light, and it was extremely inconspicuous. Yu'er's lily-white hand shot out like lightning, piercing into the specks of light and grabbing the purplish-black stream of air. However, just as her lily-white hand grasped it, the stream of air dissipated with a poof, as if she had crushed it. Little Moon was startled and hurriedly said, "Big brother, there's something strange here. Quickly come and take a look." "I see it. That's it." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "Those are the envelopes of the star's fate. Don't touch them with your hands. Use the melted star stone to collect them." Upon hearing this, Little Moon nodded. She took out her melted star stone and waved it in front of those specks of light. The purplish-black stream of air seemed to be attracted and crashed into the melted star stone, entering it. When Chu Chen and Chu Xianling saw that it was effective, they hurriedly used their melted star stones to collect those purplish-black streams of air. "This is the star's fate? It feels like a mottled energy. It's so strange." Yu'er collected a few bundles, then jogged in front of Yun Nuoshing. She held the melted star stone with both hands and handed it to him, as she muttered. Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her black hair. He took the melted star stone, looked inside, and said, "That purplish-black stream of air is the envelopes. It's just a useless multicolored energy. What's inside the envelopes is the true star's fate." As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw a stream of energy into the melted star stone. The power of the stars carefully sucked out the purplish-black energy and threw it out of the melted star stone. At this time, what was left inside was a transparent, viscous liquid with specks of starlight sparkling. "So little?" Yu'er widened her eyes. Mei Mao was surprised. Every demonic beast emitted purplish-black streams of air of different sizes. She had just collected 6 or 7 bundles. When gathered together, they were about the size of a wash basin. However, when the energy layer was removed, the viscous starlight liquid that appeared was only the size of a pinky fingernail. "With the capacity of your melted starstone, it will be full after magnifying it 100,000 times," Yun Nuoshing said in a relaxed tone. Hearing this, Little Moon and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had killed a large number of demonic beasts, but it was only a small amount. "What we took out from the flaming mantis was red starlight liquid. What's the difference?" Little Moon asked. "It seems to be a little more. It's more than the usual 7 or 8 bundles." "Yes, that's because the star providence they represent is different. The specific differences are, their attributes are different and their grades are different. However, not many people know about this now. It's quite ancient knowledge," Yun Nuoshing said. "The divine miracle of the divine spirit appeared because of the power left behind by that ancient life form. However, the star field above us doesn't seem to have evolved like that. It was left there from the very beginning. Now, the power left behind by it has combined with the power of the shattered star field. On this broken land, these things that are similar to energy life forms have appeared. I guess all the life forms here contain the star luck of the stars." Yun Nuoshing rubbed her fingers and murmured, "In that case, there must be a large cluster, or even a few huge clusters of star providence, or many clusters of star providence. After years of accumulation, those clusters of star providence leaked out and merged with these energy life forms. This is also the reason why they can use the power of the stars. Probably, the stronger the life form, the more star providence it has. Anyway, that's it. Be careful when you separate the energy layer. The way you deal with energy in the past won't work. Remember to use the melted star stone when you collect it. It's unrealistic to collect it all in one go. I'm not with you, so figure it out yourself. If you really can't do it, bring back the star providence in the energy layer, and I'll help you deal with it," Yun Nuoshing said to the others in her soul. What she said just now was for everyone. In this Holy Spirit miracle, if they wanted to obtain star providence, they probably had to kill these energy life forms. Moreover, these beast-like creatures could use the power of the stars, which made them several times stronger than ordinary beasts. Alright. Little star who loves to worry is just like the old man. Yuanshi laughed and said something that made him speechless. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched for a while. She thought of something and hurriedly said, Right. If you see a cluster of star providence wrapped in a reddish-black energy layer, please keep it intact and bring it back. Don't try to separate it. I'm afraid you'll fail. That thing is very... Anyway, that's the way it is. Chu Yingzhan said, So far, we've only seen purplish-black energy layers. Are there any reddish-black energy layers? Are there any special ones? Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. That's it. Don't touch it. Just collect it. That thing is very important to me. Who brings it back for me? How about I grant you a wish? She smiled faintly. As soon as she said that, a group of people in the soul communication went into an uproar. This condition sounded very tempting. This big boss could grant many wishes for others. If she really found it, then there would be many things to do. Yun Nuoxing felt an inexplicable chill. A chill spread from the soles of his feet to his spine and into his brain, making him shiver. As soon as he turned around, he saw Little Moon and Yu Er's excited expressions. Even Chu Chun and Chu Xianling's eyes were shining. Yun Nuoxing shuddered. I can feel that you're thinking of something bad even though we're separated by souls. Cough, cough. You're not allowed to suggest anything that crosses my moral bottom line. Everyone asked, What's your bottom line? I don't care about things like murder and arson. It's fine as long as you don't ask me to do anything shameful or make a fool of myself in front of everyone, Yun Nuoxing said softly. Like abducting innocent women? Chu Yingzhan laughed sinisterly. That's right. That kind of thing is definitely not allowed. If you want, then go and catch it yourselves. Yun Nuoxing nodded very seriously. Chu Yingzhan said, Tisk. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Her disdainful voice made him feel a lot of inexplicable emotions. Did this girl really want him to do something shameful? Anyway, we'll talk about it when you find it. Yun Nuoxing said in annoyance and cut off the soul communication. He used his sword to wake up the two girls who were immersed in their endless fantasies. He looked at Little Moon and Ur who were pouting and covering their heads with their hands. He smiled helplessly and held their lily-white hands. Then, he flew into the distance. Let's begin. Chapter 991. Roar, roar, roar. Furious roars rang out from the depths of the Black Mountains, causing the earth to tremble and half of the mountains to collapse. Suddenly, the entire star domain shook as streaks of starlight descended. A surging black aura of extreme coldness erupted from the depths of the mountains, turning an entire mountain range into an ice sculpture. Bang! An iceberg exploded into smithereens. Fragments of the mountain and ice scattered into the air before falling down like a storm of ice and rock. A huge golden magical beast soared into the sky. Yun Nuoxing hovered in the air. The rain of rocks and ice would abruptly slow down as they passed by him. Afterwards, they would hover beside him. He looked at the huge golden magical wolf charging towards him. He calmly raised his hand and casually waved it downward. The ice and rocks several hundred meters in size around him suddenly shattered. Countless fragments rapidly condensing into an ice spear that was only 30 meters long. It shot out as fast as lightning. The golden magical wolf still maintained its soaring posture. Before it had even reached 30 meters from Yun Nuoxing, the ice spear had already pierced through it in an instant, ripping the golden magical wolf's huge body in half. A huge crack even appeared in space. The golden magical wolf's huge body began to dissipate. White specks of light appeared in the air, and an extremely mottled golden energy also appeared in the specks of light. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and collected it into the melted star stone. He frowned. This isn't it either. In the mountains below, Yuer, Little Moon, Chu Chen, and Chu Xianling were engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of wolves. Several hundred demigod magical beasts that had grasped Star Force and lived in packs were completely defeated by the four of them. Among them, the crazy Yuer volunteered to be the berserker at the front. She killed her way through, leaving behind huge corpses and specks of light scattered all over the ground. Little Moon followed behind them, and a bright and clear moon floated behind her. The white moonlight fell on her body, and her 3,000 strands of black hair released a fine glow, adding a trace of killing aura, making her look like a goddess of war under the moon. At this moment, she was hurriedly following behind Yuer, killing the wolf packs that were charging at them from both sides. At the same time, she used the melting star stone to collect the balls of energy that filled the light spots. Don't kill and throw rubbish all the way. Little Moon picked up the star force and blew up her hair. She couldn't keep up with the rhythm of charging and killing. The energy would dissipate in the air if left alone for a while. After killing the magical beasts, she had to quickly collect them with the melted star stone. Yuer was obviously engrossed in killing and didn't care about collecting them. Chu Chen controlled thousands of rock spikes and smashed them down from the sky. Chu Xianling's method of controlling the wind element was very exquisite. When it mixed with the former's rock spikes, it formed a storm. Anything that was swept into it would be torn into pieces, and several layers of the ground had been dug up. These two had perfectly inherited the Chu family's earth element and wind element. Without any special circumstances, there wouldn't be any mutation. Their elder sister happened to have both of them. Earth, listen to me. Pooh. Chu Chen's earth element and spirit essence circulated rapidly. Just as his hand seals moved a few times, an exceptionally large magical wolf pushed him away, leaving behind a cry of surprise in the air. Little Chen. Chu Xianling was slightly shocked. She waved her jade-like hand and sent out a strong cyan wind, which swept the magical wolves 100 feet around her into the sky. Then, they were fiercely smashed onto the ground by a gust of wind. Suddenly, dozens of light spots appeared. She hurriedly ran to Chu Chen's side, who was twitching on the ground, and helped him up. She cried, You are already cooked. Chu Chen spat out a mouthful of hot air. He was provoked by the backlash. He had just used the God technique and was sent flying. The energy in his body had backfired, but it wasn't a big problem. With the level of God technique that Yun Nuoxing had given them, even if they suffered from the backlash, the damage wouldn't be very big. At that level, this kind of weakness would be suppressed by a lot. It wasn't a fatal weakness. Hearing the commotion behind her, Yuer hurriedly stopped charging forward. Her jade-like leg fiercely stomped on the ground, creating an extremely deep mark. Then, she fiercely turned around and rushed out. She collided with Little Moon, who was chasing after her with all his might. Two cries of surprise rang out, and both of them fell to the ground. Yun Nuoxing, who was watching the whole process from the sky. What are you doing? Little Moon angrily pinched this girl's cheeks and fiercely pulled them to both sides. Yuer stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. With a glance, she saw a giant wolf charging towards them. A red light flashed across her eyes, and a layer of cold black aura lingered on her slender jade-like hand. With a wave of her claw, a huge black claw mark appeared in the air, and the giant wolf that was pouncing on them was torn into several pieces. All right, everyone stand still. Yuer was just about to directly carry Little Moon and charge towards Chu Xianling and Little Moon when a faint helpless laughter rang out in her mind. Her body trembled, and she immediately stopped. Boom! In the next moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and hundreds of huge elemental energy pillars burst out from the ground, swallowing all of the demon wolves. Even those that were moving at high speed were not left behind, as if they could automatically track them. The elemental energy pillars swallowed hundreds of demon wolves, and their bodies rapidly melted away. In less than a second or two, they completely disappeared. Then, the elemental energy carried the energy from the light spots, and all of it drilled into Yun Nuoshing's melted star stone. After casually getting rid of these fellows, Yun Nuoshing descended from the sky. As soon as he steadied himself, Yu pounced on him with a smile and bumped into his arms. Brother Yun is so powerful. Brother Yun has always been the most powerful. Yun Nuoshing smiled and hugged the girl, his eyes full of doting. He then reached out and rubbed Little Moon's head, who was walking over with her cheeks puffed up. Well done. Little Moon smiled happily. Xing, Little Chen is completely dead. Let's dig a hole and bury him. Chu Xianling carried Chu Chen and walked back with a sorrowful expression. Chu Chen spat out a mouthful of saliva, and his whole body turned gray. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Is it really okay for you to talk about your younger brother like this? Could it be that all the younger brothers in the world are only used to trick others? Yun Nuoshing sighed. He looked at Chu Chen, who was 80% cooked, and said, "The Chaos Rock Divine Art that you chose, that is actually very strong in defense. Even if there was a backlash, it shouldn't be roasted to 80% cooked." Chu Chen laughed dryly. He hadn't learned the essence of it yet. However, thanks to this divine art, he didn't suffer any serious injuries from the backlash. He was only slightly disoriented, and the energy in his body was slightly disturbed. Because he had mobilized too much energy, he had roasted himself. Yun Nuoshing and the others sat down to rest. During this time, Yu and Little Moon fought over the resting spot beside Yun Nuoshing. After a while, Yun Nuoshing couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Only then did the two girls sit down obediently and recover their energy from the battle just now. After resting for a while, the few of them began to extract the star fate that they had painstakingly collected for the whole morning. It wasn't as simple as just a few hundred demon wolves. They had turned over several areas and killed thousands of demon beasts that contained star fate. Yun Nuoshing was the only one who could maintain a 100% success rate. Little Yu, Chu Xianling, and the other two also tried, but they failed 4 or 5 times before succeeding once. They peeled off a small clump of sticky star liquid the size of a fingernail. Every time, they used more than 10 clumps of ordinary energy to gather together before peeling it off. The star liquid could not be seen even after the small clumps of energy were peeled off. They had to gather together first before they could be seen. In this way, they could only succeed once in 100 clump. Those that failed all dissipated into thin air. Puff! A purple-black energy ball disappeared into thin air, along with the star liquid inside. Chu Chen shook his head dejectedly. Previously, he saw that Yun Nuoshing had succeeded easily. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult for him to actually do it. Improve your soul's sensing power. Accurately sense the energy layer and the star fate that is wrapped in it. Carefully use your soul's power to wrap the star fate around that area. Extract all the excess things in one go. Look, that's it. Yun Nuoshing demonstrated it again on the spot. Little Moon and the others said that they understood it, but when they really did it, they couldn't learn it as smoothly as him. Listening and doing were two completely different concepts. Puff! Another large purple-black energy ball exploded into pieces. Yu trembled all over. Her nose twitched, and she threw herself into Yun Nuoshing's arms and cried. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly comforted this silly girl. This silly girl had just piled up 200 or 300 energy balls and wanted to extract them all in one go. In the end, they all exploded. Her efforts were in vain. All right, I'll take care of yours. Yu, don't do it. Let me do it. In the end, Yun Nuoshing decided to do it himself. Originally, he wanted to let them learn some other tricks just in case. Now, it seemed that he would lose a lot of results if that didn't happen. He hurriedly comforted her for a while. Yun Nuoshing was clumsy and did not know how to comfort others. On the other hand, Yu adjusted herself and skipped to the side to play. Brother, I want to come out and play too. In the spiritual world, Little Purple Soul was jumping around. After the miracle of the Holy Spirit opened, Yun Nuashing stuffed her back into the spiritual world so that she wouldn't disappear. Now, the little girl was bored again. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and nodded. He waved his hands in front of him and made a lifting motion. Then, the little girl appeared out of thin air. He placed his hands under Little Purple Soul's armpits and lifted her up. Don't run around. This space is a little strange. If you get lost, it'll be troublesome to find you. Yun Nuashing waved her in the air and reminded her seriously. Okay. Little Purple Soul nodded solemnly. Yun Nuashing was still worried. He took Little Magic off his head and put her on her head. He poked the meaty ball and watched it open its eyes lazily. He said, "Stay on Little Purple Soul's head. Don't come down." Woo woo. Little Magic shook her head. After a moment, she nodded vigorously and laughed happily. After settling the matters of the little girl and putting her on his shoulder, Yun Nuashing looked at Little Moon and the others and suddenly said, that's right, this space is a bit special. Try to squeeze some time out of it to cultivate. Of course, don't be in a hurry to advance. When you feel that you're about to enter the elementary god level, tell me and I'll help you seal it. After some time, go to the small divine land and advance. Why? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. The rules of heaven and earth in Little Divine Land belong to the ancient age. It's much more complete and powerful than the rules of heaven and earth now. There are many benefits to entering beginner god there. Yun Nuashing said. Previously, Zi Yen and the crazy girl advanced to the initial god level under the protection of the divine runes. That kind of condition was not bad. Although I collected those runes later, there are many complicated steps to perfectly restore the kind of environment that can let people advance and obtain benefits. I might as well let you go to the small divine land to advance. The three great reincarnations from the ancient age to the present did not seem to be very complete. According to their calculations in the ancient age, each great reincarnation should completely reset the rules of heaven and earth. Everything would become nothing, and the three elements of beginning should be in the most perfect state. But now it seemed that there was something wrong with the rules. He had never felt such a serious suppression of heaven and earth. It was almost hopeless, and he could not see any hope at all. Moreover, it was very likely that it was targeting the realm of the gods. This was just a guess. He had to go to the star region of the Eight Elements realm and the outer void to confirm whether this guess was correct. At this moment, I have a way to create some hope, but the rules of heaven and earth are really hopeless. Yun Nuashing sighed in his heart. On the other side, unlike Yun Nuashing and the others who did not see anyone, Xian and the others saw many people along the way. There were divine sons and divine venerables, but they did not see any divine kings or divine emperors. It was probably because they were separated that they could not meet. Bang! A figure fiercely crashed into the cliff, and half of his body was buried in the rocks. Yuanshi stepped forward and kicked the cliff into pieces. The person also rolled out with the rubble. His breath was so weak that it was almost disappearing. His body was covered in blood, and it was obvious that he was about to die. Yuanshi lifted the person up and saw that he had completely fainted. He smacked his lips and said, "Your divine venerables are so weak that it's like they don't exist." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a large purple-black stream of air flew out of the person's body and went into the melting star stone in his hand. Yuanshi looked at it and said with disdain, "How dare you provoke us with this little bit of air? Don't you know that our appearance fee is very high?" Sure enough, these people don't know how to extract the star fate. They ate it together with the shell. Nightmare looked at the people lying on the ground and could not help but roll his eyes. The star providence could be snatched from others. As long as it had not completely merged with one's body, it was not impossible to strip it away. This was also a precautionary measure by the Yun Nua planet to prevent them from devouring the star providence first. Since the opening of the Saint Spirit's miracle many years ago, Perhaps young Master Yun is the only one who knows about this, Qin Yen said softly as she played with the melting star stone. Chu Xianling stretched out his leg and kicked the person who was twitching on the ground. These people don't have that red and black thing. There were about 60 or 70 people in this group, and there were 4 or 5 godly venerable masters in the middle. Xian and the others found something in this place. It was not a magical beast, but a rare plant. It contained a lot of star fate, and it was even more abundant than the usual magical beasts. They did not expect to be surrounded just as they were about to put it away. Then, that group of people was unlucky. With Xian and Yuanshi's current combat power, even those on the Supreme Leaderboard might not be able to defeat them, let alone these people who did not look particularly powerful. Stripping is so difficult. Xian looked at the dissipating ball of energy in her hand and felt a little distressed. Well, the quality of these star fates seems quite average, so it's fine to use them for practice. As for the ones that seem to be of higher quality, just keep them and let Little Star deal with them. It would be a pity to waste them, Yuanshi said. The others nodded. Those special star fates were not easy to find. They had been searching for half a day, and they did not know how many places they had searched, but they had only found a dozen or so star fates, and they were all different and could not be combined. Looking at the dozens of people twitching on the ground, Yuanshi said expressionlessly, "These are the spoils of war. I'll spare your lives. Be grateful. Next time, remember to bring more people if you want to cause trouble. There's too little star fate, and it's not enough to pay for your appearance." Nightmare grinned. "Remember to come again next time." As soon as he finished speaking, the group disappeared in a flash. "Where should we go next? We've searched everywhere. If possible, let's go further away," Chu Yingzhan said. "Then let's go deeper. I heard there's something fun inside." Nightmare opened his arms and spun in a circle in the air, chuckling. "Fun? What fun?" Yuanshi was suspicious. Based on this guy's taste, fun might unexpectedly be troublesome. Nightmare turned his head and his neck cracked. "I forgot. Everyone." After being stared at by everyone for a while, Nightmare scratched his face awkwardly and said, "Anyway, it should be something fun. Let's go and take a look. We can ask someone on the way." Everyone nodded and was about to fly deeper into the mountain when they saw many figures rushing into the sky from the mountain range. They were all rushing toward the same place. It seemed like they were in a hurry. Yuanshi and Nightmare looked at each other, and the two of them rushed out. Xian and the others followed behind them slowly. Yuanshi grabbed a random person, looked down at the mountain range and sky that had suddenly become lively, and said, "Brother, what's going on? You, a divine child, dare to stop me." The man who was grabbed looked at Yuanshi impatiently. Sensing his strength, he immediately slapped him. Bang! Yuanshi smiled faintly and slapped the man, causing him to roll dozens of times in the sky. He flew back to Nightmare, who grabbed the man and smiled at him. Then, he laughed sinisterly. "Do you want me to strip you naked and slowly eat you, or be a good boy and spit something out?" Nightmare's demonic aura made the man tremble in fear. His face suddenly turned pale, and he hurriedly told him everything he knew. Half a minute later, the man rushed into the distance. He was not slow at all, as he was afraid that he would be eaten by Nightmare's man-eating demon if he stayed a second longer. How boring! He ran away just like that. Nightmare hugged his arms and said unhappily. Yuanshi rolled his eyes. Anyone who heard that they were going to be eaten would be nervous. So, what did he say? Something fun. Nightmare laughed excitedly. What exactly was it? Oh, it's in that direction. Nightmare pointed in the direction where many people were flying and said, "It's said that someone found a place that is spewing out celestial fate. It seems to be limitless, but I don't know what the quality is." "Oh? There's such a place?" Yuanshi was surprised. No matter what, the limitless celestial fate is very attractive. Now, everyone in this area is heading in that direction. Judging by their speed of absorption, everyone suddenly laughed sinisterly. They had the melting starstone, so their speed of absorbing celestial fate was much faster than others. If they heard about this, they would definitely get involved. Chapter 992. Amidst the magnificent mountains, a huge open space suddenly appeared. In this space, countless talismans and runes flashed. The starlight converged into a long river that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet and hung in the sky. It looked like a real Milky Way, but it also looked like this Milky Way came from outer space and finally fell here. Outside the mountain range, many people were gathering at a rapid speed. There were people rushing over from all directions. It was as if there was a central source that was constantly attracting people over. In the end, almost tens of thousands of people had gathered here. When Xian and the others rushed over, they saw a sea of people. The scene of 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside of the sky shocked them. They had seen so many people at the gathering place before entering the Saint's Spirit Miracle, but after entering, they had not seen so many people gathered together. It seemed that there was really something mysterious here that could attract so many heaven's prides. Xian turned around and gave Yuan Shi and the others a look. Her red lips moved slightly. They listened and nodded. Then, they quietly separated and blended into the crowd to inquire about this place. 10 minutes later, they also got some information. The bright and boundless Milky Way in the sky spread out from that strange place. It was a Milky Way that had been thrown away. However, that Milky Way was too high and had endless pressure. No one dared to get close to it. Even if it was filled with a large amount of star fate, no one dared to get close. Some lucky people chased after the Milky Way and finally came to this place and saw that Milky Way was connected to the ground. There is endless star fate in there. It is colorful like a dye factory. It is like being in a Milky Way. It is incomparably gorgeous. You can't see the bottom of that space. Those who went in quickly ran back. The Milky Way's pressure is too strong. For a period of time, no one could get close. We have to wait for the Milky Way's pressure to decrease before we can go in. There seemed to be people secretly recruiting others to form a team. When that strange place opened, they would go in and explore together. The density of star fate in that space varies. The lower you go, the denser the star fate is. The star fate at the edge is also thinner. When you go in later, you have to choose your location carefully. When these words came out, many people's expressions changed. Those who were still calm and collected now put aside their pride and asked to form a team. Some simply showed their powerful strength to attract others to join them. Although no one knew what the use of the so-called stellar fate was, they didn't feel any improvement in their strength even after absorbing it. Those who were in the forbidden period didn't feel that the forbidden period was shortened either. However, their masters and ancestors had said that they should plunder as much stellar fate as possible. As for what it was used for, they didn't care for it for the time being. Therefore, when they heard that there was an endless amount of stellar fate here, many people rushed to this place like wolves and tigers. Yanhua, star fate is a very mysterious thing. And even your master has never heard of it. After entering the minor divine prefecture, a special journey will begin. At that time, the amount of star fate you have will be able to reap the same benefits. At the same time, it can also nourish your essence, chi, and soul. That 2-meter-tall muscular man scratched his head with a blank expression on his face. In any case, we just have to focus on plundering. Yi Wenlu laughed. The skinny young man beside him sighed. Brother Yi, we came here from the Azure Emperor City through tens of teleportation portals. We have already used up the toll. You should think about what to do after the journey to the divine miracle ends. Yi Wenlu's handsome face froze. Yanhua looked at him and patted the skinny young man's shoulder. Don't worry. When the time comes, just let your brother Yi sell his body. Yi Wenlu's face paled. He clutched his chest and coughed a few times. An expression of hurt appeared on his face. When Xian heard the conversation, she was slightly worried. Of course, she only paid attention to the first part of the conversation. She ignored the second part of the conversation. After another half an hour, Xian felt that the information she wanted was more or less collected. She also left and met up with Yuan Shi and the others. The few of them communicated through their souls at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while they had finished exchanging information. Start a special journey? When Yuan Shi heard this, he was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he suddenly shouted, "I understand. Oh, coincidentally, I also thought of something." Nightmare also had an excited expression on her face. Qin Yan also nodded. The only ones present who did not know were Xian and Chu Yingzhan. The two girls looked confused. When Xian saw this, she smiled slightly and said, "The Qin family has records before. Those who possess the star fate will be reborn if they go to the small divine land. If they don't, then it will remain unchanged. Hey, there was once a divine son from the Yuan family who went to the small divine land with a lot of star fate. At that time, the divine son was just 600 years old. He had the strength of a divine venerable and looked about 26 or 27 years old. In the end, he went to the small divine land for 1,000 years and came back with the strength of a divine venerable. He looked like a 15 or 16-year-old young man. At that time, I thought that he had obtained something during his cultivation and returned to his youth." Yuan Shi spoke with assurance. "Seems like this has something to do with the so-called rebirth. Let's ask Little Star," Xian said. She pressed her jade-like hand on her temple and called out twice in her soul. In the end, she only heard a bunch of noises. The chaotic and meaningless noises made her frown slightly. "I can't contact him. Didn't Little Star say that there was something wrong with the space and laws of this place? I think we can't find him here, but he has a way to contact us." Yuan Shi shrugged. "Well, it's not something urgent. We can ask him when we meet. I'm looking forward to seeing Little Star's surprised face." After that guy regained his memories, he would smile all day long. Occasionally, he would even have facial paralysis. Apart from some life-threatening events, there is nothing else that can surprise him. Chu Yingzhan shrugged and let out a light sigh. While they were talking, a faint commotion suddenly came from the front of the group. Xian and the others turned around and saw that the hanging river of stars had suddenly dimmed a lot. The place at the bottom that connected to the ground was originally a land full of runes. At this moment, the land suddenly trembled, and a deep black dot accompanied by specks of starlight appeared at the end of the river of stars. Then, it slowly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it had spread out dozens of feet and was still expanding. The black ground had specks of starlight. The purple and pink light twisted into countless spiral arms that stretched out from the center like a vortex or a galaxy. Oh, it's starting. Later, we'll rush down and circle around the edge. We'll rush all the way to the bottom. The star providence down there is richer. Maybe we'll even find the reddish-black color that Boss wants." Devil Nightmare excitedly transmitted his voice to the others. Xian and the others nodded. This was also their plan from the beginning. When the black ground spread to a huge level and was about to touch the mountains, it suddenly trembled and stopped. The countless specks of starlight on the black ground became brighter. The purple and pink vortex began to slowly rotate around the center. The hanging river of stars in the sky quickly dimmed, but the thousands of specks of starlight on it began to flow with the river of stars. Everyone could clearly see that the starlight in the river of stars flowed backward into the galaxy vortex below. Boom! In an instant, countless people unleashed their powerful auras and rushed toward the galaxy vortex with the roar of mountains and rivers. They rushed into the vortex as if they were jumping into a river and disappeared without a splash. Seeing that someone had entered the vortex, the eyes of those who were still watching instantly turned red. They roared and rushed toward the galaxy vortex as fast as they could. "Let's go too!" Yuan Shi waved her hand and let out a soft cry. Wind elements wrapped around the few of them, and their aura was raised to a powerful level. Their figures flashed, and they quickly passed through the crowd. They rushed from the edge to near the front, and then rushed into the star-field vortex before countless people. They didn't feel anything special when their bodies passed through the layer. Their vision changed in an instant. The light in their vision dimmed, and the atmosphere changed suddenly. Everywhere was filled with the rich aura of the galaxy. Except for Xian, Yuan Shi and the others were familiar with this aura. When they were in the realm of 5 elements, they had been bathed in the aura of the galaxy. They subconsciously opened an energy barrier and wrapped everyone up. In their vision, there was endless twinkling starlight. It was a real starry sky, not a fake one. Yun Nuoxing said that a fake starry sky would also have the aura of the galaxy. When the aura of the galaxy reached a certain level, the starry sky would be real. Then there were only 2 possibilities. Either the galaxy was created by the gods, or the space of the galaxy was cut off and moved from its original place. According to the current situation, it was also possible that they were teleported to a part of the galaxy. The aura of the galaxy is so strong. There is a faint sense of oppression from the galaxy. Chu Yingzhan frowned. Primary level gods were not very adapted to the environment of the galaxy. This was not the realm of 5 elements, but the realm of 8 elements. The galaxy here was strong and complete. Primary level gods could indeed go to the galaxy in a group, but they would still feel a little uncomfortable. When they became mid-level gods, it would be much better. At that time, even if they stepped into the galaxy alone, they would be able to go a long way. When they became high-level gods, they would really be able to travel freely in the galaxy. At that time, they would be able to walk around the galaxy with the help of the infinite starlight and use the starlight to replenish their energy. At this stage, there was still some distance to go, so they did not think too much about it. Xian turned around and did not see the layer that separated the galaxy from the real world. He only saw people appear in a place out of thin air, and groups of people rushed in like dumplings. Let's go. Seize the opportunity. Yuan Shi and I will hold the barrier first. You guys wait for a while. Nightmare shouted softly and opened the energy barrier with Yuan Shi. Then he waved his hand. Xian and the other 2 girls nodded. They looked at each other and rushed to the edge of the galaxy, leaving the crowded area. When others saw this, they could not help but sneer. Look, those guys are rushing to the edge of the galaxy. They rushed to the edge of the galaxy as soon as they arrived. Oh, don't look. Let's go down first. Who cares about them? They're probably just here to rub off on the aura of the edge. Ziyen and the others didn't hear those mocking laugh. At this time, they quickly rushed to a place where there were very few people. They turned their heads and looked in the direction they came from. They only saw countless people in the distance with their energy auras rapidly falling into the star river below. It was like a meteor shower. It was very spectacular. However, it was difficult to distinguish the direction in the star field. They didn't know whether they were falling, flying up, or in some other direction. Who cares if it's up north or down south? Just go in that direction. I can feel the pressure there. If we go deeper, we might encounter a very strong obstruction. The pressure at the edge seems to be weaker. Nightmare smacked his lips and smiled. Let's go. Let's go. Yuan Shi smiled and nodded. They shouted softly and turned into the most dazzling meteors and rushed out. The Milky Way rapidly flowed in their eyes. The speed was so fast that they seemed to be able to see the starlight stretching out into long strips in their eyes. Around them, there were streams of flowing stars and trembling star fields. There was an invisible pressure that fell on their bodies. They were quite familiar with this feeling. It contained a thick aura of the stars and a suppressive force. It felt like, it's very similar to little stars' aura. Xian could not help but say. Yun Nuoxing's energy was the power of the stars, and it was the purest form of the power of the stars. It was even more similar to the starry sky than the real 3,000 stars. They had been following Yun Nuashing for a long time and could feel her aura all the time. Now that they felt the aura of this galaxy again, it felt like they had returned to her side. "Look over there!" Chu Yingzhan suddenly cried out in alarm. The group immediately stopped and looked in the direction she was pointing. About 10 meters away, they saw a green ball of energy that was about the size of a praying mat. They went over to take a look. Yuanshi hesitated for a moment and took out the Meltstar stone. The green energy ball was absorbed into the stone. He looked inside and saw that it was indeed the star Fate. He immediately made a "no problem" gesture to them and then exclaimed, "This ball is equivalent to 100 ultimate god magical beasts. There's no time to lose. Let's rush in." Mo Yen immediately became excited and waved his hands. Everyone else was also excited and rushed down, ignoring everything they saw along the way. They had only just entered and they had already seen such a large clump of star luck. Who knew if there would be even more exaggerated and of a higher quality star luck in the deeper regions? Xian and the others were very fast. They were already several levels stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with Yuan Shi's wind element, he could use his own wind element to sweep everyone forward quickly even in the star field space. In the primary god level, even if it was only a son of God in the first level, as long as they were strong enough and had good means, they could break through the shackles and reach the state of superluminal speed. Although they had not reached that level yet, their speed was already very fast. They looked sideways into the distance and saw that the meteor shower was rapidly retreating. Those were the people that they were constantly overtaking, and their numbers had become quite small. It seemed that not many people could reach this level. "Did you see anything? I just saw something flash in front of my eyes." Chu Yingzhan suddenly shouted in their souls. "No, we have been holding the barrier and did not have time to look elsewhere. The pressure of the star force ahead is getting stronger," Yuan Shi and Nightmare said in unison. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes shone with the light of excitement as she said, "I saw some patterns that contained star power as well as magical symbols and talismans." She was an alchemist, and her soul power was not weak compared to the others. Her eyesight was also quite sharp, brought about by her profession. She could see that there seemed to be something flowing in the star field space, and she clearly recognized that it was not star force but something man-made. Naturally, there were some special terrains that could condense those things, but the things she saw were too many traces left behind by humans. The flowing star force, sacred runes and magic runes. Those are probably the things that maintain this star field, and they might also be the things that limit this star field space. I don't understand the 5 elements constitution. If only little star was here. Xian looked at it and shook her head helplessly. Although she had the 5 elements constitution, in terms of energy control, the gap between her and Yun Nuashing could not be described with the word grade. At most, she specialized in the power of the 5 elements, and her attainment in energy control was only at a small level. She could see and feel many energy flows, but she could not describe them because she could not see through them. Dong! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor in their minds and they felt dizzy. They quickly stopped moving quickly. "Wah! I'm so dizzy. What did you hit?" Chu Yingzhan saw stars and quickly supported Xian. She was so dizzy that her whole body was floating, and her vision was blurry. No, my soul was hit by something." Qin Yan rubbed the space between her eyebrows and came back to her senses. She immediately recognized what had just happened. Then, she turned around. Mei Mao looked at the place where they had just come from with some special energy surging in her eyes. She seemed to have caught something. There is a layer of runic barrier there. Although it does not have the function of blocking, it seems to have the function of spacing, separating 2 spaces. That layer of runic barrier is not very powerful. It can only cause a little dizziness on the soul, and it will recover in a while. As Qin Yan spoke, the few of them felt a little more awake. They all breathed a sigh of relief and looked into the distance. There was a meteor shower, and it was all people. After touching that layer of runic barrier, many of the meteors were extinguished. It seemed that some people had stopped as well. However, a moment later, those extinguished meteors lit up again and continued to move downward. The star power here is a level stronger. Do we need to exchange? Xian blinked at Mei Mao and said, "No, we can still hold on. Let's continue. It seems that this is the second layer." Yuan Shi grinned. The few of them nodded and continued to move downwards. However, this time, they were much more careful and did not move as fast as before. In this star field, there was no heaven and earth energy, and there was no elemental energy. Their recovery ability would be greatly reduced. Circulating the mystic arts could absorb the starlight to recover, but right now, their control over the star power was still relatively weak. Perhaps their recovery speed would be slower. After an hour, Yuan Shi and Nightmare's expressions became very serious. The starlight here was very dazzling, and thousands of starlight rays gathered here like a vortex. The starry sky divine marks and demon marks appeared clearly in their line of sight. There was no need for Qin Yan to say anything, everyone could see it clearly. One after another, huge star divine marks appeared in their eyes. The brilliant star rivers shot out powerful rays of starlight, and the beautiful rings of stars were dyed with 7 colors, spanning over 1,000,000 li. The starlight here was rich and dazzling, and it was as if they had barged into a sun. Yuan Shi wiped his sweat and said, 7 layers of barriers. That means we are on the 8th layer. As the saying goes, there are 9 heavenly stars. Could there be 9 layers here? Wow, the pressure ahead is off the charts, and there are not many people around. Hey, I see a godly venerable expert of the demon race, a rank 9 godly venerable. Nightmare exhaled a breath of demonic energy and said, "Should we continue?" "Let's continue." The few of them looked at each other and nodded. At this level, they could see many extremely large clusters of star providence. Some of them felt special, so they collected them. Since they were not in a hurry, they could collect as much as they could. This big star in front of us, this star ring, it is all star providence. It is golden, so it will take a long time to collect it. Moreover, the star force here is so dense that it can be used to refine the body. Unlike the drifting starlight, this can be used for cultivation, Chu Yingzhan said excitedly. There are very few people here, and very few people can still persist. We can do it. Fortunately, there is enough pure star force here, and the wind spirit divine technique is working well. We can quickly replenish it. Yuan Shi said. If only little star was here, he might be able to reach initial God. Xian looked at the huge star in front of them, and could not help but say, "To little star, this place was a priceless treasure." Ha, that is true. If the boss was here, he could suck this star field dry. Nightmare laughed in agreement. After resting for a while, Yuan Shi waved his hand and said, "Let's continue." Chapter 993. Endless starlight flooded the area, and a huge amount of stellar energy condensed into a long river, bringing with it a shocking amount of power. The scene in front of them became extremely dazzling. It wasn't that the golden light was blinding, but that they were about to go blind. Every blink of their eyes was filled with starlight, and they even suspected that they had rushed into the middle of a star. It was too dazzling, and they couldn't tell left from right. The galaxy is brilliant. The 9 galaxies of Spirit State City are so weak, so weak. This is the real starry sky. Nightmare shouted excitedly, and starlight bloomed all over his body. There seemed to be some starlight in his scorching demonic aura. The Yama god's art shone brightly, and it swallowed all the starlight into its body, but he wasn't afraid of exploding. The starlight circled around his body and merged into the carrier, dyeing the energy with a strand of starlight. Then, the new energy that entered replenished the energy that had been consumed. After filling up the energy carrier, it was met with an endless resistance, and the excess energy was discharged to the surface of his body, leaving marks on his bones and flesh along the way. Then, it was completely thrown out, making him look like he was shining with starlight. At the same time, a portion of the energy was refined and used directly to support the energy barrier. Agreed. Yuan-Shi sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if he had swallowed an entire galaxy. If he looked closely, he could see specks of bright starlight flowing through his body, pulsing through every inch of his body. This extremely pure energy made him feel like the energy in his energy carrier was sh*t, dull and dull. Chu Yingzhan was busy using the melted star stone to quickly absorb the nearby stellar energy. The capacity of the melted star stone depended on how well one was compatible with the stellar energy. Even though it was only a small piece, its capacity was incomparably huge. The one in her hand was about half the size of a fist, and its capacity was enormous. Even so, she could feel that the melted star stone was gradually filling up. Don't take too much. We're still at the barrier between the 8th and 9th levels. When we reach the 9th level, it'll be bad if we encounter something better and run out of capacity, Xian reminded her. Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment. Then we'll use these to practice. Take them out yourself. Xian. Moreover, these are energy layers, not just a mass of celestial fate, not that kind of viscous celestial liquid. If I'm not wrong, these energy layers actually occupy 99% of the volume, and the remaining 1% is celestial fate. Our melted star stone can store a lot. Chu Yingzhan said proudly. Indeed, it's about the same. It seems that the higher the quality of the astral fate, the thicker the energy layer. If we choose the astral fate of the highest quality, I wonder how much it will take to fill it up. Yuan-Shi nodded. It's about to pass through. Prepare to resist the impact. Nightmare suddenly shouted, causing the expressions of Yuan-Shi and the others to turn serious. The energy barrier and soul barrier around their bodies strengthened together. There was a sudden sound in front of them. It resounded directly in the star field, and they were shocked. Although they didn't know what was going on, they immediately activated their strongest defense. Then, an extremely strong shockwave suddenly swept over. It was very fast, and it appeared the moment they heard the sound. It swept over their barriers. Bang! Several layers of energy barriers were completely shattered in a matter of seconds. Then, a huge formation suddenly shot out. Golden and 5-colored rays of light intertwined, condensing into a formation with a huge defensive power. However, it was simply too late to activate it. Ziyan gritted his teeth and simply used the formation itself to resist the shock wave. The impact of the star force overlapped like waves, causing distorted ripples to appear on the array. Moreover, under the impact of the shock wave there was also a huge amount of soul force. It seemed to be the soul attack of the talisman barrier. Everyone's soul force trembled, and they couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as their minds surged with dizziness. The moment the array shattered, a golden energy burst out. The golden energy was mixed with the energy of the 5 elements. The 2 types of energy intertwined and swept out. It collided with the shockwave, and there were hundreds of violent explosions, causing the latter to stagnate. Now, Yuan-Shi gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the dizziness in his mind. The wind element soared, and the energy barrier was raised again. The wild wind formed a second layer of powerful barrier. The moment the barrier was formed, the shock wave arrived unexpectedly, and the two collided again. It seemed to contain the pressure of the entire starry sky. With the huge weight of the starry sky, Yuan-Shi's 2 layers of barriers were dented. The circular barriers were collapsing and deforming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding space was turbulent. "Aha, watch me!" Nightmare shouted. His fiery demonic aura burst out, and he was about to rush over. In the end, the deformed barrier returned to its original state in the next moment, and the terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. Nightmare was still exploding. Now that he felt the pressure of the stellar energy disappear without a trace, he almost choked to death. Seeing his face turn white and then green, Yuanshi turned his head away. This guy was too unlucky. He was just about to show off his skills, and everything was gone. Is this the 9th level? Why is it so calm? Yuanshi looked around in surprise. The 8th level was so violent that there was no end to it. Why was the 9th level so calm? Speaking of which, is there really only a 9th level in this space? Could there be other levels? The 9 Heavens Galaxy is just a saying. Even if there is, we can't go. Qin Yan shook her head lightly and said very rationally, "We've already used all our strength to break through the 8th level. Without young Master Yun, we won't be able to go any further." Yuanshi thought about it and felt that it made sense. He dismissed the idea. It was better to act according to one's ability. It's so peaceful here. There are stellar divine patterns and demonic patterns everywhere, but without that huge pressure, the starry sky is very peaceful, Qin Yan said again. Ziyan nodded and turned around to look at the 8th floor. They could still see that the golden starlight had condensed into an ocean. They had just charged out from that violent starry ocean, and it had taken them a lot of effort to do so. Look around the starlight. Chu Yingzhan suddenly discovered something. She shook Ziyan's arm and pointed into the distance. The few of them turned and immediately saw where she was pointing, and also saw what she was looking at. It was a ball of starlight that was constantly fluctuating. It looked so until Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and used the melting star stone to guide it, and the ball of starlight rushed over from the distance. The ball of starlight continued to expand in their line of sight. Gradually, it became the size of a small thumb, the size of a palm, and the size of a washbasin. When it finally appeared in front of them, it was already as big as 200 feet. It swayed in the starry sky like a ball of burning flame. Moreover, there was a solid spherical core that was very bright. This is also wrapped in an energy layer. It's just that it's quite big. Chu Yingzhan reached out and poked it. She couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the melting star stone shook and absorbed it. Ziyan looked at it thoughtfully. Then, he looked at the endless twinkling starlight around them. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled. That's the fate of the stars, a sumptuous feast. Mo Yan's mouth parted into a grin as an extremely excited expression appeared on his face. However, just as they were about to make a move, Qin Yan suddenly pointed in a direction. There. The few of them turned their gazes in confusion. The starlight in their line of sight was as abundant as the sand of the Ganges River. They couldn't see clearly. There were a lot of them, and they lived up to the name of stars. The stars were confusing to the eyes. Even so, they still saw the thing that Qin Yan was pointing at. After all, the color was really too eye-catching. It was impossible to miss it even if they wanted to. It was a ball of red and black starlight. The few of them looked at each other. They all had the same thought. They remembered Yun Nuoxing's instructions. Suddenly, they ignored everything else and rushed in that direction. There was no pressure in this strange 9th level of the starry sky. The starry sky was incomparably calm. They weren't worried about anything, but they were still vigilant of their surroundings. Wait, how are we going to distribute it? What about the wishes? Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but ask as they rushed over. Ziyan and the others smiled bitterly. This crazy girl was still thinking about Yun Nuoxing's words. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Let's get that thing first, Qin Yan said. The red and black starlight seemed to be quite far away. The 5 of them flew at full speed for more than 10 minutes before they saw it gradually magnified. After another 5 minutes, they were really close to that place. The last thing that appeared in their line of sight was an incomparably huge red and black star. This star was very small. It was only about 100,000 feet in size. It was perfectly round and wasn't very bright. There was no heat coming out of it. A layer of red flames wrapped around the black spherical core. There were many red and purple patterns on the surface of the core that were flashing and emitting an inexplicable aura. There's very little starlight in this area. Could it be that we're really close to the deepest place? Yuan, she said. As he spoke, the energy in his body quietly began to circulate. It was as if he was preparing for battle. Nightmare tilted his head and squinted his eyes. Not far from them, there was a group of people who had just arrived. They were traveling at about the same speed as them. Wow, that old liar's starlight shuttle is actually quite useful. I didn't expect it to be able to pass through layers of space so easily. The pressure there just now almost scared me to death. The skinny man wiped the sweat off his face and couldn't help but say, "Isn't that so, Yen Hua? How many stars do you think this big guy has compared to those divine suns and divine venerable beasts outside?" The handsome man smiled as he looked at the red and black star in front of him and sized it up. The 2-meter-tall man glanced at him but didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head and looked not far away. His line of sight met with Nightmare and Yuan Shi's line of sight. Yi Wenlu sighed and also turned his gaze. He had already noticed that there were people here. Moreover, they were traveling at the same speed as them. This made him very surprised. They had obtained a treasure. With the help of the treasure's power, they could travel quickly and safely through the star field. The several layers of barriers didn't pose much of an obstacle to them. Only the last barrier slowed them down. That barrier couldn't be passed through without the power of a divine king. Many 9th-rank divine venerable experts stopped in front of that barrier. They didn't expect that the people they saw here were all divine sons. Could it be that they used some special method to come here like us? Yi Wenlu tilted his head in confusion. However, this wasn't important. It didn't matter how they came here. What was important was that they came here and took a liking to this big guy. At this time, the skinny man also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. When he saw the two of them looking in that direction, he also looked over and saw Nightmare and Yuan Shi looking over with shining eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Yi, there are people over there. It seems like they are also here for this big guy." This is probably the deepest part of this star field. Anything that can be placed here is not simple, the skinny man muttered. However, with others around, it wouldn't be easy to make a move. Xian didn't look at the three of them. She only looked at Mei Mao with scorching eyes. She only knew that little star wanted this. Because he trusted them completely, he asked them to help him find this. He didn't even hesitate to use a wish to motivate them. In the past, she had never seen him ask for something so solemnly. This thing must be very important to him. When she thought of this, her bright eyes slightly surged with a wisp of light. She placed her lily-white hands in front of her and clenched them slightly. She said softly, "Yuan Shi Yingzhan, how long can the four of you delay them together?" If the four of us attack together, it's hard to say. The brat behind is a little easier to say, but those two guys are still in a daze. However, their realms are still at the divine sun level. Perhaps they are a few small realms higher than us. Yuan Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. They weren't stupid. Their awareness had been uniquely strengthened by the divine-grade divine technique and could sense the potential danger and threat. Naturally, they could see that the two guys in front of them seemed a little strange. However, although I can't guarantee that we can kill them, we should be able to delay them. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Devil Nightmare laughed out loud. However, those two fellows do have some skills. However, there is no such thing as negotiation in my dictionary. They rushed here without thinking and even had their eyes on this. Then let's just snatch it. The five of us have the boss behind us. Can't we deal with them? Xian and the others laughed bitterly. This was really his style of speech. After pondering for a moment, Xian looked at the star and sighed. She nodded and said in a low and firm voice, "Little Star asked me to help him find the red-black star fate. However, this is the only one I found along the way. No matter what, I can't let it go. Even if I have to deal with everyone for it, I won't hesitate." Xian took a deep breath. Her expression was indifferent. She moved lightly and actually walked toward the three people. Yuan Shi and the others saw this and nodded. They also followed her. The energy in their bodies surged and circulated. It seemed that this girl wanted to negotiate with them? Yuan Lu and the other person were stunned when they saw them coming. They couldn't help but frown slightly. What were they trying to do? In the starry sky, droplets of brilliance scattered in all directions, covering every inch of space. The scene of the star domain was reflected in Ziyan's deep purple starry eyes. Her beautiful and tranquil pretty face had a shocking aura that could not be hidden. Seeing that the one leading the group was a girl, the two of them were even more startled. An extremely rich shock flashed across their eyes. This girl was so beautiful, like a fairy that was born from the heavens. There was actually such a person in this world? The thin young man was already stunned. The two girls beside Ziyan were also very charming and had their own temperaments. He couldn't help but blush. Yanhua couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly slapped him and turned him around. "Kid, don't look. If you look too much, you'll make a fool of yourself." The thin young man rolled his eyes. "You two are about the same age as me, right?" Ziyan and the others stopped 5 feet in front of them. Yuanlu looked at them calmly. His gaze only swept over Ziyan and the other girls before he appropriately turned away. He smiled and clasped his hands together. "Hello, what's the matter?" Ziyan and Mei Mao stared at him. After a moment of hesitation, they clasped their hands together. Her red lips parted slightly, and a soft voice floated out. "What price do we have to pay for you to not interfere with this planet?" Hearing this, Yuanlu and the other two's expressions changed slightly. Sure enough, they came for this big thing. And they directly talked about the price as soon as they opened their mouth. Could it be that this thing was very important to them? Zian's expression was calm, and her tone was not tough. If possible, she wanted to settle this matter peacefully. At this level, there were basically no fools. Although it wasn't to say that everyone was unusually smart, at least they couldn't be fooled with a few words. She might as well be straightforward. "Let's be frank. This planet is very important to me. It doesn't matter even if we have to pay a price." Yuanlu frowned slightly. This was the deepest part of the star field, and the thing placed here was the most conspicuous thing. At first glance, it didn't look ordinary. Although he didn't know what was so special about this big thing, he didn't know much about it. Perhaps it was no different from those good quality planets. It was just a difference in attribute. Or maybe there was something else. He couldn't estimate it. He had a little understanding of this, but it wasn't deep. Any price is fine? For example, a high-grade Saint Profound Art or something. Yuanlu tried to sound her out with a faint smile. "Okay." Ziyan nodded. She only said one word, but it was filled with incomparable determination. Hearing this, the three's cheeks twitched. She could give away a high-grade Saint Profound Art just like that. How satisfying. But Yuanlu thought for a while, but suddenly smiled. Things like planets can only be encountered by chance. There are many different characteristics, qualities, and attribute. Some are even 1 in 10,000. But high-grade Saint Profound Art seems to be available. There are also ways to buy it on the black market, so? Ziyan narrowed her eyes at Mei Mao. Her voice was still calm, but she could more or less predict what would happen next. Yuan Shi and the others also sighed in their hearts. It seemed that they couldn't avoid it. "What if I say no?" Yuanlu shook his head gently and grinned. His clean and handsome face was shining with starlight. Ziyan pondered for a moment, then closed Mei Mao and tried to contact Yun Nuoshing again. But there was still no response from her soul. There was only static echoing in her soul. She sighed and opened her eyes. Her voice was faint. "No matter what, it's not fine?" Yuanlu crossed his arms and nodded faintly. Yuan Shi grinned. "Then do you think that we can't think of what you can think of? Everything placed in the deepest part of the star sector is a treasure. I'm afraid that's what you think, so you don't want to let it go." Do you think that we will just watch you take it? Yan Hua's eyes gradually turned cold. The skinny young man was slightly nervous. Yi Wenlu shrugged helplessly. I don't think so. Why don't you just turn around and leave like this? Take it that I owe you a favor? Yi Wenlu said with a faint smile. A favor from you? Nightmare was stunned. Suddenly, he covered his forehead and laughed maniacally. His laughter shook the entire star sector. Who do you think you are? The son of some god? A big shot from the mythological era? A future god? How much is your favor worth? Who knows, maybe he'll become a god in the future. Yi Wenlu smiled faintly. Ziyen and the others glanced at each other and sighed helplessly. This fellow was extremely confident. Could it be that he came from a powerful faction? Or maybe he was just an egomaniac who couldn't see the seriousness of the path. However, Yun Nuoxing had said that after 1,000 years, the world would be reversed. Perhaps at that time, he would also have the opportunity to leap into the level of gods. However, at that time, they would definitely not fall behind. They would definitely step into that level. No, they had to step into that level. Yuan Shi, you have more contact with people. Do you know them? Xian asked softly. Previously, her conversation with Yi Wenlu had been completed through telepathy. When she talked to her own people, it was through their souls. Sound could not be transmitted through the star sector. No, I don't know them. But even if they are from a big force, so what? Our little star said so. Yes, that was it. Even if these 3 people had some background, there was nothing they could do. Even if there was a god behind them, they were not afraid. They had Little Star behind them. Little Star himself was once a god. He had a real god behind him. When necessary, they could use his power. But unless it was absolutely necessary, it was better not to reveal it. But at this moment, it seemed that there was no other choice. They could only take one step at a time. Oh, maybe you come from a big force. That doesn't matter. We have never worried about this. Nightmare nodded faintly. The next second, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. Our boss has spoken. So, even if we have to destroy this world, we will not hesitate. If you don't give in today, we will have to take it by force. Boom! Violent, blazing demonic energy exploded, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The starry sky suddenly became colder because of this aura. Chapter 994. The aura that erupted from the vast astral river caused the expressions of the few people to turn serious. The faint smile on Yi Wenlu's face slowly faded and was replaced with calmness, a calmness that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Xian frowned and opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but there seemed to be nothing to say in the current situation. So, she just sighed and shook her head. There are 5 of us. Nightmare laughed crazily. His demonic aura was surging. Well, although we don't want to bully you with numbers, do you know what this number means? It means that we only need to delay you, and this big star will be taken by us. Even so, you still want to fight? Yuan Shi said calmly. You're just a son of God. You haven't even reached the first turn, but you talk big, Yan Hua said coldly. I've killed so many low-level gods that I don't even know how many of them I've killed. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs. You sure know how to boast. Yuan Shi's face twitched. He sighed and shook his head. He looked at Yi Wenlu and the other 2. After a while, he tilted his head and said to them, Then, I'll take care of that guy who's a few times uglier than Little Star. Nightmare, you deal with that big guy. As for the small guy, Yuan Shi turned his eyes and looked at Qin Yan. He was about to speak when Chu Yingzhan said, Leave that guy to me. Qin Yan, you help Xian take that big star and supervise this battlefield. You're an alchemist and have many special skills that are hard to guard against. I don't have that kind of magic. Qin Yan was just about to say that she would be fine fighting, but when she heard the last part of Chu Yingzhan's words, she was taken aback. In the end, she nodded and said to Chu Yingzhan, Then, be careful. Don't worry, there's something the fool gave me. If I'm defeated in a battle between low-level gods, then I'll just leave on my own. Chu Yingzhen grinned and smiled rather confidently. Yiwenlu took a deep breath and said, "Have you thought about it? Together? Bah, this is the only time you can be carefree." Devil Nightmare roared, and the extremely hot Devil Chi became even more berserk with a bang. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood, suddenly appearing in front of Yen Hua. He was only a few inches away, and his madly laughing face appeared in the latter's eyes. Those crimson-red eyes reflected a heart-palpitating madness. "Come. Fight." Bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded beside his ear. One could only see Yen Hua and Mo Yan's figures suddenly disappear beside him. Suddenly, an extremely wild and violent energy churned in the distance. Yi Wenolv was slightly taken aback. He had never seen someone of the same level move at such a fast speed. Furthermore, that kind of sinister coldness was mixed with such a manic and blazing energy. "Yen Hua, it's most likely going to be a tough battle. Be careful, I might not be able to take care of you later." Yi Wenlu looked at the thin man and said softly. Xian's Mei Mao flashed. "Don't you need my help? Oh, little Yen Yen, just go and take that big star. Although this guy is a little strange, I should be able to handle it. If there's a chance, I'll ask for your help again." Yuan Shi smiled handsomely. "Little Yen Yen?" Xian's expression was a little strange. However, when she thought about how long Yuan Shi had been with the team, he was more like a big brother. It didn't seem inappropriate to call him that. Thinking about it, that little star was a troublesome little brother? Nodding, Xian said, "It won't be long. Sister Yen, come and help me." Qin Yen also nodded. The two of them flew in front of the reddish-black big star. Xian waved her hand, and her melted star stone appeared in her hand. She pointed it at the big star in front of her, and 100-meter-long torrent of energy flew out from the big star and connected with the melted star stone. "Then, it's already started over there, and they're having a good time fighting over there. Shouldn't we go out as well?" Seeing Xian and Yi Wenlu make their move, Yuan Shi stretched and looked at Yi Wenlu with a faint smile. Yi Wenlu ignored his words and turned to look at the battle between Nightmare and Yen Hua. There was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. In the distant battlefield, the two of them were fighting like crazy. Nightmare's aura was getting thicker and thicker, and he was becoming more and more violent. That kind of crazy fighting style that could be said to be without regard for his own life had stunned the two of them. "Brother Yi, Brother Yen doesn't seem to be in a good situation." The skinny young man looked a little surprised. He had never seen Yen Hua fight for so long. Moreover, the opponent was getting fiercer and fiercer as the fight went on. The originally balanced battlefield was gradually tilting. Yi Wenlu watched for a while, but he smiled faintly and shook his head. Before he could say anything, Yuan Shi laughed and said, "That one over there is a lunatic, an out-and-out lunatic. As the battle drags on, he will become stronger and stronger. Among the younger generation, only our little star can suppress him. Although you guys look a little strange, your partner will be defeated in at most 10 minutes. There is no other way." At this time, Yen Hua's energy was completely boiling. Waves of violent energy shrouded his body, and countless shadows appeared, making him look like a demon god. However, the figure in front of him was even more violent and unstoppable. In the face of an even crazier demon god, the powerful demon god could only retreat. As time passed, the former was able to fight back at first, but now, he could only passively defend. Even his defense was a little flustered. That person's attacks were too crazy, like a violent storm. "Don't be in such a hurry to watch. Let's also exchange a few moves." The sound of wind suddenly whistled in his ears, causing Yi Wenlu to turn his head. A sense of danger surged in his heart, but he didn't even look. He directly punched out. In the space in front of him, a fist that contained a violent green wind blasted out and suddenly collided. Bang! At the moment of collision, Just as the two fists released some of their power, the green wind suddenly expanded several times. It absorbed all of Yi Wenlu's power and rebounded it back. The power that came from his hand made Yi Wenlu's expression change. Before he could react, the violent wind that was mixed with the power of the two forces whizzed over, shattering the defense that he had created at the last minute. In the end, it landed heavily on his chest. Yi Wenlu let out a muffled groan, and his body flew back several thousand feet. Mei Mao looked at Yuan Shi with a faint smile and chased after him. Chu Yingzhan twisted her neck and cracked her jade-like hands. Then, she glanced at the skinny youth and grinned. She stretched out a jade-like finger and provocatively hooked it. "Come." The skinny youth trembled. He looked at the outrageously beautiful big sister and shook his head repeatedly. "No, no, no. I'll pass, I'll pass." This big sister looked very beautiful, but when he looked at her, he felt like he was looking at a giant primordial beast. If he got even a little closer, he would be eaten in a single bite. This was the first time he had seen her. At this moment, a faint hostility erupted from her, scaring him so much that his face turned pale and he kept retreating. Yi Wenlu had told him before that if he couldn't win, it was fine to protect himself. A momentary retreat was not shameful, so he just didn't add to the trouble. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. "Tsk, boring." After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked towards the two battlefields, and a wisp of seriousness flashed through her eyes. It had been a while, and she had never seen Nightmare and Demon fight for such a long time. It seemed that the opponents they had encountered this time were of a much higher quality than the opponents they had encountered in the past. They might not even be on the same level. Ah, if only Dumbo was here. These little guys will be gone with a wave of my hand. Chu Yingzhan subconsciously thought for a moment, and her face turned red. She hurriedly threw this thought out of her mind. How could she always rely on Dumbo? She had to think of a solution herself. Just like now, Dumbo was not by her side. If she encountered any trouble, she had to solve it herself. Dumbo, Dumbo, idiot blockhead. Achoo! Hundreds of meters high in the sky, Yun Nuoxing was riding a huge fire phoenix that was condensed from energy. He sped through the sky. Suddenly, he sneezed and shook half the sky, startling Little Moon and the others. When they turned around, they saw him rubbing his nose in confusion. He had a baffled look on his face. "Who is talking about me?" Little Moon thought for a moment. "I think it should be Sister Yingzhan. That girl talks about me for no reason." "Achoo! What are you doing?" Yun Nuoxing sneezed again as he spoke. He was a little confused. "Who missed me?" Little Moon and the others shrugged their shoulders. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his nose and yawned. "Come to think of it, it has been 3 days. Why haven't I seen anyone on the road? However, there are large groups of demonic beasts." Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked ahead. For example, there was a large group of blood-winged dragons in front of him. They were so frightened by the aura of the phoenix that they lost control of their bowels and bladder and couldn't take care of themselves. However, although they were called dragons, the appearance of this group of demonic beasts was neither like a streamlined long worm with 4 or 5 claws, nor like a big lizard with 4 legs. 2 of their 4 claws were horns, and the other pair was on their dragon wings. The scarlet dragon wings emitted a faint smell of blood. The blood aura seeped out of the membrane of the wings, making this group of blood-winged dragons several times faster. The blood-winged dragons don't have any other uses, but that pair of dragon wings is a treasure. When refined into wings, it can directly increase the speed by 3 times. If some brilliant techniques are used, the limit can increase the speed by 9 times. It is applicable to people of all realms, including gods, Yun Nuoxing said as he pointed at the large group of blood-winged dragons below. 9 times. Brother Yun, catch one for me and refine a pair of wings, okay? You were hung on Yun Nuoxing's neck and smiled like a flower. Mei Mao smiled. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and said, "The demonic beasts in this world aren't real demonic beasts. Have you forgotten? When they die, they will turn into stars and disappear, reintegrating into this world. If they aren't real, I can't get them for you." Hearing that, Ur sat down dejectedly. The blood-winged dragons are ancient creatures that have been extinct for a long time. This ancient is relative to the ancient times. So, don't think about those wings anymore. This race no longer exists in the gods' realm. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. Exin sat on the fire phoenix and drove a group of blood-winged dragons. This was a type of demonic beast that lived in group. They had been driven from a place far away. Yun Nuashing originally thought that he would be able to see a larger race. However, after chasing for half an hour, he didn't see any other races. He could only sigh helplessly and said, "It seems that there are no more. Let's do it." Little Moon responded cheerfully. The dejected Ur also jumped up in excitement. Then, she was the first to rush down. Billowing demonic aura filled the air. Little Moon, Chu Xianling, and Chu Chen also hurriedly followed behind. This group of blood-winged dragons used to be quite powerful demonic beasts with unique talents. Unfortunately, under the pressure of the king of demonic beasts and demonic beasts, they were utterly defeated. They couldn't even organize a basic resistance. After being killed by the 4 people behind them, they fell from the sky one after another, turning into light spots and dissipating in midair. The remaining energy balls were collected by Yun Nuashing one by one. Light red. The quality is a little higher. Looking at the energy that was collected into the melting star stone, Yun Nuashing murmured. He turned his head to look at the scene of Little Moon and the others killing. These weren't real demonic beasts, and they didn't have any qualms when they attacked. Originally, when they encountered the first group of demonic beasts, he was still hesitant about whether he should let them attack. After all, this might be quite stimulating for Little Moon. In the end, that little girl didn't go easy on them at all. She didn't have any psychological burden or psychological pressure. Only then did he feel that this little girl had grown up. Indeed, she was no longer the little brat who followed behind him and wanted him to tell her stories every day. Just as his thoughts were running wild, a clear ray of moonlight suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the area in front of them. Then, a huge wave of energy descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang, swallowing the many blood-winged dragons. Their huge bodies that were 100 feet tall rapidly melted in this extremely pure energy. Yun Nuashing was still in a daze. At this moment, she quickly reacted and opened an energy barrier. She rode her fire phoenix into the moonlight unhurriedly and waved her hand to collect all the energy balls that were floating in midair. Swoosh! A sound came from behind. Yun Nuashing hurriedly stopped her fire phoenix, and the moonlight pillar that filled this space also dissipated. After a while, 4 auras appeared behind her. She then slowly turned around. "You killed them all? Well done. You guys." Just as she was about to praise them, she turned her head and saw Little Moon and the other 2 girls' dirty faces. She couldn't help but be stunned and dumbfounded. She hurriedly took out a towel, wetted it with water elements, and wiped Little Moon's kitten-like face. "What happened to you guys?" At the mention of this, Ur was a little angry. She puffed up her cheeks, pointed at Little Moon, and muttered, "This idiot was smeared in the face by a dragon." And then? Yun Nuashing was stunned. She didn't expect those blood-winged dragons to be able to resist under the suppression of the Phoenix's power. Then this idiot smeared our faces with Moon's arrival. Yun Nuashing's hand froze. Did they kill their allies together? I already warned this idiot loudly, but in the end, he still killed us like a thunderbolt. Ur pouted angrily. Yun Nuashing speechlessly pulled Ur over, wiped her face, and turned her head. Ur was so embarrassed that she almost shrank her little head into her clothes. It seemed that this girl also knew that she had done something wrong. After being glanced at by Yun Nuashing, she squatted at the side with a sad face and drew circles. Chu Xianling finally came back to her senses. She coughed twice, and a mouthful of thick black smoke came out of her red lips. She had just fainted, and now she was still in a daze. I think I saw Grandma waving at me from the other side of the river. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled this little girl up from the fire phoenix's back and wiped her face with a wet towel. After checking, he said, "It's fine, it's fine. You just choked on Moon's arrival. You'll be fine after burping." Chu Xianling nodded gently. Her pretty face was slightly red as he wiped her face. He seemed to treat her as his own sister. "Big brother Yun, what about me?" Chu Chen's eyes were twinkling as he looked at Yun Nuoshing with anticipation. Yun Nuoshing threw a towel over and said lightly, "You're a man. Settle it yourself." "Oh my God!" Chu Chen's face broke down. This was the difference in treatment, and it was too great. "Big brother, over there!" Little Moon suddenly exclaimed as she pointed ahead. When Yun Nuoshing and company heard that, they hurriedly turned their heads and looked in front of the fire phoenix. On the distant horizon, a scarlet cloud had appeared. It spread horizontally for an unknown number of miles. Anyway, they couldn't see the edge of the red cloud from where they were. What an intense, baneful aura! Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly, his eyes gradually turned into a sea blue color, and his line of sight immediately saw the distant land in front of him. What entered his eyes was an endless sea of beasts, a sea of magical beasts. There were countless gigantic magical beasts, tens of millions of them were piled together, so densely that there was not much extra space. The energy was constantly colliding and squeezing in this place, causing the air to become thin. The violent sound waves were constantly surging in the group of beasts, shaking the space to the point that ripples like water waves. The roars and roars resounded endlessly in this place. A beast horde. No, it should be a sea of beasts. A beast horde doesn't have such a huge number. Yun Nuoshing's eyes gradually returned to normal. He said to Little Moon and company, "I'm afraid there are tens of millions of magical beasts in there. The baneful aura is very strong, and the air is filled with violent factors that are difficult to disperse. It seems that the group of winged blood dragons just now didn't go looking for their clan. Instead, they wanted to bring us here and then drown us with the spit of the tens of millions of magical beasts. There's still a large space opposite the beast horde. Let's go over and take a look." Little Moon and company nodded without any objection. Yun Nuoshing also smiled faintly and rode the fire phoenix to quickly rush over. The sky here was a star domain. There were no clouds. The thick scarlet clouds were condensed by a violent aura and filled with countless violent factors. Conservatively speaking, one would turn into a fool if one took a breath. If one took a bath in the clouds, one would probably join the army of beasts and become a huge monster that only knew how to roar and make meaningless sounds all day long. Yun Nuoshing and company gradually approached the red cloud. When they looked up, they could see that the star domain in the sky was gradually dyed with a faint scarlet color. The wind that blew against their faces seemed hot and dry. Weak, violent factors swept past them. If they stayed in this place for a long time, their mental state would probably be affected. Seal yourself. Don't absorb external energy into your body. The air here isn't very good, Yun Nuoshing reminded them. Little Moon and company also nodded. They could feel that the air here was extremely bad. It was heavy and stuffy. Not only could they not absorb energy, but they also had to hold their breath. When the densely packed sea of beasts appeared in their line of sight, Little Moon and company's expressions changed slightly. Their breathing became sluggish. Thousands of feet in front of their eyes were densely packed with huge demonic beasts. They were piled up side by side, and there was not even a few inches of space left. If you fall in, you probably won't be able to find it. Little Moon stuck out her tongue. The human race's body size was relatively small compared to the many other life forms. If they fell into this sea, they would probably be drowned in an instant. Yu shrunk her neck and muttered softly, "Ugh! If you fall in, you'll lose all your energy. You'll be eaten until there's nothing left." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Little Moon and Chu Xianling were shocked. Don't talk about such a scary topic. Then, let's discuss it now. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. She waved her hand and unleashed a torrent of energy. A flying demonic beast that was charging at them was blasted into nothingness. Only a ball of light red energy was left floating in the sky. Let's go, damn it! Yu waved her hand excitedly. Her jade-like hands were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. This is a serious matter. The four of you should discuss who will stay behind to collect the celestial luck. I have to watch over you personally. You're not allowed to talk back, Yun Nuoxing said seriously as she looked at Little Moon and the others. Me. Little Purple Soul suddenly jumped up and waved her little hands happily. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. She held the little girl down with one hand and said, "Ahem, you guys continue." Then, she turned around and comforted Little Purple Soul. The little girl was depressed after being ignored. Little Moon and the others looked at each other and shrugged. The three girls looked at each other for a moment and suddenly laughed. Then, they raised their jade-like fingers and pointed at Chu Chun. They said in unison, "You stay behind to collect the celestial luck." Chu Chun nodded bitterly. What could he say? After all, no one cared about his younger brother. He might as well just cry to himself. Then, let's meet this sea of infinite beasts. Chapter 995. The crimson fire phoenix that swooped down from the sky was very conspicuous in this dark place. The beasts on the ground that had their backs to Yun Nuoxing and the others began to move. The earth trembled. Many beasts roared and turned their heads, knocking down a large number of them. They sensed an extremely terrifying pressure, and their roars immediately reverberated through the heavens like thunder. The roars that spread out caused a chain reaction. The beasts all turned their heads, and their roars condensed into an ocean of sound waves that shattered the space. So noisy. A distance of 10,000 feet was equivalent to close combat for Yun Nuo planet. He arrived in an instant and swooped down from the sky, bringing with him a huge colorful energy ball that was 10,000 feet in size. With a wave of his hand, he smashed the energy ball down from the sky, and the many magical beasts that were touched by it instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ta! With a crisp snap of her fingers, the huge energy ball suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling light. The condensed energy suddenly burst out, and a terrifying shock wave and energy storm swept out. It swept across the land within a radius of 10,000 feet in an instant, causing huge scars to appear on the ground. The space collapsed inch by inch, and black cracks appeared in the void. The beasts in the distance were all blasted into the sky by this attack. They were like waves that were swept up by the shock wave, and then fell back down from the sky. Their huge bodies smashed the beasts below into a bloody mess, and countless beasts were smashed to death. The energy that poured out suddenly shrank after spreading out to 10,000 feet. The remaining energy turned into a shock wave that spread into the distance, but did not have much power left. It only turned into a gust of wind and stopped. The sea of beasts was blasted into a flat land that was 10,000 feet wide. If one ignored the hideous scars, it was really clean. Roar, roar, roar! The beasts in the distance were not moved by this scene. Their scarlet eyes flashed with rage, and they charged towards Yun Nuoxing and the others without fear of death. From afar, it looked like a tsunami was rolling up from the horizon and was sweeping towards them. Brother, these guys are not afraid of death. Little Purple Soul sat on the edge of the fire phoenix, swinging her legs. She could not help but giggle when she saw the rapid advance of the wave. Oh, no consciousness? That's not right, they've already gone mad. That's right, it would be strange if there were any normal life forms in this place with such a strong berserk element. These are all wild beasts that have lost their minds. They don't feel pain, and they aren't suppressed by Feng Er's power too much, Yun Nuoxing said calmly. After all, lunatics aren't afraid of death, Yu said. As his voice fell, Little Moon and the others involuntarily cast their gazes towards Yun Nuoxing, causing his face to twitch. Were they talking about him? Before Yun Nuoxing could retort, Yu smiled and pulled Little Moon and Chu Xianling down from the fire phoenix. Rays of moonlight and demonic shadows exploded, and the energy in the area boiled again. Big brother, be careful. Little Purple Soul waved at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pinched her little nose. Don't worry. In just a short while, the sea of demonic beasts in the distance swept over again. Oh, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them a horde of wild beasts. In Yun Nuoxing's eyes, these demonic beasts were not real life forms to begin with. Now that they had gone mad, it was no different from being dead. He would just treat them as a bunch of weeds and get rid of them. Leaving behind an energy barrier to cover the fire phoenix, Yun Nuoxing's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yu and the others. The four of them maintained a distance from the fire phoenix. Looking at the wild beasts that were already in front of them, their energy auras suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! Moonlight, demonic aura, wild wind, and various elements gushed out. Under Yun Nuoxing's careful control, they turned into a shockwave that exploded in an instant. The wild beasts within 1,000 feet of them were shattered into specks of light. The sea of wild beasts suddenly turned into a sea of specks of light. Chu Chen, who was following closely behind on the fire phoenix, waved his hand and collected all of the star energy that appeared into the melting star stone. Maintain the speed of our advance. Don't release too many large-scale mystic skills. Also, don't overdo it with your divine technique. There's no energy here for you to recover. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and said to the three girls. 5 arrays that were 10 feet in size floated around him. Just as he finished speaking, 5 huge elemental energy pillars suddenly shot out from the arrays and pierced into the sea of wild beasts at the speed of light. 5 huge holes appeared in the sea of wild beasts, and starlight instantly sparkled. Oh, but big brother, you're randomly releasing large-scale attacks yourself. Yu muttered. Her jade-like hands carried demonic aura as she slapped several hundred wild beasts that were approaching from the left. With a snap of his fingers, he knocked over a large fan-shaped area of wild beasts in front of him. Yun Nuoxing patted this girl's head while he was at it. I have a lot of energy. Actually, Big Brother can wipe out this place by himself with unparalleled. Little Moon gracefully waved her hand and sent down beams of moonlight. As the most basic attack of the new moon divine art, Moonlight, it consumed little energy, had high attack power, and had a large area of effect. It was extremely suitable to be used in this kind of situation. She could kill hundreds and thousands of wild beasts with just a wave of her hand. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and glanced at Little Moon. He thought for a moment and said, every 100 times you use moonlight, you have to change the form of energy output. Little Moon, huh? Hearing this cute and confused Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Do you think it's fine to use the new moon divine art like this? Little Moon shook her head blankly. No, then listen to me. 100 times. No, 70 times, change the form of energy output. Figure out how to change it yourself. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and said calmly. The new moon divine art was a little special. It didn't use the power of the stars, but the power of the moon. It was strange. Logically speaking, the latter was also a variation of the power of the stars. However, the person who created this divine art didn't seem to think so. Therefore, he created this divine art that specialized in the power of the moon. Little Moon was troubled. Yun Nuoxing turned his head again and said, That's right, that's new moon and divine art, not new and moon divine art. Make sure. Little Moon was completely dumbfounded. Her attack speed slowed down by a beat. Now, she was counting with her moonlight. Every 5 times she counted, her heart would beat faster. Some sweat would appear on her pretty face. She was anxious. Yu couldn't help but stick out her tongue when she heard this. Brother Yun was so strict. Fortunately, she chose a demon divine art of the same quality. It was similar to the ancient demon divine art when she cultivated it. The latter didn't have too many problems and didn't need to be changed too much. Bang! Chu Xianling was on guard behind her. With a swing of her lily-white hand, a dense green storm rolled out, shattering dozens of ferocious beasts that approached her. She exhaled slightly, and there was a hint of seriousness on her face. Her position was actually a little more relaxed because Yun Nuoshing had blocked the biggest obstacle. There weren't many ferocious beasts that could circle around Little Moon and Yu Er's attacks. There are still a lot of them. Yes, there are tens of millions of them. It's just a matter of one technique. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The three girls were speechless. Your technique is not on the same level as ours. On the fire phoenix in the sky, Chu Chun collected the celestial fate along the way. From time to time, he would wave his hand and kill a few ferocious beasts that rushed up against the fire phoenix's coercion. However, when he saw the ferocious beasts suddenly shattering when they came into contact with the barrier, he stopped attacking. There was no need for him to do anything at all. While collecting the celestial fate, Chu Chun raised his head and looked into the distance. The number of ferocious beasts still made his scalp go numb. An endless tide of ferocious beasts came from afar. There were ferocious beasts ranging from 100 feet to 1,000 feet. They were like small mountains and gave people a huge sense of oppression. However, those ferocious beasts seemed to have no effect on Yun Nuoshing and the others. Whether they were 100 feet or 1,000 feet in size, wherever the colorful energy passed by, there were no survivors. Not even dregs were left behind. When the three girls attacked, there would at least be wreckage left behind. In the trembling ground, the surging energy waves rushed out continuously. Yun Nuoshing and the others' speed was not affected at all. Starlight spread out behind them. Every time they advanced a distance, they would leave behind some specks of starlight. However, these specks of starlight would soon be filled up by more ferocious beasts. This path seemed to be endless. In Mei Mao's Little Moon, different ferocious beasts' faces were reflected. They had crimson eyes, ferocious faces, fur and scales of various colors, roaring in anger and wailing when they fell. She did not know how long they had been charging and how many times they had changed in her eyes and ears. Gradually, her vision became blurry. She did not consume much energy and did not feel too burdened. However, her mind was spinning rapidly. She analyzed the new moon divine art and racked her brains to use moonshine. Towards the end, she even thought of different types of energy attacks, such as diffuse attacks, backup attacks, two-stage explosions, three-stage chains, energy transformations, and other forms of energy attacks. However, towards the end, she could not think anymore. Her head was dizzy and it seemed like her mind was overloaded. "Alright, that's it." A chuckle suddenly sounded beside her ear. Little Moon was stunned. Before she could react, she felt herself being carried. She quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuoshing looking at her with doting eyes. Yun Nuoshing reached out and rubbed her long hair. "Well done, little girl. Remember that energy attack method that you almost desperately thought of just now. The new moon divine art that you cultivate requires extremely high attainments in energy control. Energy transformations are essential. You have never come into contact with this before, so I could only find a way to stimulate you like this," Yun Nuoshing said with a smile. "Energy transformations." Little Moon tilted her head in a daze. "Like Big Brother? It's a little close. I have extremely high control over all types of energy. The more energy I control, the more ways I can use it. I have to use them in a balanced manner. If I only let one type of energy stand out, it's very easy for the released energy to become violent. Although it looks very powerful, it's actually not the case." As Yun Nuoshing spoke, she opened her 6 wings and hugged her tightly. Then, she freed her right hand and clenched her 5 fingers with her palm facing down. A ball of energy quickly condensed. The ball of energy was only the size of a palm and was multicolored. The various colors within it fluctuated intensely. The energy particles inside seemed like they would burst out of the thin layer of energy at any time. "Watch carefully," Yun Nuoxing shouted softly. She waved her hand and smashed it into the group of ferocious beasts ahead. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the heavens and earth, causing the earth, space, and sky to tremble violently. The sky was like a shattered mirror, with glass cracks appearing one after another. Shards fell from the sky, and a huge energy storm surged out and swept in all directions. The extremely violent energy formed a huge energy tornado that sucked in everything. Waves of energy surged out in all directions in a disorderly manner. Little Moon's eyes reflected the huge energy storm. She subconsciously grabbed her clothes tightly. This power was also the power of a demigod, but how could it reach such a level, then, another type? As Yun Nuoxing spoke, she flipped her right hand and made a lifting motion. A ball of energy quickly condensed in her palm. It was still as big as before, but it was unusually calm. It was a multicolored ball of energy. Under the transparent layer of energy, she could see the particles of 10 types of elemental energy constantly fusing and condensing towards the center. It was not as violent and chaotic as before. She waved her right hand again. The ball of energy swayed lightly and disappeared in front of her. A moment later, a strong light suddenly bloomed. A huge ball of energy that was tens of thousands of feet tall bloomed on the horizon. It was like watching the sun rise from the east. Dazzling light scattered across the entire sky. Space and void silently shattered because all sound had disappeared. The ball of energy was rapidly expanding. It devoured everything it touched along the way, including the air, space, and ferocious beasts. Unparalleled shockwaves spread out in all directions. It was like a column of water rushing into a calm ocean. Huge ripples appeared on the surface of the ocean and spread out in all directions. When she was demonstrating her power, she deliberately chose 2 directions. At this moment, the energy storm in the 2 areas gradually dissipated. One area was shattered, as if it had been brutally destroyed. The other area was only left with a huge hole. Nothing existed. That area, along with space, had been devoured completely. They could still see the edge of the huge hole. The space was rapidly repairing itself. That was the power of the second energy attack. Both attacks contained the same amount of energy. These are only the simplest and most direct method. Many of the rest are microscopic. You can't sense them, so I won't demonstrate them one by one. Yun Nuoxing said softly to the 3 girls. This was knowledge related to the use of energy. Even though everyone in the God realm used energy, there weren't many people who had great achievements in this area. Most people pursued profound skills, profound arts, and divine art. They used the energy usage methods left behind by others to use energy crudely. To put it bluntly, they were moves. However, she had only used energy in a very simple way. There weren't any fancy moves. It was just the most ordinary energy attack. Even if there's only one element, it's still the same. For example, Yun Nuoxing looked at her surroundings. Then, she raised her hand towards a piece of land in the distance, and snapped her fingers. Bang! A moment later, there was a huge explosion of energy. Overflowing flames set the entire piece of land ablaze. That piece of land was burnt to ashes. Not even ashes of the ferocious beasts were left. If one looked carefully, they would discover that a huge circle had been burned out. Outside the circle, there wasn't even a trace of black burning. If you use profound skills and profound arts after reaching this level of energy control, you will realize that you've learned 2 different kinds of profound arts. Seeing the 3 girls' astonished gazes, Yun Nuoxing smiled. Although divine arts and above could raise their energy usage by several levels, it was a passive increase. It wasn't a big deal for him to spend some time to personally demonstrate the true method of using energy. It was fine as long as they could improve and comprehend something. In the following battle, Yu and Chu Xianling both had a pensive look on their faces. They didn't smile, and they looked like they were thinking when they attacked. The former wasn't crazy anymore. She calmly sent out every slap. Yun Nuoxing could feel a slight change in the surging cold devil energy. It was the same for the girl behind him. As for Little Moon, because she had used her brain too much in the beginning, her brain was a little feverish. He let her rest quietly in his arms for a while. After all, at this level, it didn't matter if they attacked or not. Buzz! Yun Nuoxing took a heavy step forward, and dozens of colorful energy rays suddenly burst out from under his feet. They rapidly extended in all directions and rushed to the end of his line of sight in a short while. That movement made Yu and Chu Xianling startled. They quickly looked over and saw that the dozens of colorful energy rays had enveloped the entire ground. Following that, energy pillars that were only as thick as an arm burst out from each of the thin rays and rushed into the sky. Many ferocious beasts that came into contact with this energy pillar were all pierced through, and their wounds were abnormally smooth. Roar! All kinds of ferocious beasts had bloodshot eyes, and their painful roars resounded. They originally thought that they wouldn't feel pain, but they didn't expect that they could roar out because of the pain. Tens of millions of tiny beams of energy erupted from the ground and rushed into the sky like raindrops going against the flow. They gathered in the sky to form a ball of energy that was 1,000 feet in size. A moment later, there was a crisp snap of a finger. The huge ball of energy trembled and suddenly turned into a huge colorful array that encompassed an area of 10,000 feet. The energy of 10 different elements surged in the array, releasing an astonishing aura. "Let this land burn," Yun Nuoxing murmured. The huge colorful formation in the sky suddenly trembled, and light rain fell from the sky. Every drop of light rain was 100 meters in size. Rather than raindrops, they were more like balls of water that smashed down from the sky. The ferocious beasts that were hit by the balls of water fell to the ground, and this wasn't the end. The raindrops turned into colorful flames under the gaze of the three girls, and they turned into huge colorful icicles that froze the ferocious beasts or suddenly impaled them on the icicles. Some even extended into colorful vines that were hundreds of meters long, spanning across the battlefield in an instant. They wrapped around the ferocious beasts and suddenly turned into a storm that threw them into the sky. The scene was chaotic, extremely chaotic. Later on, Little Moon and the others didn't even know what the colorful energy was. It was ever-changing, and it seemed to be everything. It also seemed to be an ordinary ball of energy that contained the energy of 10 different elements. It could transform into any form of attack. "Brother Yun, there are people over there. There are so many of them," Chu Chen, who was flying in the sky, suddenly shouted. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked up and saw Chu Chen pointing to the left. Yun Nuoxing lowered her head, and her eyes were glowing with blue light. She looked through the layers of ferocious beasts and suddenly saw a group of people in the distance. They were doing their best to kill the ferocious beasts, and it was very strenuous for them. All kinds of ferocious beasts were charging towards the huge group. Most of the ferocious beasts were killed by the combined efforts of the group. Some exceptionally strong ferocious beasts were able to charge to the front of the group. Oh, I see them. They are all a group of demigods. They look quite pathetic." Yun Nuoxing looked for a while, and turned back to see Yu and the others. Her eyes flashed, and she couldn't help but smile. "Then, let's go and support them. We can also ask for information about this place."